to that champ bracket, to make it into the top 12, and to really start their legacy, to start their
rickety,
journey
rickety. Ryan, let's get down and do what it
do,
baby. What up? Hopefully everyone's doing good, feeling good. It is Saturday. Open groups or open teams are joining in the group play today.
I'm a fan. You bring in, you bring a little bit of talent from across the world. We saw them do that literally last year, and it worked out extremely well for them. Now you have a world champion on your team.
I don't know, man. I'll tell you, as much as I'm going to be cheering for Native today, they've got themselves a tough task today.
It's going to be getting through that open bracket, right? We know the passion pit is packed with energy. Not only that, you get the reps as well. You're going to be able to work on things as a team, but on land and in that tournament environment, which is going to be vital for this Native Gaming roster to succeed.
And speaking of things that are going to be vital for one of these teams, I want to switch things over to Quadrant.
You get Native first, right? Native Quadrant on the mainstream?
Early or a bit early, came over and have been boot camping, have been putting in that work. Why don't you tell me a bit of how their scrims have been going since making it onto North American soil?
Well, the scrims were insane, Tony. They played 15 scrims, and guess what? Out of those 15, they won
13.
14 of them, and that was because one was a tie against FaZe. So they're coming in hot right now. They're looking
Telling you, bro, Native, I would love to see them get through
You
group
never
play.
got a loss. I don't know. And a tie against FaZe, shoot, I call that a win right there. They just finished winning in your hometown in London, and Quadrant definitely have been hot. Is there a player that you have your eyes on that Quadrant roster?
It's going to be Snipe Drone. I know the young kids, Tony, they like to use this word. I'm a little bit older, but I'm going to use it anyway. Aura, all right? When you talk about Snipe Drone, he walks around with that confidence, and he plays the game with that confidence. You don't want to take a one-on-one against him because in this environment, he's not going to miss. And I was talking to Onset about this. He sees it as well. This is a Snipe Drone that is prepared for this tournament, and that looks good coming into it.
I mean, to Snipe Drone, he's literally been the baddest man in the EU for quite some time. I promise you that. And we talk about the fact that Space Station Gaming, obviously, stealing a bit of talent from that Quadrant roster, bringing Legend to North America.
All right, chat.
That #1 spot in EU as far
we
as
got
best player in the game.
everything set up good to go on my monitors here.
The
I
Seekers
feel
and
like
some
we're
of
starting a
the
little
top players
late, but
EU
that's
wanting
fine.
to
I
fill
was kind of
in that
expecting games to
spot.
start at
The way
11 or
Snipe
at
playing this
10:30.
tournament has been crazy.
So
I
that's
know-
part of the reason why I
know
popped
you
live
also
just a little
like
bit later than I
Logan
was saying
Sika. You got any
yesterday.
fun
My
facts for us?
apologies.
Sika is just incredible. This guy has the highest CSR in Halo Infinite right now, and I think it's a record, Tony. 3,737 CSR, the highest CSR I've ever seen. And every time I hop into matchmaking, it's Sika and Snipe Drone. Always playing in duos, always grinding. These guys, like I said,
So we're gonna be hanging out.
is
So I
key,
got all
and they
of
are
our
prepared for this tournament. They want
stages
to win,
set
but
up
they've
for
gotta
these
get through Native
last.
first.
We have
You
3
really never
rounds.
can't cheat the grind. He may be
me see if I can
3,700,
find that,
and I'm right behind him, like 3,650. If I didn't have to come here, I would have gotten there. But I had to take a long flight.
I hear you. I get it.
I drove 30 minutes to get here. But we'll get there. I'll get there.
We'll be
one day.
floating
But
around
Sika's
all 4
absolutely
games.
incredible, and I feel like
Between them,
right
I'm gonna be
now,
honest
so
with
far in this
y'all.
tournament, every
We're
time
probably
we get a chance to watch
well, I shouldn't
whether
say
it's on the
probably.
mainstream
We are
or the
definitely
B
going.
stream,
They're
it's
hanging
been
on
the
with
same.
Native.
It's been the
Oh, they're
one-two
hanging on with the
combo
same
of literally Snipe
in
Drone
every
and
lobby.
Sika.
Gotcha.
It's been
Well, we're
absolutely
definitely gonna be
exciting
hanging
to
on
watch.
board with
Quadrant
Native
has been
because
the
I really
Native
would like to
game
see how they do today.
coming out of open
But we'll
bracket
definitely be floating
is just
around between
something
all
that
4
we should
channels,
see
checking in
them
on the
do.
action.
What do we
I don't know much about many of the other
if
open
they want
teams,
to make it
admittedly,
out
like I
of
do
bracket?
about
feel like
Native, but
one accomplishment is making it into pool play, obviously.
Right.
Now, what happens from there? How do you get to championship bracket? Because they've been to pool play time and time again. Shoot, APG's a
time
world
and time
champion.
again, take
Well,
a drink,
the difference
chat.
with this tournament and the other ones is they've been
Grab my,
given
phone
pool
charger
play a
before we
couple
get
of times,
this
right?
thing too
A
deep
team
here,
dropped
chat.
out, or there was a situation where Native were just thrusted into pool play. This time, Tony, they had to work for it. They went through that entire open bracket. Like I said before, they got those reps. And as a team, you live for that, right? Yes, scrims are good. Yes, playing online is good. Playing matchmaking is good for practice. But getting reps here in tournament play, you saw the Twitter posts. APG was fired up, okay? That passion pit has energy to it, and it's going to give your team the reps to get better.
When you're right, because actually back in London, I got the chance to actually share an Uber with Hoaxer, and he said, he was kind of excited to go to the open bracket. He felt like his team wanted to grow through the open bracket, which is something that they did literally early on from last year as well, but they never had the opportunity to do that. Reps is key. Repetition really gets you to where you need to go. With Native Gaming, definitely want those reps, definitely want that experience, and they'll get that after this short break. Because we come back, we're going to have more Quadrant versus Native Gaming, and we're going to start our day to our appetizer to day 2 here in Atlanta.
Going to a break already? What the fuck? Games are supposed to have already started. Any other games up? Yeah, we got Sentinels versus Alpha Esports. Let's get it, chat. This one's probably not going to have commentary, I would imagine.
Enemy team took the hill.
Looks like we're playing King of the Hill. Chat, how we doing? How we feeling? Tell me what's a good word, man. Like I said, we'll definitely be keeping more track on Native than anything, but I'm going to try and keep an eye on a couple of the games throughout. Alpha Esports currently up on Sentinels, though. Granted, it's only the first hill, but still.
Team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill.
So Sentinels take hill number 2. Something tells me we didn't like get to watch like the first part when they came in, but if I had to guess, Sentinels just a little bit of a slow start. They seem to be locked in now. Precision popping off, 14 and 5, holding it down for the pound on the point as well.
Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready.
All right, Sentinels Native in. Let's get it.
Kicking off now. Like we said, we got the appetizer before the show really starts. When we get to championship bracket, we need to find out who's going to make it. Hungry teams coming out of that open into pool play and looking to pull off upsets like Native Gaming.
Yeah, it's a very important matchup here. Match number 1. It's King of the Hill on Recharge. We've got a full series ahead. And like I said, Native Gaming coming out of that open bracket into full play where they find Quadrant, who's looking to stop them in their
Nice
tracks.
use of the camo there. Do you push up, get one?
Early and getting a lot of hill time because of it. Native Gaming surrounding them just a bit, but Snipe Drone still feeling comfortable with the cover that he has from his team. And are they going to finish it out here?
Oh!
Somebody can
Gilkey drops right on down. Gilkey's playing with APG, huh? Some old school players right there. I love it. I love it.
To get on this first hill, Tony.
So close. Snipe Drone, somebody has to get him out of that hill when this is going to be Gilkey. He doesn't have the shields to fight, and there it is. Snipe Drone pulling off 100% in that hill. That should not be that easy.
Yeah, that was really easy. I'm really surprised that they didn't put like any sort of resistance. The one guy dropped down, got back smack, and then that was it.
To have that setup and lock it in.
I don't understand.
We'll see if Native Gaming can get an initial setup on this second hill, but it looks like they're under fire from both sides, Tony.
Looks like he ain't done just yet, because that's his fifth kill. Call it a killing spree. The man trying to work on the perfection, but I think it's a bit too early. Let's talk about that setup locked in. Seeka's able to take down APG and Gilkey with some decent cross-map damage, but he needs to get up close and personal, which is exactly what Gilkey does.
What I loved, what I'm seeing out of Quadrant is they're taking space on the map, but just wide space, right? There's players on every corner of this map, and because of that, they put Native Gaming in this stronghold, and it's 3 down for Native once again,
wow.
And a triple for Glories.
Bro, Native can't get anything cooking. They're like almost perma kept in like 1-2 down.
Reason why Snipe Drone once again is sitting comfortably within this hill. Back-to-back camo for Snipe Drone, and back-to-back way too much time. Native needs to find some kind of answer and get out of hand early.
They're literally just perma like 1-2 down.
He's got a camo, he's got that second
consistent.
Hill as well. Quadrant leading 2-0, but Native do have that elevator side control, but look how
like they finally got everyone up and then 2 back down again.
Camouflage goes out here, but Seeka and Snipe Drone, this 1-2 combo has been so tough to deal with for any team. That includes Native Gaming. Snipe Drone clearing out that A-side spawn. I know you know how important that is.
Yeah, elevator is such an important spot to be, and you see Native Gaming do attack that side, but Quadrant, even though they get out of the hill, they make sure to hold that elevator side, and because of that, they're able to continue to get hill time and get those spawns as well.
Quadrant working right now.
Going to be able to hold it at all here, because Quadrant still have that control, but oh my gosh, jeez. Where did that man come from?
What, they 100'd the first point, and then barely gave up any time on the second, and they're already halfway on third.
This is the first time we've seen Native in control of this game, but how long can they hold it? Quadrant are really good at breaking these setups. They've done it time and time again.
Time and time again. Have a drink.
Here on this hill.
Here for Quadrant. Now Native Gaming had the first clean setup that we've seen, it seems like all game long. Quadrant gonna try to take their time as far as breaking it. APG holding on to the gold side. The nade, maybe self-inflicted. Long-range shots, Seeka with the double off screen, and APG stuck towards the gold side of the map, not even able to hold on to that perimeter. That's a 3 down for Native Gaming.
Do you know why they're not able to hold on to that perimeter, Tony? It's because the slays are very heavily in favor of Quadrant. 33 slays for Quadrant, only 19 for Native Gaming. Native have to start slaying, and that means they have to get these power weapons out of the hands of Snipe Drone.
Native Gaming coming out of that open bracket.
Bro, Snipe Drone's just been rolling.
Trying to make it back into championship bracket, but you got a wild Quadrant that's sitting in the way of that. And with Snipe Drone hitting shots like that,
because like Glory started off hot, right? But like Sniper Drone here.
Quadrant's process is so beautiful, right? They take it step
recently
by step. Yeah. You know, Native, you can have a bit of hill time, but we're going to play the macro. We're going to take control of the map and then attack that hill. Quadrant are doing that so well, and they've got the camo once again.
They're just controlling all the power-ups, the power weapons.
Easy kill onto the weakened Gilkey, and now APG knows that SOG's pushing up, but it's going to be tough to deal with when it's actually 2 instead of 1. 3 down go Native. A double push out of Quadrant clears out that hill.
I do got to say, though, this does look like a different Quadrant than we saw yesterday.
Control the long haul side. They get 3 down, then they go for that hill.
Quadrant looks sort of shooketh yesterday.
On that tower side from A.
Facts are facts.
Do that just fine here. Once again, it's 2 down for the side of Native.
As soon as callouts happen on the side of Quadrant, they are hopping on it. SLG just finding the weakened players and getting some easy kills. Seaside controls what Native Gaming were looking for. It's not what they will get, as Slays once again favor Quadrant, and Native can't find these kills that they need.
I mean, Tony, look at the Quadrant side. 18
although to be fair, I guess the one game of Quadrants that we caught the most of was
I mean, how do you handle the Quadrant that's coming out
against Space
hot?
Station, which is just kind of a different beast.
Game, and they're going to win it convincingly unless Native does something crazy.
He said, how do you handle it? You don't. Get out of the kitchen because they can't stand the heat. Quadrant gonna push you out. Native Gaming finally find a few kills going their way. Finally able to get at least half of that hill here to try to put their first on the board, but it feels like it's only a matter of time before Quadrant get in there and steal this one away. It's a 1-0 for Quadrant. If we come back, we're gonna have game 2.
Damn. All right, so Quadrant take game 1. Sentinels take game 1 over against Alpha Esports.
There, and the opportunities that they're looking for haven't come perhaps as quickly as they would have liked, but they're being made to work through it the hard way.
Pure, it looks
Take a
like,
look at
was
stats
this
then.
game number 1?
We've seen flag
Against
capture, of course,
Carolina
ball
Gaming?
finishing 3-1.
I would imagine
Get
so,
some
right?
Plays on the board, we can see exactly what's going on. And there we have it. Last shot with the performance: 14 kills, 6 deaths.
Regardless, though, it looks like none of our
By quite some amount.
open
Well,
bracket
game one's done and
teams
dusted. We'll go for a quick break, and we'll see you for the next one.
have been able to start off with dubs. So we're back to vibing. Back to vibing, chat. Chat, how's everyone's weekend going so far? I know it's like early, you know, it's 11 o'clock, but hopefully everyone's doing good, feeling good. Appreciate y'all coming through and hanging out. I know we normally don't watch a lot of Halo, man, but I figured we don't have anything else going on this weekend. I got to get the chance to like actually catch an event from like start to finish would be kind of cool. Plus, I know it's coming kind of down the home stretch of the Halo season, I do believe, as well. So I figure if we can catch the last couple events and, you know, throw some convos about it on the podcast, you know. Plus, for those of y'all who don't know, man, Halo's bit was like the first love of mine when it came to esports, man. So. Back in the MLG TV days. All right, so check it out, chat. We're going to have a pretty busy week coming up. So we're going to have HCS today and tomorrow. Monday we'll have off, but I'll probably get a video up. I'm trying to get a video up. I got to figure out what we're doing when. I know I didn't get a video up today. I just did some short trimmings. Probably going to do my group stage pick'ems. I'm probably going to put them up tomorrow. That way it's like Monday content for Pacific early in the morning, Sunday night-ish. Still gotta figure out what I'm doing with my recap video for Shift Summer League. I think since it's regular season play, I don't know if I want to do like we did last week. I think I just kind of want to do more of a, like sort of what we did, like the playoffs, like wrap up for VCT. I think. Also feeling like Monday is probably going to be the day I need to get the podcast recorded, if I'm being honest. Holy fuck, this is loud.
Triple kill for come on. Early morning excitement of not had any breakfast, but an overkill would suffice.
Why is the game sound so loud?
A triple is a little appetizer. It's like a croissant. You need some protein.
Something dense, yeah.
You need some protein. Overkill is a bit of protein for the morning. Understand why he didn't push it. Of course, we're only joking. Right in the back.
Nah, but for real, why has the B stream been struggling so much on production? Like, it's actually frustrating. Sentinels or Quadrant? I want to go to Quadrant, chat.
And 29 for Native. So very, very
Looks like we're in just strictly Slayer here for game number 2.
And they just keep up from there because with Glory shooting with the shock like he is right now, and the fact
Chat, by the way, how's the sound? Is the sound all right?
32 and crazy stats across the board. 19 kills on SOG, 15 assists out of Sika. It was beautiful.
I feel like if there's issues with sound, y'all probably would let me know, right? Y'all got my back.
And we're seeing a little bit of the same.
Y'all
here.
got me, I got you,
Itself.
right?
It's a 9-3 lead here so far for Quadrant. And again, it's really tough on the side of Native, right? You look at players like APG, former world champs. The guy, he got through open. Like that's a big mentality to go from getting a ring to having to fight through open, but he's doing it. He's been through so much, and now once again he's found himself hitting another wall here against this Quadrant roster.
He really has been through so much, but the question now becomes, can he get through Quadrant? And right now, it's looking like the answer is no. A double-digit lead for Quadrant. They're already up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it. I have to repeat myself again. Preparation, right? They come prepared.
And
for
what,
this
they
tournament.
take
Not only
top
that,
2
Tony,
from
we gotta
each
talk about
pool,
the
right?
intangibles.
Bracket
They
players
are
just 8
hungry.
teams?
These guys believe they can win the entire event. We always talk about that big 3, and I understand they're the big 3 for a reason, but Quadrant want to put their name up there with the best, and again, they've got to get through Native Gaming first, and it looks like so far they're passing this test.
But what do they say? Success is when preparation meets opportunity, and Quadrant have been preparing. They've been putting themselves in this opportunity, and they're winning every single camouflage. And Snipe Joe, who hasn't died a single time just yet.
It's still early enough in that if Native Gaming is able to put themselves a little bit of a run here together and is able to get like control of the next round of power weapons and power-ups, like they can be fine.
Tony, when you're a player, you're a pro player, you walk into the venue, sometimes you just have a good day. You just feel good. Maybe this is their day. They're looking phenomenal here to start off this Saturday.
Switch gears over towards SLG at double from across the map. Every single
Or,
player on the map
Quadrant
is
can just
easily
keep
getting rid of
ripping
this
off faces
terrain
here,
on
and
Quadrant do not allow a single player to get away.
SLG is literally just chilling here, sipping water.
He's thirsty.
he just, you know what? The lead is large. Let's just take a sip of a drink, but it looks like they're going to continue regardless. 23-10. Looks like there might have been a situation, I'm not exactly sure, but either way, Quadrant have done a great job here.
Yeah, it looks like we got a little bit of technical difficulties going on here. Why don't we send it to a break while we figure things out? We come back, we will have to continue.
All right, so we've got a kill. We've got some sort of pause going on. Let's see what game's closer. It looks like Sentinels are smacking Alpha Esports. Pure and Carolina Gaming, though,
Carolina
seems to be
Gaming are
close.
getting back into it slightly as I say that. Within 5 means this is still doable. It's not out of the reach for Carolina.
Game audio is still hella loud on the B stream, though, unfortunately.
That you can look to get back from. The camouflage Mortley gets an important pick. That could mean both shields go down for both players. Last shot was there to apply the finishing touches, but now here's an opportunity for Unvor to really make inroads into that deficit. Lost that player in lights, so we'll see him. He's made it. He's in big trouble. He goes down, and there are words that can describe what we've just seen, Dan, but I'm just not sure I want to say them.
That's one of those where you just hope the observer wasn't on your POV.
And
Then
he
you can
was.
tell.
You
can
just
tell
hope.
Like, you know, I beat him down. Oh, I hit the shots. I was able to get it. And then just, sadly, the truth be told, it was just a whiff and a whiff. And now the chance of Carolina Gaming getting back into this one is starting to really disappear away from them. I think that was the opportunity. Camouflage could have been the moment, but Drak shutting him down and now goes on to get a double kill, 39-28.
I feel like Team Slayer is probably one of those game modes that usually open, like, bracket teams struggle with, yeah?
Jackson fighting it along. Does eventually get the kill as well. So 3 go down. Perhaps Pure guilty of not minding their P's and Q's and just running into kills with Carolina Gaming. 10 kills now. What's the difference? Carolina Gaming have in the tank. Do they have a playbook? Is it deep enough to get back to this?
I think the answer is probably no. I just think it's a little bit too much of a gap now, and with the way Pure have been playing, they're pushing together successfully. They've been making sure they shut down any sort of flank that's going to happen to Carolina Gaming. Because they would need to be an incredible game from this point for Carolina.
This is over. This is over. So hanging on board with Complexity versus TLF, I guess. Remember, this is C-Stream action, so we're not going to have any broadcasters. Does look like we've got King of the Hill going on. Already got first point just about ready to be capped for Complexity. Currently in control of TLF. Getting naded out, though.
Enemy team scored. Hill incoming.
Hey, yo, hold on. Is Carolina going to make this interesting?
The call out should be coming from Puro where those one shots are, but they are struggling to find them, but now they
No.
start to find them.
5
Ashok gets the
minutes
pick.
remaining.
It looked like maybe for a second Carolina game was going to make this interesting, but
It's a matter of time now, if not
Yeah,
when, and it is
official.
final foul.
Pure take game number 2.
Enemy about to score.
Oh. Chat, what should we do for lunch? Real question.
Enemy team
Thinking some sheets.
kill incoming.
Don't know if I want to do a burger, chicken sandwich.
Enemy team took the kill.
Shitone. Working that camo, girl.
Enemy about to score.
Have any of our open games been close so far?
Kill incoming. Kill
Or is this just kind of what happens at the start of the day on
enemy team took the hill.
open days? Just thumping after thumping.
Enemy team took the hill.
So TLF is the lethal fox.
Enemy team took the hill.
Have we really seen much difference? Like, it's not like it's... I don't know. I just feel like we haven't seen as much coordination from our open teams. That's really kind of been the difference. But I guess you can kind of understand why, right? Looks like Sentinel Esports about to just roll over Alpha. Currently 3 capping him. Well, shoot, if I had known this. No, I'm just. Well, for real, though. So our Alpha Esports literally haven't been able to get any points. tough for Tins, dog. Game's about out of time over on the other channel here, so we're just gonna stick on this one. Oh, give him that sniper. Oh, you saw that nade? You see him? You see him? Did that just stick? Ooh, he tried it. Yeah, but these games
Halfway to
are not close, man. Go over to Oddball on Pure Carolina.
They're on the map. Damage.
Looks like Carolina's currently leading. Let's go, up by 7.
But now, they do go 3 dead. Just like that, all 3 players who hadn't registered.
High five, very
enemy
nice.
has the ball.
And for Pure, it's just about getting the ball now, getting their setups, and do Carolina Gaming have
Enemy
enough
has the
to
ball.
break them?
Good ball handling from Mortally there, though. He said he was close to a killing spree and he was going to be wanting to drop the balls to try and get some slays, but I think it was important just to not allow Pure to have the ball in a comfortable position over towards tower. Alas, Pure have still gained the ball, or they did, but Mortally's back for a little bit more action here. So rifle in hand, and the ball now back in his control.
Episode 2, Mortally strikes back. We'll see what we can do with it. Eyes trained on the camouflage. Want to get to it.
Enemy has the ball.
Fortunately for him, he does fall over towards the garbage.
Enemy has
Towards
the
the
ball.
area.
Kablamo!
Now in the hands of last shot, camouflage has been scooped up, but was it burned by Jackson? Number of Pure have it in their chest, and there it is. Cherished has it with the Bulldog as well, and that can be a deadly combination in the right hands, and Cherished most certainly is. The right hands. Bulldog gets 1. Continues pushing forward. He has
Hit him with a
all
bump
these
of the
mates
shotty to the body,
all
baby.
3 players in his crosshairs. That means the ball carrier knows.
He's a handsome chap as well, isn't he, Cherished? I asked us on the desk yesterday, what does Cherish bring being added to this team? And I said, chemistry, good vibes, but also dashing good looks. I think sometimes you need that on a team, right? You need someone to be the forefront, the poster boy, as it were. The marketing asset for the squad. And I feel like that's what Cherish really can be moving forward. But he's also very good at the video.
Very good at being very good at naming for the games.
Ball
The
dropped.
accent
Enemy
in
has
the
the
arcade. Without caught a glimpse of structure, unfortunately for him, Cherish challenged him at the worst possible time. 3 dead for Carolina Gaming. Ball in the hand of
Enemy
Tolic
has
once
the
more.
ball.
And that lead is now slowly and gradually building. Carolina Gaming spawning all the way over at Cafe, so they have a very long rotate before they can make this player drop the ball. Jackson has got the opening. Cherish's ball is good for him, nor is it good for Pure, but the help stock rifle is going to the odds. Mortley gets 1 more, so the ball's down, so at least for Carolina Gaming, Pure are not still scoring points right now. Unfortunately,
Hey, yo, Alpha Esports bringing it back over on the other channel. Watch out.
Carolina Gaming have got to get their act together.
Seems like get de-scoped on the silver rifle. Happens to me all the time, and it's so frustrating because it really does throw off the range. But thankfully he had teammates to help him out. It's a good lead though for Pure. And you do have to compare it. I know that there's different map modes that happen, but Pure versus ITB. ITB did take a map off of Pure,
Enemy has
which
the
tells
ball.
us that, you know, there was at least some games that were close. For Carolina Gaming, if they were to get 3-0'd by Pure going into that series against ITB, ITB still are the favourites just from having a close series against Pure indeed. But we've seen it far too many times, I think, with ITB losing 2 squads like Carolina Gaming from the open bracket. So I think Carolina Gaming need to be prepared for that to potentially happen as the seconds are about to tick through, and round 1 is going to go in favour of Pure as they are now just 1 ball round away from taking this series and all but securing their spot in the winners bracket here. Championship
Ball
weekend.
incoming.
Thanks, Dan.
I was going to say championship.
Holy
Sunday.
snaps, chat. Let's go ahead and tune on in over here. I mean, Alpha Esports still has some work to do.
Enemy team scoring.
But they've got a 3 cap. Don't go chasing too hard.
Enemy team.
It's a 6-point game though now. Nice opening from Acid. He should be able to push in with his homie here now. Oh, good wraparound. All right, so Alpha's back to having the advantage. They just took A? Turn around, bro.
Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring.
Yeah, as much as Alpha made this close, chat, I don't think Alpha Game is gonna be able to pull this off. I think they're just gonna get 3-0'd. And remember, Sentinels. And maybe Alpha can beat Cloud9, but even then, I think he's up to finish top 2. So like, you would have to go 2-0 in your next ones. And Rebellion looked really good against Sentinels. So if Sentinels can do this to Alpha, Shopify should be able to do it pretty easily as well.
Enemy team nearing.
You know what I'm saying? We'll keep an eye on the Pure game and see if Pure starts losing control of that, but otherwise I think we just hang on board here. I mean, TLF's only within 4 kills. TLF bringing this thing back. Piggy doing a good job of pushing forward to replace the 2 injured teammates there on the left, but can't find a kill off it. Now has to make sure they don't get found on this back ramp. Still within 2. They've been able to bring this thing back. See if TLF can be the first team, open team to take a map here in Atlanta. That'd be kind of nice. Complexity pretty well maintained that 2-3 though. Okay, hold on. It ain't over yet, chat. 31-32. Hey, surely you heard him, right? You pull it to within 1. You give up 4 straight, 5 straight here now. Complexity opens their lead up to 6. Complexity is feeling confident. You can even just tell by himself, pushes in. I mean, at that point, you know what's coming, but still able to at least get the trade as well.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Oh. All right, it's about done. We're gonna solidify it up here in a second. We'll go ahead and move on over to oddball.
Trades. It's so important. to
See if
get
Carolina
that kill,
Gaming
get
can
that
force a
trade
third
when
round.
You are the last alive, because then it gives your teammates a better chance of taking the fight when they.
And it is something that, you know, the top echelon players do a lot more as well, especially the players who are more often carrying the ball. They're not afraid to take a couple of ticks of damage to alleviate the pressure off their teammates. Take a couple of shots, deal a little bit of damage just to ensure that your teammates have an easier task, because of course, if you're getting pushed, you're the ball carrier, your team are essentially fighting a 4v3, so any help that you can give them.
Ball taken. Ball dropped.
Jared on pink.
Ball taken. Oh, he just got naded out.
Up the pink street. He gets cut away. 2 dead now. Carolina Gaming going to try and play the ball. He's going to die on boards and tires, and he's trying to delay any scoring opportunity that Pure has.
Sadly for him, Cherish has been able to pick up that ball and will continue to score. With Onville going down, it means it's a 3 versus 3 on the map. The grenade onto Torlik means Cherish had to drop that ball, had to take the fight, and it works out alongside last shot. They win the engagement over towards pink, and they'll get ball control here. Also worth noting, the clock, 48 seconds left. So if we do see a couple of deaths coming in when that ball drops to the ground, there is going to be less and less time now for Carolina to get back into this one.
Ball dropped. Enemy has
Cafe
the ball.
just
I mean, even still, I feel like with the
Enemy has
player,
the
ball carrier all the way back towards Tram, he's going to be the first point.
score difference,
If anything,
it's what, 30 seconds, 40 seconds left in the game?
Clamber behind the ball, trying to pinch.
I mean, it's basically mathematically impossible.
Stick grenade to his face as well. So 3 go down for Carolina Gaming, and that is
Now
possibly
officially.
turning the series down.
Yeah, this might be it. Mortally is still alive. Well, was still alive, so now it's just going to be common. 10 seconds required here, and Carolina Gaming is spawning quite far away.
Thought going to continue to hold the ball. Not even going to have any pressure applied. Pure will get the clean.
GG's,
clean
Pure
on-ball victory as
sweeps
well,
their
2
first
rounds to
map.
0. Absolutely dominant,
Woo!
and Pure.
It's got to be tough for open teams to have a full day, because I'm sure they were down. I mean, I'm sure playing hella rounds yesterday, right, through open bracket. And he had to change the pace. I would imagine the pace of play changes quite a bit moving up into this portion of the day.
Well, that's all we've got time for.
You know what I
now,
mean?
But stay tuned, stay locked.
And then
This
you've
is
got
a series
3
coming very, very
matches
shortly.
back to back to back against pros. That's brutal. That is brutal. All right, chat, keep in mind, this is what our schedule's looking like as far as for today. We just got wrapped up with group stage number, or sorry, we just got done with the 10:30 group stage here. So up next, we're going to have Native versus Space Station Gaming, which could be good. I was kind of expecting more out of Native against Quadrant, though, and Quadrant did lose the Space Station. Carolina Gaming, Optic, FaZe Clan, Lethal Fox, and Shopify Rebellion versus Alpha Esports. What I'll probably do is after that round of games, whenever like the mainstream gets back for Bittersweet versus Native to do like the matchup portion, is when I'll go do my food. I'll just go walk there real quick. It's like literally right around the corner. So still 2 more rounds of the multi-screen, and then I do believe we're down to just the 1 stream after that. At the 3:30 mark. But yeah, I would say games thus far, a little underwhelming. Chat, I need to find me like a good like stand sit stool, bro. Like, I know there are some of those that are like they have like the wobbly bases or whatever that are supposed to be like ergonomic or whatever. That way, like if I want to lean back on it, I can. Versus like the ones that you just dead ass sit on.
Gamers, with the continuation of game number 2, you're going to notice at the bottom middle of your screen, the score is looking a little wonky. This is a continuation, so we're 20-10. The game actually started 19-7 in Quadrant's favor.
Yeah, Quadrant starting off like this is going to be good for them, of course. And not only do they start off with that score in their favor, they start off with a shot.
I gotta say, it's
rifle
not
and a
necessarily a
camo
great
as
look for
well.
them that they
We'll
keep
see how
having
he's gonna
these
do that. He's gonna get the shot onto Barcode.
technical
He
difficulties.
can hit shots with it, I promise you that. It's perfect shots from across the map with the shock. And
Especially
now,
'cause it seems
turn
like
this
server
into a
stability
flank. Tapping
seems
buttons
to be
having
a,
no idea there's a ghost
hot topic
behind
at the
them.
moment.
Glories from one shock shot into a flank. Native have no idea where he's coming from, but they're gonna find out the hard way. Glories single-handedly dissecting the entire Native gaming roster.
The young guns starting off 5-0 thus far. I mean, this is just beautiful out of Glories. I love the way he took his shots with patience, right? Made sure that enemy was standing still, made sure to hit that perfect, and now we're looking at a 30-12 score in favor of Quadrant.
Patience, not just a key, not just a virtue, but a weapon.
Oh,
that Glory
man.
uses perfectly, but with no more shock ammo to work with, he switches to the commando and gets right back to work. He gets taken out, does Glory. This is Native's opportunity to gain some ground.
And Tony, that commando skin's pretty cool looking. It's really nice. I'm gonna have to get myself that. But regardless, it's now Gil.
Bro,
on your
Native's
screen.
already
Watch this
doubled
man
up in
for
this, man.
Years, obviously, in multiple Halo titles, he's always been that player that is the X factor to a team. I think his individual skills.
That's tougher
is
since,
incredible.
bros.
He finds himself on this Native roster trying to make some sort of an impact, and that impact turns into a trade for him.
Yeah, decent damage. Makes one player one shot, takes down the other. It's the most you can ask for here. The Fallen Fisher down by 20 kills are Native Gaming. As of right now, we switch over to Snipe Drone, who's flying an SLG, got himself a camo.
That's another camo for Quadrant. I think that's what we've seen, and that's been the storyline throughout this entire series is Quadrant are just controlling the power-ups, and not only that, the power weapons as well. Look at the patience here out of SLG. Gets one and plays his life, Tony. Masterful play out of SLG.
The sneaky play being right in plain sight, but with that camouflage, navigates that perfectly, does SLG, and takes height in order to get Native and Guilty out of that S4
Able to
positioning.
stay alive.
No player can stay alive on Native.
I absolutely love the patience with those 3 shots, right? So many players rush the beat down. Even that player on Native did, but SLG makes sure to hit those 3 shots consecutively to get that clean beat down and win that timing.
It's a continuation is game number 2, and so far APG struggling. This one hasn't found a single kill yet. 3 assists isn't going to be enough when Native are down by this level of a deficit. It's 41-23. Native have control for now.
Not gonna lie, man. I spent a lot this morning getting pretty excited, thinking that we might see a nice run from Native Gaming when I saw the roster.
Region has been into NA for multiple teams, including
It's a little
EG
disheartening.
and Halo 5, and now finds himself on Native, but Glory doesn't want to hear any of that history. He just wants to hit shots with this shock rifle. 6 kills, and Quadrant will close out this game number 2.
Camo is going at the moment here, but Glory still has that snipe, and we know what he can do with it. The last time he had it, Native ended up getting blown out a bit, and this is how the lead really started. And now with the shock, he can use it to finish off this game here, as Native have no idea.
Wow.
He's behind them once again. Another amazing flank and shot combo out of Glory.
Yeah, I mean, the shots, the routes that Quadrant are taking, the damage that's being output, it's just too much for Native to handle.
2 more kills needed here for Quadrant. Will it be Sika? Multiple members are weak over towards the Native Gaming roster, but Quadrant aren't dropping left and right here. It's Glory that gets the kill onto Guilty, bringing them within 1. Camouflage is coming up, but I don't know if Quadrant even needed, because Sika's working onto Barcode and chases him away.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage going out, but unfortunately, none of it's getting cleaned up. Native Gaming are starting to come on a bit of a comeback here, but it's a little bit too late, and it might be too late right there as the last kill comes out.
All right.
Quadrant gonna win game number 2.
Phew.
Team scoring.
All right, let's see if TLF can keep their series going at least. Something tells me TLF ain't win this, chat. I'm gonna be honest with you guys.
Enemy team score. Enemy halfway to victory.
Is this what we're in for the next couple hours? Because if I can be honest, I'd rather not. You know what I'm saying? Be real. Yeah, we might just have to figure out something else that we can do on the side, man. I don't know, or I'm gonna be back at bracket start. The other option. So I could go get a video done in between now and then. You know what I'm saying?
Enemy team score.
This is just a massacre. I think this is the last game too, right? Like all the other ones are done with round 1. I think that sounds right because I think this is the last one that started.
Enemy team scoring.
Oh man.
Enemy team nearing victory.
He's just going for clips at this point. He's like, you know what? We're fine. Oh, Quadrant Native Gaming still have their game 3. Okay. We'll go tune into that because
For Snipe Drone in this
Oh.
series.
He's been the man. I keep saying he's been the baddest man in the EU, and we are seeing it right here, right now. But we're also seeing some life coming out of Native Gaming. A quick 3 down for Quadrant, making a full squad wipe. Native hop right on those strongholds, wasting no time whatsoever.
Okay, I mean, as a caster, you love to see this, especially when the series 2-0. You love to see a little bit of life, like you greatly mentioned, and a little bit of control on the map as well. They've got this B-side lockdown. They forced the
All right,
scrums
let's
on
go,
A.
Native. This is
Now
where we
comes
turn it
to see if
around. For the
Quadrant can break
content,
this
baby.
setup, but they go 2 down.
Gilka was making a play over towards Alpha, trying to get that trip cap, but it's not going to happen. The reset is in, and so is APG and Tapping Buns, holding the line right now as Quadrant still looking for their second strongholds. Nades are being dropped down, but somehow APG survives and lives to hold down the green side.
I mean, he's a world champ for a reason, a veteran play right there to stay alive on that B side and make sure that he's that anchor position. Unfortunately, he goes down, and that's because Quadrant understand the importance of APG's position in that play.
56-27 lead in favor of Quadrant. Now they're once again scoring. Charlie and Bravo being locked down in the same way that Native held on to that double cap. Quadrant have an opportunity to do the same. First kill goes towards Native Gaming. Quantum Translocator is stolen as well.
Okay, this is great by Native, right? Again, it's Quadrant who have the setup now, flipped on its head, and Native break, and they killed 2 on the side of Quadrant. This will give them potentially B here, but B still being capped. Finally, it gets reset, but look how quickly Sika rotates towards that A side to continue having Quadrant score.
I think on the kill feed, I just saw a bit of a mind the gap. Glory sends Gilky flying off of the map with that repulse, and Sika, because of it, ends up back here towards the green side and behind enemy lines. eventually called out and dealt with, but Quadrant still have a man advantage. Will they get a stronghold here?
You got to see these individual fights being won. Barcode barely loses that one, but that's kind of been the story in this series thus far. Quadrant individually winning those fights, but also, once again, controlling the power-ups.
Glory may have camo. Native, they've eaten away at this lead so far, but they're about to lose Charlie. An unorthodox alpha Charlie set up for
I had to
Quadrant,
open
ends
up the
going
first
to a
energy
beat down,
drink
and
here,
now
champ.
Native, read down, no strongholds, that doesn't add up.
Yeah, it doesn't add up at all. They're not capitalizing on those kills. They're not having that objective efficiency.
He's rushing
And
real
Glory's
quick,
with this sniper gonna make A difficult to take here. Finally, they do take him down. Sniper's gonna end up going down. That'll be 3 dead for Native Gaming though, so Quadrant are gonna have a bit of control off that.
It was hard fought. They eventually get Alpha, but now losing Bravo, not exactly what you want to see from Native Gaming, currently down in score, and Quadrant once again scoring.
This is a big pick by APG. He needs to hit this shot with the sniper right here. You see the defense on the back of B. You see it on Nest Bridge as well. This kill will open up everything. Can he get it?
Glory surviving for now, but APG knows he's there, and a bit of Halo timing right there as APG backs down over toward the bottom mid side, and they're looking for an avenue to play with our Native Gaming, and Quadrant about to put another trip cap on the board.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of great bait and switches out of Native Gaming. I'm starting to see the chemistry build up here for this roster, but at the same time, they end up going 3 down. So even with those bait and switches, the individual skill, maybe the damage output, not there for Native.
Well, those who navigate the map together sometimes die together. And at Quadrant, they were ready for them right there, baiting them out, trapping them. Native with the answer back, though. Alpha and Bravo, 61 points, but still down by quite a bit. Native have to show something. Back-to-back kills, that might be what the doctor ordered.
I really like this out of Native. We're talking about Quadrant, one of the best strongholds teams in the HCS. I know they've got a bit of roster changes, but they're still considered one of the best. Native are contending, in a sense, with this Quadrant roster in this map number 3, and being down 0-2, you love to see the resilience out of Native Gaming.
Quadrant once again leading the Slays, though, and because of that, Snipe Drone ends up right in the Bravo side. Charlie already belongs to them. Quadrant scoring once again. Camouflage is coming up. Quadrant already having 2 bases. How do they navigate defense while going for camo? But they just lost it.
That camo is so important for Native to pick up, but Quadrant had just had control of it this entire series, Tony. And you talked about the Slays. Currently, Quadrant are leading 38-30, so still in the Slays category, Native not able to really pull anything off.
We've seen moments from Native, and we've seen that so much throughout this tournament. We've seen moments of greatness, but haven't been able to put it together. And Native are the ones who could get swept right here, right now. Something has to change as Quadrant continue to hold Alpha and Bravo this time, and Native Gaming stuck over toward the Charlie side. SLG's gonna be pushed up towards Nest, and the damage rains down. Native, where are you?
I love this by SLG, right? You know he's that anchor position. You know he's on the B side, but he pushes up to get control of C. It's a bit harder to get the triple cap on the live fire just because of how the spawns work, but it's still Quadrant putting a lot of pressure onto Native Gaming.
100-point advantage here for Quadrant, and SLG just doing max damage here from the Nest side. Finally, Native Gaming are able to take him down, but is it enough here as Yoki falls himself?
I see something a bit different this time. It was 3 down for Quadrant, and Native directly go to B. This is good, and now APG's got this snipe. If he can stay alive and start to get a couple picks here, we could see something different, but once again, Quadrant are on top of making sure he goes down, and they've got the power weapons in their hands.
Seek of being aggressive with the sniper. This is what you want to see. Quadrant aggressive towards the Alpha side. This is what they want to see. Native Gaming still falling their lead, or never had it. They never had control. Quadrant keep getting kill after kill.
4 down for Native Gaming. I mean, Quadrant are in full control, and now they lock in that triple cap. Tony, this is a vice that's going to be difficult to get out of. As you see APG spawning on the Brutes, it's going to be staggered spawns throughout.
The lead grows for Quadrant. Gyoki has made it towards the Nest side. This is what you want to see, but now it's Sika hitting
This is
that
the problem
snipe,
with this
the
map, right? Like,
necessary
especially
one,
once
and
you
right
get
through the mid he goes. Native Gaming way
triple
have
capped,
Charlie, but they
is
don't
you could
have
really get
much
fucked
else.
on spawns.
In fact,
And that's
Barco
kind of what
doesn't even have his head
Quadrant's
after that snipe.
punishing right now.
Beautiful. I mean, it's a great job.
I should say
by
kind
Native
of
Gaming
is.
to
It
try and
is what
capitalize
Quadrant's punishing
on
right
that
now.
AB setup, but they're not able to, and Quadrant take control once again.
The final seconds are coming in, and Native have to full-on push over toward the Bravo side. There's nowhere to go. They're able to take it, but look how Quadrant are able to out-rotate him and play Charlie. It is a full-on rotation that is happening right now, and Eventually, the win comes in. That's 250 to 94. Quadrant pull off the sweep. Native Gaming going to have a tough road to try to make it into championship bracket.
It felt like you had to start with a dub here if you were going to try and get into the championship bracket, right? Because SSG is going to be tough for them, and that's who they play next. Or I guess even if you really wanted to, right? Like you could have at least kept it close and been like, hey, we fixed a few things going in the SSG, we win that. You know, we're still all right. I wish we had at least one of them going. I do like at least if the brackets don't like overlap on the different channels. So like if we have a couple of sweeps, whereas where we have, like have one that goes like 5, which I don't know if that's gonna happen. But something tells me, I think especially with the way, again, let's look at the games that we got today. You feel like for Native, Quadrant was probably your best chance of at least starting off with a good, I mean, unless they would have started off with Bittersweet. But, you know, but if you started off with Quadrant, that should have been your best chance of advancing past pool play if you get a dub. Probably save the same for Carolina Gaming. Do they start against the 1-1 team in all of them? It looks like so, right? Yeah, they all played the 1-1 team. So never mind. The point I was about to make is across all the board on all of them. And so especially because all of them lost in sweeps too, right? Like all of them were 3-0s. I don't know, probably gonna be a minute until we got anything up though, unfortunately. Because we gotta get 100% turnover through. Well, I guess only it's one team, right? Because it's the open bracket team. You would assume staying on the same side of the stage as well, or whatever setups they're on. You know, it would be kind of lit if you had it set up where each station could technically have 3 teams. So one team could be getting set up ahead of time. But, you know, understandably, a lot more money across, especially 4 stations, right? Oh man, oh man. Alright, it's official, chat. We're cracking the first one open at noon. Well, 11:47. All right, Optic Gaming versus Carolina
Carolina
Gaming.
Gaming coming from the open bracket against Optic Gaming. It's clutch here, won by Dave Walsh, and Interference Stronghold's the name of the game for game 1 in this series. Hopping on board with Formal to kick this one off. He's made his way top white. He's actually going to try to push Mortally, get that first kill. And Optic Gaming already getting the better of Carolina Gaming here off the opening break.
Yeah, and we did see that they got more kills, but we did see Stronghold in favor of Carolina, so at least got some points on the board off the rip. But this one can be very snowbally, especially when you see Overshield in the hands of Dead Zone.
This is the first time
You've
we've seen this
Optic
map,
Gaming
right?
Basically complete map control. They haven't pushed the trip cap yet, but you can almost guarantee the Dead Zone with that.
I'm pretty
Overshield.
sure across
You can see
the
him from Formal's point of view, ahead of the team right now.
games
creating some
played so
space.
far, not just
Here
today,
come
but
Optic
yesterday. Like, I don't think
Gaming.
we've seen this map
Two
at all.
go down for Carolina. Make it 3 go down. They're going to flip the map, so Carolina will spawn bunker, but immediately Optic Gaming jumping into C will be able to continue control of B and C as well.
Reasonable trades there by Carolina Gaming, though. I believe I saw Envor making a Herculean, taking out Dead Zone with a sticky grenade.
I feel like the game audio is still louder than I'd like it,
But
but
the damage has been done.
what you gonna do?
Spawn over in bunker. How is Carolina Gaming gonna break out there? And they're making the push over into Hall.
Yeah, they got a few kills to work with here, and that's big. Coming off that spawn, they immediately hit that barrel side of the map. They were able to find a couple of kills, and now it looks like they're going to be able to at least get A and C. This B stronghold, however, still being held down by Formal as he gets taken down by Yaxon here. That big kill can allow Carolina to continue map control. You can see they flipped the map now. Optic spawning in bunker, a killing spree for Yaxon, and he's a young player on the scene that's been grinding matchmaking. This is his first, probably biggest opportunity to team with players that have been around the scene for a while. On board, Mortally, Common, Yaxon proving that the young gun has some skill to him as he's on a killing spree right now against Optic Gaming, and now Carolina are actually in control of BNC and continuing to score.
Yeah, I feel like, too, when I think of a lot of these names in Carolina Gaming, like Mortally, Envor, Common, like, I don't foresee them just giving an opportunity to anyone. You either need to have been proven in a big name already, or you've had to prove it with your skill, and so they must have clearly been impressed. And pulling off a killing spree against Optic Gaming is doing some work here for this Carolina Gaming squad.
Yeah, still a lot of work to be done because right now the
Recap,
trip cap in
though.
effect for Optic Gaming ever since that killing spree has been all Optic Gaming in the kill feed. And now with this trip cap in hand, Dave, you noted how snowbally this map can get. How long can Optic Gaming keep this triple kills? Couple down now for Optic Gaming, so a good job by Carolina to get a few kills. They are going to be able to transfer over B, but this AC hold still for Optic is going to be strong. Respawners are going to be able to defend some of these. Lucid under a lot of pressure here bottom of the tower. Has a guy jumping up top window. It's Jackson, gets into no shield, but Lucid jiggles his life, gets his shield back, and that is a perfect play from Lucid to continue A control at the very least. And now Optic are jumping in B as well.
One thing I also really like about that jiggle there with Lucid is, yes, at any moment he could have committed, jumped out, and committed to the fight.
That's what I would have
But
done.
for the most part, he's just buying time and attention. He's just ever so slightly showing his leg, just shooting some shots, making sure Jackson's sight does not look at his teammate until his teammate gets the kill, and then he reveals himself.
Yeah, he's keeping the information and also the attention of players as he's playing his life in order to buy time for the team to get there, find that easy kill. And because of that, he creates so much space for his team. Overshield's going to be coming up in 20 seconds. Optic now over 100 points. An AC hold for them as well. They get a couple of kills. They're going to be able to push this trip cap once again. And this is where the game could get ugly. 3 go down for Carolina Gaming. The 4th player is going to be Mortally back.
Wow.
Carbine and Dead Zone makes slight work of him with Overshield coming up. Carolina have a lot
I
of
might
work
need
to
to
do
go
if they
get
wanna
lunch
be able
sooner
to
than
defend.
later, chat.
Yeah, I love that finishing headshot there from
Mostly just 'cause I'm hungry,
off of that
man.
platform. I've gotten in that fight many a time, knowing where that head
What do I
space
want?
is going to be when somebody's jumping, and there's going to be a second Overshield, a perfect kill, a killing spree. Why not make it a triple kill for Dead Zone, doing everything? First kill.
Wow. Kicking his Saturday off the right way.
Wow.
Dead Zone finds himself an over. 13, 5, and 4 to kick this one off. And I mean, he's still going to work. And look at the score, Dave. Up over 100 points now.
Also, I just had to look over the bottom right. He only had 10 volts of bandit. So how often do you think you have to deliberately go out of your way to pick up bandit ammo, not just accidentally even running over it across someone's body?
Yeah, he hadn't walked over an enemy's body throughout that spree. He's starting to heat up for Optic Gaming, a player that they need to have a strong Saturday if they want to go through the winner's bracket. And you know everybody wants that advantage in the grand finals. Optic having been there twice now, but not having that advantage has really hurt them throughout this season. So they know how important this Saturday is going to be for them. Dead Zone leading by example.
What do I
right now.
want?
BNC in control of Optic still, 153 points to their name, and Common can't quite transfer over B before he gets bombarded with nades. And now look at the rest. Cannon fodder, Carolina Gaming right now. Optic have put them in the trap once again.
Yeah, fish in a barrel down there. You can just see when it comes to individual skill-wise, you do see a lot of moments and top plays there from these members of Carolina Gaming. When it comes to overall macro play and team positioning, you just notice that 2 players there at Engine 1, you can't really do much there. It's okay to have that second person go down, but they didn't really have any options. Lucid was up in bunker.
I wonder how the chicken wings are from Sheets.
Over
Anybody
in
know?
Connector. There's just not many.
I feel like I've
great
never
spots.
really seen anybody
When you
getting
make a
anything
mistake
there.
like that, Optic will punish you with the best of them. Carolina have not been able to get off their spawn since, and now the lead up 200 points just about to 39. Carolina scrapping into A, able to at least get out of this trip tap situation. But this game nearly over. 3 down again for Carolina. The spawns continue to just get collapsed on over and over. Optic Gaming continuing to swarm. And Dead Zone was a clear lead in the Slayers just a minute ago, and the rest of Optic Gaming look like they've caught up with Dead Zone. Formal up to 14, Trippy and Lucid back to 12. Everyone's starting to heat up.
And look at this. Jackson
team nearing
just
victory.
over at the bunker stairs and drawing 2 players still over there. Shows how much control that Optic have across the map, but Jackson's still playing that right, because generally if you're drawing so many players over in this corner of the map, it should relieve some pressure across the map for teammates to get out, but it's too little too late. 249, and that's going to be 250 on the board for Optic
right.
Gaming. A dominating game.
Jeez Louise. All right, Shopify Rebellion versus Alpha Esports.
Enemy team score.
Alpha Esports. Oh. My bad. My bad, my bad, my bad. For Shopify went 2-0 yesterday. They 3-0'd Cloud9, but came back in every game. That's something to keep in mind, especially right now with the fact that they're down to Alpha Esports. And they literally came back in every game they played yesterday.
Enemy team.
Well, against Cloud9 anyways. I don't know if it was the same way. I can't remember if it was the same way against Sentinels. I don't think so. But I definitely remember that trend as far as in the series against Cloud9. Like, literally, Cloud9 took the lead in every game.
Enemy team score. Enemy team score.
Looks like Shopify is slowly starting to bring it back here. Although, hold a second. Psycho's trying to finish up this fight today, able to get the point at least. Although C is getting capped in return. What does it play up to? 10 minutes? Nah, can't be.
Enemy team scoring.
I do feel like we see this one play out pretty well every time, yeah?
Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring.
Yep.
Enemy way to victory.
Although this could be trouble, chat. Like, for real? The way I hit legs today? Hold on, let me fix my camera. But for real, the way I hit my legs today? We can be in some trouble.
Enemy team scoring.
My quads are not a fan of me right now. Alpha's still up, and they were able to build up their lead a little bit more. Currently 50 points, but Shopify Rebellion cutting into that. I feel like there's got to be a better way to do it than this.
Enemy team scoring.
Because like the 0 and 2 teams basically are out of it by the time they play, right?
Enemy team scoring.
Oh, it's a 12-team championship bracket, so they're literally just playing for seeding. Why was I thinking it was an 8-team bracket? So then do they still run
Scoring.
all 4 channels for the first part of it then?
Enemy team scoring.
All right, we're not gonna get ahead of ourselves yet and worry about the Optic Carolina game. We're gonna hang on board here.
Enemy team scoring.
I mean, Alpha, like, they gain a little bit and then they, like, lose it back, man. It's 15-point lead now and it's depreciating. Yeah, I think Shopify is going to do to them probably what they did to Cloud9 a bit, eh? Just come back here at the end when it matters the most. Yeah. Looking for the triple cap. Oh, well, hello. He just dropped down. He's like, hey, you know what? I'll take this back smack.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Soul Snipe's been reckless up here. All right, let's see if we've got. And bro, I mean, game's already kind of getting out of control already
Having a
too.
Phenomenal day yesterday, going 2-0 in the pools. Looking to go 3-0 in the pools and close this series out here in 3 games. Game 2 is looking great for them, up 11, make it 12 now.
Carolina get back into this. They're going to need to get this camo. We do see 3 fall for optics. So the very first time, I would almost say, in this entire series thus far. Carolina should have some real control. They have some real weapons. Did they secure that camo? I would hope to see that in a moment. But I do see Mortally got picked off by a grenade. And sometimes when that camo time's coming up, you know grenades are flying over near ATMs. So that could have been Mortally with a camo getting picked off. I'm not certain, though.
Yeah, if they did get camo, everyone on their team has gone down since. So that camo is negated, that power curve, not an opportunity for Carolina to try and get back into this. They had the red gun and the shotgun. Common wasn't really able to manifest too much with it. I believe he just traded with Trippy, and that you need to find more success.
Damn, we're already through
when
that
you have
almost half
control of
gallon
power
since
weapons,
getting out of the gym.
especially on a map like Streets, especially when you find yourself down 10 kills. Nothing it feels like Carolina can do right now to make up that difference. They do pick up a kill first, and this pressure on the dead zone is going to be heavy. He should be going down here shortly, but he's going to actually play this near corner in the courtyard as the rest of Optic Gaming look over him. Dead zone's actually still alive and a problem on the map, and now he turns back. Can't quite get the kill on Immortally. Good job on Immortally to patiently
Absolutely
shit
shit-tone.
come to him, but
Oh.
now look at this situation. They find themselves all trapped in PD. Optic getting all the kills. Lucid even finding a way to win that fight at 13-7-7. Lucid is starting to pick it up as well.
Yeah, the biggest difference you see at this, as you go through the different stages of these top teams and top pros, is how much opportunity time they're buying for their teammates. You saw Dead Zone right there. Dead Zone, sure, could have maybe challenged that fight and had a 10% chance of potentially turning that fight and winning that in PD.
Well, Optic Gaming going to win this one pretty soundly too, at least by 10 kills. Moving up to 2-0 versus Carolina Gaming.
To help finish off that fight in PD.
I think that's such a good point because I think that's what high-level Halo impact.
Welcome back, everybody, and a little bit of casting action to get the day going here. And what a game we've got, right? We're going to see Space Station Gaming on for the first time on the broadcast, going up against Native Gaming to close out the pool play. SSG obviously top of the pool at the moment. We get to drop a series for Native Gaming. This is a big one, though.
Yeah, welcome along for day 2. Onset and I's first time in the booth here. Excited for not just this match, but many, many more matches to come for the rest of the weekend. We hope you're having a great HCS Atlanta so far. We're kicking things off here for us in the booth with more Space Station Gaming. We've had the pleasure of taking a look at a few of their matches, actually 2 of them yesterday. And the team looks good, and it's safe to say, Mark, right now, this is a different-looking SSG. They're going to look to carry that momentum into not just this series, but into bracket play as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a big, big day for SSG and a lot of our top teams today, so make sure that you're locked in for everything that Atlanta has to offer. And you have to say this is a huge series for APG and Native Gaming as well. We just saw them a little bit earlier go up against Quadrant, weren't able to get any games on the board there, and looked to struggle a little bit against the
All right,
team
we need
who
APG
gave
and
SSG
Gilky
a
to
bit
start
of a,
popping the
I would
fuck
say, a
off for
battle
Native. Let's
in
get
the
it.
series that we saw at the broadcast, but ultimately came up short. So for SSG, this is just about getting the job done.
Yeah, we'll see what Native Gaming can do. Once again, quite an international squad on this roster with the addition of Tapping. Barcode, of course, becoming pretty much a household name during his rise, but I think Barco, it's been quiet, right? In the past few events, of course, also had some trouble getting to certain events. So I think Barco looking for a big kind of resurgence back to the scene for his story. Of course, tapping buttons now alongside veteran players in APG, as well as Gilkian. Going to look to remind everyone why he's one of the most talked about as well.
Well, early on here, the scoring has been heavily in the favor of Space Station Gaming. No surprise to see that when you do get an element of control that Eco certainly doesn't have right now. By the way, that player count that we just saw from Eco was the perfect reaction to exactly what happened. Heartbreak, sadness combined into one awful breakfast roll. Anyway, it's going to be Native Gaming who finally looks to get control of B. And control of B is such an important thing to have. It gives you that pivot to work around with A and C.
Gilkey trying to make something happen at Nest. Legend looks like he's cleaned up the work in basement to now flip the A and C hold. For the moment, they will continue scoring at the 38 mark, and now
It almost sounds like the power down sound from Star Wars.
Right now, very good continued control from the side of Space Station Gaming.
Or like when they're like on the Death Star, like in the old Star Wars, maybe power up sound, maybe.
So finally he finds a target to try and take out. APG shouldn't be too long for this world, as he will be taken down eventually thanks to Eco. And look at this, I mean, he's still got a quarter of the overshield and hasn't really had an individual battle until now that he wins against Barco. This is just ruthless coming in from SSG. We know how difficult this game type is to get out of a trap once you find yourself 4 dead, and SSG are taking no prisoners right now.
With the AC hold, you had a feeling the trip gap was coming, and like you said, really well done there from Legend. I also love specifically while we have a second, because this game's getting out of hand quick. Love what I see from Legend there, where he pre-nades bottom Nest, and instead of focusing on it, he just checks right back car as well, and knows that he has the not just the time, but the overshield as well to play with, and then he uses that to still easily take out Barcode on E2. So it's just really efficient overshield use as well to make sure they continue scoring now, 117-7.
It's a great example of why you see players like Legend with high damage stats as well. A lot of times you see people at home going, how's this guy got so much damage in the game? It's because they're not locked onto one target at all times. It's whoever is the priority target. If they can do damage while they're turning back to their original target, then all the better, right? And it's a great example of that coming in from Legend. A is going to be reset here, thanks to the help from Stella onto Eco to keep him alive, and also, of course, to reset that stronghold. And we're going to see A and B now, the two.
Bro, Native's got 8 points. What's going on, bro?
Slays are like out of hand for them. Tappin's having a little bit of a slow one. It's just this continual pressure from SSG after these spawns, like we're seeing from Stella. It's just stifling them at the moment.
I agree. It's actually, to me, more impressive that Native has as many do, yet Space Station is leading this much on the Space Station side, because it shows just how efficient they're being with which kills they're selecting to maintain their control. Seller with an overshield again, still has a little bit to play with. We'll be able to get 2, might even come back.
All right, this is getting out of control. Let's go watch Shopify versus Alpha Dogs. Or Alpha Dogs. Alpha Esports. Alpha Dogs. Looks like we got Slayer on streets over here. The ones where we have like just feed are sometimes like almost eerie. I'm not gonna lie. He almost spotted Camo, but I think he ended up killing Camo, right? Getting help, getting assist. Oh my goodness, he's mental. Nice job working together here. Mental's winning his ones too. Just when you think, though. Just when you start to think.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Other games going on. Oh, we're over here on the whatever the new
Play mentality
iteration of the
here.
pit's called.
He drops that flag. He looks to get some kills, and doesn't look like Optic have too much priority.
It's my
on getting
fave.
this
It really
flag.
is.
They're gonna have to
Always
get
been my.
another kill onto onboard to try and run this one onboard now. Trying to push on the dead zone, but dead zone has been a problem for Carolina Gaming this entire series, and that kill should continue this flag on the move as they can get this last kill in the Mauler. As Formal has his eyes set on the prize, Jackson under a lot of pressure with Trippy and Formal now still in control, and Trippy's got that flag in hand as well.
A full setup here where you just have top tower, 2 people over at Needler. There's really not much they can do. Common and Envor pushing on through, but Optic, they know how to react to this. Looks like Formal being
Nice.
Envor also going down. Jackson, one of the only ones that's going to really be able to stop here, and Formal's going to run that flag.
Good nade.
Nice grenade by Jackson, though.
Good grenade, but it's not enough. Still 2 down on the side of Carolina. Rockets were coming up, and I believe Optic Gaming were able to get a player into the green. It was Lucid who's able to then put those rockets.
So
to
Optic's
use
about to be
already.
going
Envor
up
gets taken
and
down.
sweeping
Looks like
Carolina
Trippy's still
Gaming.
top their tower. Optic Gaming playing.
I mean, Alpha's keeping it close over here. Just when you think that they're like donezo. Within 3. An AR in MLG. Who would have thought? Not me back in the day, that's for damn sure. Oh yeah, I gotta stand up, y'all. I can't be doing this sitting down stuff for too long.
Enemy team nearing victory. Remaining.
5 minutes remaining. So who does that mean we got in our last games? We got FaZe on the main, or not on the main channel. We'll have FaZe. Oh, FaZe should be on right now. Yeah, FaZe is right here. FaZe just started. Yeah, I think this is over. I'm switching over here. That way I can go pee, chat.
Enemy team score. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring.
So some of our second round games are already wrapping up, while this is just starting over here. Well, I guess Native and Space Station Gaming are...
Turn from kills to that camo coming back on the map.
A lot of presence here on driveway. You got 3 players around Commando and bottom C, but Legend is going to just tiptoe in between all of them. Maybe gets the help as well from Bound. Ego comes in, and it is a perfectly timed, perfectly coordinated push. One last player here on the B stairs. I think they know about him. They do. That will essentially be a staggered 4 dead. Gilkey's one of your first spawners here on the spikes, but that exchange of play will now get a 4-kill lead for Space Station. Perfectly executed there.
Yeah, that's baiting and switching at its best, right? Just look at the damage output. Look at the importance of recognizing what player had to stay alive for SSG. If we can keep Legend alive, then we're going to be able to come back and he's going to be able to deal more damage and clean up some kills. But for now, he's going to check his corners. APG moved corners. And Legend should now clean up this kill. Gets a second as well. Barcode, no shields whatsoever, and has his head removed by that bandit rifle.
3 dead. Native, though, keeping this close. Keep in mind, that was just a back-to-back 3 dead and followed by a 4 dead, and still the game is within 5. So a pretty big deal, the fact that Native managed to trade. Speaking of trades, no trade for Gilkey there. Good shots from Legend. Should be a clean camo grab for Stellar, and they're going to look to extend their lead.
Really good, just genuine piece of teamwork there, right? Incredible shots early on from Legend to create the opening. Then the Shroud goes down. The process is going to be followed to make sure that they secure that camo. And now Stellar's just trying to make sure he stays alive with it. And one thing I love about watching Stellar gameplay is he's always risk adverse, right? A lot of players might have thought, oh, I'm going to die here. Let me try and get some damage down. But he's thinking, I've got camo. I need to make the most out of this. I need to extend my life and get some more kills. But
Playing
unfortunately,
smart.
he walks into the trap, and it's going to be the camo that's
Still up
taken
by
care
4.
of, as SSG will still have a lead as Native Gaming take the camo out, but not without taking some damage themselves.
Yeah, Tapping and Gilkey do really well there to shut down that driveway push. There was actually 2 guns on Stellar. It looked like maybe from the first POV that he might have been outshot in the end, though it was Tapping from top C that helped out with that battle. Game getting a little bit more distant here, though, for Native Gaming. Now find themselves down by 7. Make that 632 to 26. But as you said, really surprising that Stellar stays alive there with the camo. It's a really good play, but also maybe a little bit of lack of communication. They had a player on B stairs as he was shooting garbage. Really should have been a little bit more comms there of where that player was to try to shut down the camo. Instead, it's led to a sizable lead, but Native Gaming claw their way back. They keep the game within 2.
Yeah, that was a 4 dead followed by a 2 dead. So they really are starting to cycle SSG here, and if they can avoid getting traded out a few times, then that lead is going to disappear extremely quickly. And that's exactly where we find ourselves now. It's a 1-kill difference between these 2 teams, and this has been quite the comeback from Native Gaming.
I mean, this is incredible. Down by 7 moments ago. It feels like less than 90 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Down by 7 kills, and then now only find themselves down by 1. It's a really impressive series of events and swing of play coming in here for Native Gaming as they look to tie the series up. Only down by 2.
Gilkey went on a little bit of a run there, but if you look at his overall stat line, you can see he was probably struggling a little bit before that as he sits at 6 and 12 after that run is complete. Speaking of running, it's what Stellar's going to be doing right now because he's got that camo in his hands and somehow manages to, let's calculate the exact amount of splash damage you take from that nade. Stayed alive for a little bit with the camo, but finally will be taken out. But now you're seeing Native Gaming collapse. It's a 4 dead for SSG, and you're seeing the lead flip back over to Native Gaming.
For the first time here, Native Gaming will lead in the Slayer, and I think if people had put their bets down 2 or 3 minutes ago, you would not have thought we'd end up here 37-36 Native Gaming now in
Come
the
on,
lead.
Native. This is where you gotta bring things back. If you can bring it back against Space Station Gaming,
Stuck him just for good measure as well. It's 3 dead. It might even be 4 as APG wins
Big
a
win.
big 1v1 against Legend. That was 4 dead for SSG, and they're going to be
Come on,
squad
boys.
all together somewhere, and Native can collapse.
Up 3.
Very, very big win there for APG. APG fans going to like what they just saw on screen. That keeps the game now within 4. Things would have been very different if Legend wins that battle on the dumpster.
So SSG now deciding they have to slow things down. They have to get 4 back on the map, and by doing so, they've managed to get that first pick as well. Barcode will be taken down by Stellar, and that just gives them a little bit of space on the map here, SSG, to make a play off the back of. However,
Come on,
here
stay
comes the
alive. There we
collapse.
go.
Here
Up
comes
4
the
here.
flood, and Native are trying to
Come on,
keep
boys.
this pace up. They realize if they get a couple of members of SSG down and they can hit them as quickly as possible off the respawn.
we were
that's where
literally
the
just saying
success is
earlier
coming. It's a 6
how
kills
how
win now to tie
rarely
up
we
the series for
see
Native.
Very
open
comfortable
bracket
position
teams
here.
winning
Not
Slayer.
easy against SSG, but it's a comfortable one. A 4-kill lead gives you the opportunity to
Obviously,
put
this
together
Native Gaming
essentially,
squad a little
you know,
bit different
the
than
most
your
standard pushes should result in a win here. As long as they
traditional
can
open
hold,
bracket team.
wait for this next camo and play it correctly. A 4-kill lead is the exact kind of cushion you'd want at this stage of the game.
Just looking across the stat line here, it's Barcode who's leading the way alongside tapping buttons for kills on the side of Native Gaming. Barcode 15 and 10 on the other side, by the way, a standout stat. Legend is 17 and 8 in this game at the moment. The trades are going to come in, and that's fine. For Native Gaming here, they're trying to push, they're trying to put the pressure on. But it looks like SSG got the better of that battle. Eco gets another one, and all of a sudden, this is getting a little bit dicey. It's just a 2-kill advantage. And if I'm not mistaken, I just heard the camo.
Yeah,
pop.
camo pops. Bound got it for Space Station.
Push. By the way, Space Station going about 10 seconds prior to camo popping. Notice they did not wait to try to fight the camo from their side. They went straight into A. They took over the courtyard and PD, and they now come away with the camo. What can Bound do?
Well, Bounce going in and does get the help from Eco. I was a little bit worried there that looked like an isolated fight, but he knows better. And now you can see tapping buttons gets 2. It's a 1v1 here on the Red Room. Help will be arriving pretty soon, but Bound gets that kill, and it's a 1-kill game, making a 0-kill game. We are all tied up at 47.
It's a race to
Wow,
3,
so
chat.
well
3
played
minutes
by
left.
Space Station over these last series of plays. Tied up here at the 47 mark. Here comes the push.
Oh, you don't want to throw this one away if you're Native Gaming, but look at the pressure now coming in from Bound. He gets one, going to be traded out. It's one
over.
to go here for either team. It's 49-49 and APG.
Damn.
Will step up and get that final kill.
Wait.
Native Gaming
What?
tie the series
Native
up.
taking. Let's go.
My God,
Let's
we're gonna have to watch that one back.
go.
Unbelievable. You thought the 2 players back in were going to get that kill. Instead, it's APG who somehow sneaks it out for the 50-49.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
incredible
talking
stuff. And
about.
I tell you what, this series just got
Let's turn this thing around, baby.
extremely
Native Gaming,
interesting.
let's go.
1-1 is where we find ourselves.
My
Don't
dog
go too far. We'll
APG
jump to
too.
a break.
Let's
We'll
get
move
it.
straight into game 3 as soon as we can.
Oh, TLF taking map 1 against FaZe? Oh no, FaZe 1. Never mind. Hold on. If I remember right, if I let it sit and then go. Nope, doesn't fix it. Bro, that sound is bad. Do they have Naya someone monitoring it? I think I'd rather just go without the sound if I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. That sound is atrocious. Surely they fixed it, right? Smiles? No. Ugh. They've got numbers, 3v2. Tucking a Mauler. Oh, suppressed. You're a madman. You're a madman. Pulling this? Oh, fumble. Fumble! 2 down. Nice. Ooh, if he gets drift there, it's over. I still think that's back to the base, right? Surely. Is that not back to base? Oh, there it is. Okay, I was going to say. So that should be a very easy cap. So if Shopify take this, we only have one more game left over in the pool C. No. Yes? Yeah, because we saw Sentinels first. So that means Cloud9 will be the last squad left to play Alpha Esports. Do we think the sound's fixed yet, chat? No. Natchez, the only game playing too. Shake my head, my head. Oh, here, chat. I got it for you. He's flag running. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag returned. I nailed it. All right, one flag cap apiece. So plenty of time left here in map number 3. Try and see if Alpha Esports can turn things around. Of course, Shopify Rebellion is our top seed in Pool C currently. So going to be a bit of a uphill battle for Alpha Esports. Oh, this sound sucks. They've been having some sound issues, ain't they, chat? Yesterday they were having some issues with the mics on the B stream. Cackling and crackling and popping. Sound like a good old Rice Krispie. Jeez. Okay, Acid. No scope. Right now would be a good time for Shopify to be able to get control of Alpha's side of the map. That's what they're trying to do. Cycle's got the shotty. Shh. Hunting wabbits. Oh, bro, really just tuck it in here? Acid gonna go down low? No. Yo! Get turned on, bro. Not like this. Oh, he gets naded out, though, afterwards. Unfortunate. They fixed the sound chat. FaZe Clan versus TLF on streets. Out on these streets. Chat, what do I want from Sheets, though, for real? Because I'm getting hungry. He's got the rockets. Shh.
Enemy flag returned.
Bro, Suppressed is popping off though. 25-9. Dude. Dude, no scope. Got him. Bro, I'm at. Yo! All right. Well, he's filthy.
Flag returned. Enemy captured your flag.
Well, chat, this is a very sad day. Because I was really hoping we'd at least see some sort of noise on any of the open teams. We still have a chance for Alpha Esports, but I'm not thinking so. Matter of fact, I'm so not thinking so that I'm going to go jump on board. Space Station Gaming versus Native Gaming. I want to see APG pop shit off.
Very good counter from SSG. APG with a tiny bit of overshield press.
Still a rocket to play with though for Stella. He collected that and made sure the overshield would be destroyed as quickly as possible. The overextension coming in from Barcode here through the cuts. I was about to question if he had the timing to maybe get that one just towards the long haul or the cut side, depending upon where his teammate help was going to come in. But it seems like SSG were aware of that overextension. He just got caught out. Some shots came in and they were able to clean it up pretty comfortably.
Here comes a double long push. Should work out. It's a really nice job there, though, to make sure that actually Stellar gets taken down on that long haul push. Otherwise, it could have been a lot of danger. It forces Legend to retreat as well. Going to now run into Gilkey. Clean shots from Gilkey.
Gilkey. Yo, putting APG on Gilkey on a map they're comfortable on. Watch out.
Gaming, we know there's a huge amount of talent on this team, but
They've been playing this map for a decade, bro.
It really does ask questions of SSG, right? They're so used to being able to engage in those fights, win those fights, and then play off the back of it. But Native are giving as good as they get in this game. And Stella's got that new sniper rifle. Gilkey's going to try and poke and prod, but you're looking at how Stella's playing this, and he's trying to play his life right now because teammates are falling around him.
See what we could do. Still a few players around Sword. Tapping has just dropped. Knows he needs to check all of his corners to maintain height here, but probably still getting a call out based on the way he's moving around. But there's still a player around Sword. You hear the footsteps right now.
Ooh.
Man, he might do. Wow, really nice play once again from Gilkey. Good string of events coming from him. The back-to-back 1v1 wins against the might do it again. Wow.
Bro, I
Really
thought
good
Gilkey
play.
was about to do him.
Gilkey doing everything he can, and honestly, that's what you expect from a player like him.
Barcode, though, while all this carnage is going down, this is a very, very sneaky play. And if you get this one through the long haul, or certainly towards it, there might be an opportunity to be a bit cheeky with this flag run, but the wrap comes through. Now it's about kills. Still too dead for Space Station. Gilkey picks up another, and they've got a touch on that flag. And all of a sudden, the cheeky pull has turned into a real opportunity to convert here. Eco trying to fly through the green hole, but Gilkey's still behind them. And now you're going to see the sniper in the hands of Gilkey. Even though the flag is down, SSG are going to have to commit and show themselves to the sniper rifle, which is in the hands of the man on your screen.
Let's see what happens here with the overshield as well. That flag will go back. Gilkey now going to have the rocks. In the end, that flag will get slowed down.
Go Bremo!
Remote detonation. Overshield's still up. By the way, big shout to the Observer team, entire production here in Atlanta. Holding things down for us. It will be an overshield grab, as you just saw off screen. We'll see now with 4 minutes in play. Tapping might be able to make something happen. You have to think a flag at this stage of the game could be the winner.
Yeah, the interesting thing, though, I will say, is that Native Gaming on that push, they had rockets, they had a
4 minutes left, still tied up at 1. Tapping Buttons has a little bit of overshield left.
Able to send it home pretty comfortably. And now you're going to see...
He's got to hear him underneath, right?
Gets the overshield off the back of it as well, and they're just not able to create anything with the power that they're getting on the map. So SSG defensively have been superb in the last few minutes. It's up to Native Gaming to try and make the most of these opportunities.
Tapping staying alive, top tower as long as he can. For a moment, all of their base belonged to him, but he was taken down on the trade. 2 dead for SSG, however. So we should see Barcode and company be able to make something happen here.
Bound's got the repulse, and Bound will get the kill off the back of it. 2 dead here for Native Gaming. This is an opportunity here for maybe a push to come in. but
Okay.
You can see it's just a little bit staggered. There's not a lot of space
All right.
taken because Native Gaming are
Can you
following
push
up
over
on
to that
damage
side of the
as
map,
quickly as
possibly?
possible to make sure the numbers never get out of hand. And tapping buttons inside of that sword once more. He's going to try and get some angles on these respawners now that he just took down. One of them is
Nice.
Stella, who runs straight into the bandit. Some help coming through as well onto Eco. Can they get that kill? Because there's an opportunity.
Nice option to
on the
pull.
map.
Tapping with a really nice set of plays there. You might have seen for a moment there. He gets off the spawn.
And
he
you got
jumps Stellar
sniper
right
too.
away, gets the kill under bridge, and then he goes all the way into sword. He's able to get that kill and even push forward and help with the next 2 kills. So it was a nice push from Stellar to shut down everything that we needed to see. However, in the end, Flags will stay at home. Gilkey pokes for just a second, and Stellar absolutely peels. 2:39 left on the clock.
Maybe this is what it's going to take for SSG to get a little bit of map control, right? Estella's going to have to just take out multiple members with this sniper rifle. But every time you're looking at the kill feed at the moment, it's just trade, trade, trade. Nobody seems to be able to get a 2 or 3 down consecutively to get the shape on the map that they need to get that flag moving. Bound with 1 again, that's going to be 2 dead on the
Give
side
us
of
an
Native. Maybe
overtime,
this is the
sudden
opportunity.
death,
Estella's now going to
please.
reposition, try and assist Bound, and now they have Native trapped in that courtyard.
Things are getting dicey. You can feel the tension here. Not a shot fired just yet. Finally, Barcode's the first to fall. 2 fall here for Native Gaming.
There we
paper.
go.
This should be good.
And
However,
Gilkey's on
Native
back
makes sure
ramp,
to trade
right?
one out with Eco.
Rocket's coming up as well. Look at the power that Stella has in his hands. He's got a sniper rifle,
Sheesh.
plenty of bullets. He's got the rockets as well, and he just needs to say
Wait,
to Bound,
why,
"You've just got your
bro?
kill,
Why
just
you
got that
why you
flag,
pushing
Legend gets
forward
another
with
one as
2
well, and
fucking
surely
power
This
weapons?
is the
I don't like this.
opportunity here to convert for SSG. They have the rockets, they have the snipe. The flag is already in that long haul, and now for Native
I
Gaming,
feel like
they've
this
got
is
to
a
worry
bit
about a wild
risky.
Stella coming in behind you. There's a rocket from
All right, he gets
downtown,
one.
and you get the feeling there might
All right,
be
he's
more
fine.
to
He's
follow.
fine. He's
This one's
fine.
gotta go home. APG. I was gonna say someone's ahead. Someone's
Don't
forward
you
on the
wanna
map.
go
APG on the
home?
cuts. The numbers felt strange. I think everyone watching, and I'm sure you, Mark, as well, felt there was someone forward. It was APG who tried to make something happen. It was Gilkey as well. Stellar, though, making sure to hit that really nice rocket under bridge. That looked easy maybe on the screen, but it's a tough angle to nail. In the end, it's really good base control, really good also run control coming in from SSG. God, man, that AR hit harder than mine has ever hit.
I was going to say, that thing, maybe he's on the new patch. Who knows? But Bound certainly shredding away at some of the Native players.
It still
They
feels
also
so
a lot more
dirty to see
comfortable now,
ARs and
having converted that
MLG,
flag.
not
Now
gonna
there's
lie.
less than a minute left, and they are killing Native Gaming on their side of the map.
Really good timing. Also, really.
Or sorry, it's not
how slow
MLG,
they ran
competitive
that, how slow they played that.
Halo,
3 dead,
sorry.
though. As quickly as we say that, Eco's your last player alive. He's in sword, which will help the SSG spawner.
Sorry, chat.
Still 40 seconds on the clock.
APG trying to play this one sneaky. Bulldog, little 2-pump coming in. The short-range weapon certainly working here for SSG at the moment. Inside of the base, though, Barcode's going to get a double kill. And look at the shape now that they have to run this flag. Barcode takes some damage. There is an overextender in Legend who might be able to collapse, but it's Eco who comes back to clear his base, and by doing so, might just secure the game here for SSG.
Eco has shut this down. They were not ready for that angle. They were not ready for the trading angle. You could tell they lost track. I think they maybe thought Eco was still in sword or something. That flag will go home. 5 seconds left on the clock.
5 seconds left. That's going to dissipate. Nobody is in position to get that flag moving. And SSG, even though it was a scrap, even though it was a war, go up 2-1 in this series against Native Gaming. Game 4 is coming up just after this.
Damn, 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 damn. Well, everyone's on break. Chat, can y'all believe it's already almost, or I shouldn't say almost, it's the end of July. Hit y'all with that one more again. It's the end of July, y'all. If y'all got kiddos like me and Weevil, summer's coming closer to an end. Crazy. Chat, I'm gonna load up when we go to Sheets later. Think I'm gonna get me a chicken sandwich, some fries, and a bucket of appetizers. Here we go.
FaZe Clan, everything that you want here on a beautiful Saturday, and that includes Carolina Gaming going up against Into the Breach.
Tony, I'm a little bit biased about this matchup. I will admit
Winner
it,
of this
course,
game
Buta, the mouse
advances
and keyboard
from
player. First
Group
mouse and keyboard player I get to cast this
B.
weekend. So love to see ITB against Carolina Gaming, of course, who's got that passionate envoy and a player like Yaxon, who I've been watching grow as this season has gone on.
It's actually crazy. I actually never thought you played on mouse and keyboard.
Oh,
you never talk about it.
I never talk about it.
I actually had no idea.
Yep.
I also had no idea that Carolina Gaming were going to come off of the rip like this, 50% of that hill already done, and back-to-back 4 downs for ITB.
This is beautiful by
So
Carolina
all of
Gaming.
these
Automatically
final
getting
games
control
are
of this
essentially for
first initial
spots.
hill. Not only that, Tony, look at how much space they're taking on the
Which
map.
I guess
They've got
that's
that
why they do it
C-plat
the way they
control.
do.
They've got that catwalk as well, and they force the spawns here for ITB, but ITB, they find a way to get in with 2 down out of Carolina.
ITB did have an incredible tournament back in Arlington, not so much really at London, and we knew this wanted to be a bounce-back situation here for ITB, but don't forget, Carolina Gaming
Into the breach.
been a pool play team so many times, have been a team that have made it to championship bracket. This team has a target on the back of ITB. They say we have to go through you if we want to make it to championship bracket.
Well, right now, ITB doing a great job of recovering here, right? It was Carolina Gaming that got a lot of progress on this very first hill. ITB now have come forward, and they're trying to get their progress, but all the while, it's a sweep in and a steal out of Carolina Gaming.
We switch gears over towards Yaxon. Yaxon, one of the newest members that you guys probably don't know to the crew. You've seen Envoy, you've seen Kami, you've probably seen Morley here and there. Yaxon is the real deal. Back in Darkest Hour, he was doing great on Season 1. Now, here in Season 3, on a great Carolina Gaming squad, and eventually goes down. I always do that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Tony, you gotta stop talking about players because immediately they die, and same thing happens
Wow.
to me, except when I cast.
Wow.
Triple kills. Morley with a beautiful triple there. They get it over as he kills the mouse and keyboard player and Wootum.
An overkill by Morley. The man is 10-2. That's how you start your pool play run. Morley absolutely going on an absolute tear right now. But look how close they are taking this hill.
Remember,
ITB,
map 1
they're
sets the
favorites
tone
in
here
this
for them if they're
matchup
wanting
right
to
now. They find themselves
take that
way far
spot.
behind. They're going to find themselves down 0-2 here on King of the Hill.
Yeah, there's a lot of solo pushes happening. As you can see, another 4 dead for ITB. It's just those solo pushes. They get a little bit stagnant, and it's a 2-0 real quick for them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna check on some things here, make sure that everything's going good as far as tech side. Why don't we go on a short intermission break?
Native Gaming comeback win that sends us now to this stage of the series, and for me,
Oddball. Play
Bound to do
ball.
this first. No, APG wins that battle in the back of Elevator. But for me, the question here is, does SSG take this game handily and make this series one that we don't think about? Or does this go to a game 5 and all of a sudden start to ask questions about SSG's entire tournament run? Those, I think, are really the 2 scenarios here. We'll see SSG with an early lead in round number 1 of ball.
Early lead, but 3 dead for now. Bound coming off the respawn, and APG, the man who got that 50th kill in that second game, and who has been partaking in some of the most beautiful poetic trash talk I've seen in the open bracket so far.
True.
Has the opportunity to hit a few more shots. There's a connection on the body, but not enough to...
His video that was making rounds yesterday was funny as shit.
As SSG now take 3 members of Native Gaming down. It's going to be a comfortable look for them at that oddball, but you can see it's trying to be rotated towards Bound, who's taking a little bit of damage.
Really like that play from APG as well. Just make sure to burn 2 of the shock shots, then burn the 3rd on the attempted kill, and there's only 1 left. So really nice conservative play coming in from APG off of that series as well.
2 down the side of Native once more. You see Stella's trying to push onto APG to clean up some damage, gets that kill, and now you're going to see the rotate
Little toss.
maybe move in the direction of where those kills start to come in. But if the kills come in, I mean, there's no
I
real
love that
reason
sound
for
on
he couldn't
the
have to move, right,
oddball,
because he's got
bro.
the freedom of the map. Now he's going to help his teammate out. Kills being picked up elsewhere
fan.
by SSG members, and Native Gaming struggling to break through the setup, and they've allowed Stella to get the camo as well.
Beautiful little job there to catch Stellar's little 3rd base slide into that camo grab perfectly in the picture-in-picture from the observing team. And not only that, but Stellar's also putting it to use so far, just holding down the angles. Eventually taken down, though, so it will be an advantage for Native Gaming despite that camo hold. Eco going to put a little bit more time on the board, go to sword plat, just so we can always play this ball. Just gets a little extra time. The ball will now be played to bottom middle, but not before a 61-1 12-point lead. This is clinical from Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, you can see that Native want to try and get that ball back towards the long haul as quickly as possible off the
I gotta
respawn,
pee
having
again,
got
Jet.
those kills,
I know,
knowing that
cute
pipe
things.
spawns, elevator spawns, probably most likely to come in for SSG and to create some space between them. The oddball and those respawners will allow them to get a little bit of time. The only problem is, space is great, kills not coming alongside it. You see Bound trying to move in here. Gilkey decides that maybe he needs a little bit of a freshen up with a swim himself as he walks backwards and moonwalks off the edge of blue, and that'll be SSG with a comfortable break and only 8 points collected there by Native.
One thing I got to point out, Stellar picks up another kill. By the way, 7 kills on the board for him, 9 for Bound. He's not done here in gold. Boy, that was dicey, but somehow comes out with still 75% shields, which could have been much, much worse if you ask me in terms of how that played out. One thing I got to point out was Legend hitting that drop slide to C flat and getting into that battle so fast. That's the reason SSG can do things much quicker, is because off screen, there's all this kind of movement tech that's happening where 3 or 4 players are getting into a battle.
Chat, I hate to
other
say it,
teams
but it ain't
would
looking
not
good
be
right now
into
for
it. I
Native.
think that's why you see Native getting caught off guard back Hydro there and able to pick up all the kills that they needed to.
I mean,
because
Bittersweet
away with
didn't look
extra
that
ball
great,
time,
to be fair.
only 7 points have transpired after that.
They could
entire
still
series,
sneak in
but
there.
Still 61 to 8.
2 dead on
And
the
then go on
side
like a
of
little bit of a
Native Gaming,
redemption
made
tour.
that 3. Eco's having some
During the bracket.
very big plays and influential plays on the map for his team as well. The way that he's picking up these kills and the way that he's creating opportunity and space for his team by doing so. So impressive so far in this series. Allows his teammates to get their hands on that odd ball again. The camo comes up once more, which gives even more of a dilemma now to Native Gaming, who are thinking, hey, do we play for kills? Do we play for the camo? We need the ball out of the hands, and Eco says, you can do all of it. I'm going to come in and kill you all.
Gee!
Unbelievable from Eco there, just laying down damage and also just holding forward, knowing that if he doesn't necessarily clean those kills up, there were going to be teammates in back elevator to clean them up themselves. 10 points to go in round number 1.
This has been a stifling hold on the pipes here.
Yeah.
And you can see Legend just needs 4 points left, knows there's a little bit of help coming in to keep him alive. He's hoping he can get away before the damage comes in, and that's SSG answering back to a close previous game, the 2-1 flag with a demanding and
So sit on board here for a minute over on Capture the Flag. The Lethal Fox versus FaZe Clan. Frosty wasting some sniper shots. You got one more in the chamber. Use it! So both these games could be ending here on this map. Both these series, I should say. Has this one just been all sweeps, I think? I guess really they've all been sweeps other than Native, right? But this will end up, this should finish up this channel. Oh, bro, Native's struggling right now too. That's tough, man. Dude, did he clip him on that? He did. Yeah, I feel like this is still the closer match between the two. I feel like the other one, SSG's running away with it. Piggy probably ought to leave their snipe, honestly. Oh! Barrel stuffed him. Almost hit his ass down. Feel like that's kind of a waste of a rocket, not gonna lie. Oh, ew, got him. Nice.
Enemy flag returned.
Doesn't seem like FaZe Clan is worried about getting a second cap. I'm gonna be honest, chat. They seem to just simply be vibing. I'm also kind of curious. The brackets get done at 2. Do we still have to wait till 3:30 for... Or sorry, if group play gets done at 2, are we still gonna have to wait till 3:30 for bracket play to start? Because that'd be kind of whack. Would kind of be lit. Just saying. All right, chat, so hear me out. I'm thinking I'm going to get my chicken sandwich, and then I'm going to get a bucket of appetizers. I'm getting mozzarella sticks. But for the mozzarella sticks, I'm going to get a side of sauce instead of the marinara. Well, I guess I could always use my sauce here. I do always have that option. Oh, Frosty, look for it. Brother! You just went nowhere with those rockets? You weren't even looking at them. Nice from Frosty. He's gonna get a counter pull here. Now he's gonna sit on this. Good call, good call.
Enemy flag
Nice. And he's being patient enough to force them in, too. Unfortunately, he can't kind of let Rami do him there, but still like the play. Big fan.
enemy flag returned. 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, I think the Lethal Fox here is about to be done. Oh, this isn't the last of Group A. They still have to play Ascend base still. I'm guessing since the other one is on Be Right Back, that means that Space Station Gaming ended up beating Native on Oddball, which is about what we were looking at. This looks about right. Sounds about right.
Enemy flag returned.
FaZe Clan win here. Let's go up ITB versus Carolina Gaming. This is our first of our elimination series.
Covering the gold side as multiple go down here for ITB Esports. Look at the space that Carolina Gaming are able to take.
Yeah, this is great by the side of Carolina Gaming. All the spawns come out on the C side, and it's just honestly a great hold here by Morley. He's going to make sure to kill the players pushing from the long haul side, but you got to think about it. That does mean that he gets off that glass side. That could allow the cross to come through here for ITB.
Multiple going down. And Carolina Gaming have been able to zone out ITB away from this hill, away from the spawns they're looking for. Jimbo has to go right through the battery side and wins a pivotal battle against Daxon. Woodsum ends up going down on the opposite side, and Morley is chasing down a one-shot into a full shield. Jimbo full shield, but no problem here as 3 down.
Bro, if you would have gotten that last
great
one there.
job by Carolina Gaming to get that 3 down. They also get the C-plat side spawn, so that'll guarantee Yaks in that camo. But look, it's ITB that tied up at 2. We have a game on our hands, Tony.
Encore Carolina Gaming making sure they're controlling the tower side. Is this where they want to be for this next hill?
Yeah, tower's really
Back
important right
smack.
here. You want to get that tower side and see plat control and watch those, of course, spawns that come out onto A and make sure that they're not able to push through that tower lane freely.
Morley staying alive toward the back C side of the map. We see 2 of Carolina Gaming alive here and controlling the spawns, but we know ITB Esports are pushing up quickly. There goes Mighty's and Chick towards tower on the side of the map. Jimbo's taking a lot of space over toward the glass side, so now we're going to see a pivotal 4-on-4 battle. It slows down a bit, but then Woodsum's able to take down Envoy. Nades are down left and right. Morley gets into the fight and trades out his life there, but ITB have a man advantage, but Carolina Gaming have a yak.
Yeah, again, it was Woodsum that made a big play right there. 2 resources were sent towards tower. He kills one, trades out the next, and because of that, Chick is able to get this hill control, and they'll have that back Hydro spawn as well.
Mighty's in an excellent position there over toward the grapple side. Woodsum holding down the back, C spiral, and Chick just perfect in his hill, hasn't taken any damage whatsoever. Woodsum dancing around with Morley eventually.
Bro, he's just getting a vibe on point right now, and he's got, what, 2/3 of it?
Woodsum's been incredible this
That's kind of
entire
wild.
time. Those are both 2 huge plays. Uses that shroud screen in that last play, gets his shields back, makes sure to take that player out in the back of Hydro, and it's ITB that have all but the rest of this hill here. They'll have to get a couple more slays to secure it, but this could be the lead with a minute left.
So much hill time here being accomplished by ITB, but not enough time on the board.
There it is.
Carolina Gaming as ITB Esports will go up at least 1 hill at the moment, moving down to that bottom mid hill. That is a tough one to grab.
Yeah, bottom mid is tough. You're going to want that C-plat control once
The
again,
back
and
smack.
that Hydro side control.
One
but
more?
Chick's trying
One
to
more?
stop all the control
One more?
from happening.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Dude, that was a sneaky snake play if I ever seen one. And now we're seeing Chick with the shock rifle doing damage over towards the A side, driving away the camouflage player from Carolina Gaming. And that's a killing spree coming out of Chick. Envoy with the challenge of Chick. He finds the exit.
Yeah, you see, that's the importance here. We're seeing ITB value their life. Chick uses his sprint slide to get out of that situation, make sure to play his life. All the while, though, here comes the push from tower. Once again, it's successful. It's 2 down for ITB.
Jimbo and Mighty stuck on toward the C-plat and long haul side. We see one end up going down, and that means Mighty's might end up falling, and that's exactly what Carolina Gaming were looking for. They have hill control.
Now they know the spawns are coming out onto A, so you're going to see Morley play this a bit slow until he gets some information. Chick understands how important tower side is. The double push comes out. That's going to be numbers advantage for ITB.
24 seconds on the clock here. You notice ITB Esports haven't
You gotta
stepped
get this
foot
cap here if you're
barely in
Carolina.
this hill. They are simply playing the shot clock right now, while Carolina Gaming have to force their way through. And when they go 3 down, leaving
That
Morley
ends it.
by himself,
It's over.
ITB will continue to hold the line, bait the hill. This could be it.
Yeah, it definitely could be it. The spawns come out on the long haul side. They do get a kill.
I think the other
They
3
might
channels
be
are
able
all
to get in
moving
there
to
in
the
last second.
final
They
series,
do,
right?
With only 1 second remaining, it's going to take a big effort to get this hill, but they're halfway there.
Have you ever heard a caster say perfect Halo? Well, that's what needs to happen here for Carolina Gaming, and it simply won't. Chick finds the angle, mortally goes down. ITB Esports taking game 1.
That's a very important win for ITB Esports. It gives them a momentum going into game number 2. Coming from that open bracket team in Carolina, you don't want to give them any sort of confidence going into this series. You say, hey,
Facts.
I was here first. I was in pool play first. You're coming into my house and going in my fridge, Tony.
Carolina Gaming were looking very good towards that first version of the game, then got some technical
What
difficulties
game do we
mixed up,
think
and
is
then
most
ITBG
likely
kinda
to
picked
see
up
it?
where they left off. That's the favorite in this matchup.
Where
and you
the
saw why
open bracket
ITB
team
Esports up
pulls it
1-0.
off.
Will they go up 2-0? We'll find out
I don't
here
want to
after
sound
break.
biased. I feel like probably Native versus Bittersweet. But I also wonder if Alpha can take down Cloud9 in Pool C. Yeah, I mean. All right, so we're heading into Elim Games chat, and then we'll have our bracket set for pool play, or not for pool play, for bracket, for the bracket play. I don't know how many channels we're gonna have going through bracket play, but you already know we're gonna be doing the Q zone, switching back and forth where we can. Try and catch as much action as we can. Yo, chat, how we feeling, man? 3.5 hours in, or no, sorry, 2.5 hours in, getting ahead of myself here. Admittedly, I'm feeling pretty good. Hopefully that's not cursing myself or nothing, but I have to refill my water soon. I think I'm just gonna wait for in between. To go do our food run real quick. Like I said, they're literally right. I go across the street from my house, into the alleyway, left in that next alleyway. I'm in the back parking lot of Sheets. It's literally right there. It would dead ass probably take me more time to get into a car, unlock, buckle up, unbuckle, and all that good stuff. So I'm just gonna walk, especially since we're doing like I'm ordering ahead on my app, so it should be done by the time I'm there. Ooh. Oh. I would imagine that for bracket play, they just run it on the 2 channels, right? The 2 channels with commentary. Like, surely they don't have a reason to like run a 3rd and 4th channel for that. And when they do go to that, do we stay using TeamStream? Or do we like literally just go back to using Twitch and have on 2 different tabs? Thoughts? So I do kind of like in between games or like in between moments being able to like unfull screen and see what the other game's at, see if it's worth changing over versus like fully changing over.
Solitude's Lair going to be our game number 2 between Carolina Gaming and ITB Esports. Camouflage, Shock, and a dream here for Carolina Gaming who find themselves down 0-1 in the series and also 0-1 as far as numbers as Chick take down more.
Yeah, great job from ITB after that reset, right? They were down 1-0 when that reset happened, and they recovered. in time, and now starting off game 2 on the right foot.
Say,
as
ITB
we see a
rolling.
5-0 lead so far here for ITB.
Yeah, right foot for ITB Esports, but maybe the left foot for Carolina Gaming. They find themselves down quite a bit. You also
Oh,
allow
I
Chick
get
to
it, because
trade
right
with this
foot
shot.
and left foot.
He can't get through with this power weapon, and Envoy right behind him. That's a pinch out of Chick and Jimbo, and now Chick, he just hightails it out of there. He knows he has the shock. He's not stay alive.
Yeah, you're the VIP when you have that shock rifle, and unfortunately, Chick does go down. So shock rifle potentially now in the hands of Carolina Gaming, and we've seen some of these players for a long time, Tony. At any moment, this Carolina Gaming roster could pop off, and this is the place that needs to do it here in game number 2, Slayer.
Damage you want to see out of ITB East when they're covering every single angle on the map. Perfect shots coming out of Wootsum. You see them flicking around. What sensitivity is that?
It's actually you wouldn't think so, but it's actually a pretty slow sensitivity, which is interesting because I personally play on a slow sensitivity, and apparently he plays on about the same sense. He might have changed it since I last saw, but regardless, you have all of that ability to hit those close shots with that looks like a slow sense, but also you can swipe your arm to make it look like a quick sense as well.
That's just how it is, man. Mouse and keyboard, that's slow sense for you. that's further than max sense for us controller players. It's absolutely crazy in a 15.
I mean, kind of the perks of being on M&K. Just saying.
Wootsum currently 2 kills. 5 assists right now, has only died 1 time. He's been a thorn in the side for Carolina Gaming because every
Bro,
fight
ITB
they
is just
get to,
rolling.
they're weak. Wootsum's putting it up on everybody on the map. What a triple coming out of Tom.
19-8 the score so far. ITB leading, and Wootsum, a beautiful scoreline right there. 5 kills, Tony, 5 assists, only 1 death. And he's making his deaths really difficult as well, almost stays alive. All the while, that pressure created allows Chick to get that camo.
He hatched the camo, and now he's Envoy in his sights. Shots go in, but Envoy hits him with the left, right. Can't take off Chick's reticle. It's just locked on him right there as Chick is hitting every single shot on his way to a 7-2 score line. It could be 8 as Jackson finds himself in no man's land and down to 1 shot.
Yeah, Jackson's going to end up going down.
He's stuck.
What a great job by him to capitalize on that trade and try to claw their way back. It's going to be tough, though, Tony. That's Mount Everest you're looking at right now, 13-25, a massive lead for ITB.
That it is. We switch gears to Jimbo. Jimbo's been having a great tournament so far, and as he tries to stay alive here toward the cafe side, Chick is going to be pushing up, and he wants to take a complimentary angle, but everywhere he goes, he's getting absolutely shredded and peppered by the Carolina Gaming members. Finally, it looks like they're going to try to push through yard. Envoy and Carolina Gaming are ready, and there we go. That's the angle he was looking for, even the stick.
That was so beautiful by him. You saw he got shot and peppered, like you mentioned, got his shields back the first time. The second time, he got peppered a few times where he couldn't get his shields back, so instead takes a different route, gets 2 kills.
Love to see that. Love to see some boots on. Let me tell you, man, one of the most dynamic players in the league and so fun to watch, as I'm not sure how that wasn't a triple. I think got robbed there. We'll have a conversation with me later, Boots. Don't worry, I got your back.
He's got your back. 31-18 here. Like we keep talking about, ITB on a little bit of a run. It's a 3 down here for ITB, though, and a chance for Mortally and Carolina Gaming to make something happen. This camo could be the catalyst that brings them back into this game.
13 kills separating ITB and Carolina Gaming, and things are not
let's see if
looking
Jackson
good
can do
for Jackson and the crew. Even the camouflage isn't enough.
Anything
to
with
get
the
any
camo.
Kind of tail, get any kind of wind between your legs. It's just
Tough.
ITB Esports.
All right, chat, let's go tune into the other game. Start of Cloud9 versus Alpha Esports. Just like we've got going on over there on Pool B, it's your qualifier game. One of these 2 teams locks in their spot in the 12-team bracket. All right, so Cloud9, first on the board with a cap. Flag drop, flag taken, flag drop, flag taken. Flag captured. Flag scored. All right, they're fighting over sniper control. Sniper's up. Alpha's trying to get it here. So sniper still, yeah, I was gonna say, in the hand of an Alpha player. So it looked like our other game ended the way that we were expecting. ITB fucking rolled them. I think that's the end of that one, right? That was map 3, the Slayer? No, that was map 2. There's still one more map over there with ITB Carolina. Right? I think. I don't know. Maybe it's me. It doesn't feel like capture the flag without the flag drop. Flag taken. Yee! Okay. Shut up. Bro, if you would have been able to pull that, I lost my shit. Yeah, I think Cloud9 and Bittersweet are probably the two teams I think are most likely that could like drop to open teams, but I still don't know how likely it is to happen. Even with as much as I like native gaming, like I don't see it. Although I'll tell you what, I'm gonna lose my mind if Native Gaming is able to go into the bracket and somehow get cooking. Oh, probably should have started with the smack, my guy. Got 2 one-shot there. Only game we got going on right now, chat. Y'all already know as soon as the main channel's up with Native versus Bittersweet, we're switching over. Although the Lethal Fox versus Ascend base also might be pretty good. Been kind of this weird like standstill though since we tuned into this one though, ain't it, chat? Or is this a map that ends on time often?
Remaining.
He hears him, right? Oh, snipe? Yes, give him the snipe queen. Ooh! Oh! Surely we got something else up, right? Yeah, we haven't seen Alpha get any
No,
pools or
ITB
nothing. I think we're
weren't
gonna switch
really
over to
happy
ITB
with
Carolina.
that performance in London, and you know, I was a little bit worried in that game one, Tony. I was worried that we were going to see a little bit of the same, but we're seeing something different here. After that tech restart, it is a different ITB. They look strong in this series.
Different ITB than that game number 1, that version 1, but the ITB that we expected to see, especially after their on
Back smack!
Nice little back smack out of Wu-Tum. He ain't just aggressive, he's a little sneaky as well.
He is. I love the control of the pace of the game. Slowing it down, speeding it up when he needs to. It's a
Oh,
double tap
we're
here for
we're
ITB.
smacking bodies,
Wu-Tum
Chad.
is in the head of the players from Carolina Gaming. You'll love to see it.
I mean, they're triple capped,
I know
so-
for a fact that Carolina Gaming are trash talking. They want to get into the head of some of the young players, especially like Wu-Tum. Mental game is so big when it comes to this esport. ITB don't appreciate that. Wu-Tum doesn't appreciate that. So the same way you can give it to him, he can throw it right back at you.
Yeah, he's a champion in another game. He understands that pressure, understands what it takes to be a winner. And Jimbo understands a little bit of the same. A beautiful shot there.
Oh.
Shot onto Jackson. We're getting a little stylish now, Tony. They're having fun.
I need to study up some gymbology, you know, the study of Jimbo.
He tried it, man.
What in the world gives you the nerve to go after something like that? I mean, I know you're up 2-0 in this series, but that is
It's
quite
confidence,
something.
man.
Yeah, it's pure confidence.
Go
and it's
for the
turning
clip,
into
baby.
A nice little lead for them as well, going for that triple cap.
Make sure they remember your
Corley's
name.
The only one in position to stop C. A great win, though, onto Mike's.
Corporal going down for both sides, but eventually a 3 down for ITB Esports. Carolina Gaming want to take advantage of that. So you see them pushing up over towards the A side. Runs into a Mighty's, does common. Great shots, forcing him out. And over towards A. Not only gets the kill, but also in Alpha. Jimbo there as well, though.
Yeah, Mighty's ends up going down there, but you saw that little slide that he did. He's kind of just.
So, Chad, does
waiting
anyone
some
know
time
we
to
go
see
from
maybe
12
come
to
from
4
B,
today,
which is what
right?
they just took. Regardless of that, though, Carolina
bracket
Gaming
play?
have now taken control of B and C. There was a sniper down there. I'm not sure if Envor saw that.
107-11 lead here for ITB Esports. However, Carolina Gaming are the ones scoring at the moment. They're
They go
also
win
the
a
ones
championship
that
Sunday
put
with Final
ITB
Four?
Down. Jimbo is by himself and Envor pushing up, looking for the weakened Jimbo, and also working on Alpha at the same exact time.
Yeah, that's the great thing about the QT. You can pressure multiple angles on the map, and you see Envor just waiting for that pressure to come into B. If he wants to QT there, he can. Instead, he goes for the long route, and QT's inside of B, which is a great play. They expect him to QT backwards, but instead, he QT's aggressively.
Gets aggressive and gets out of dodge. Right back in there is Envor. Big plays being made across the board from Envor and Carolina Gaming, but they don't have Alpha nor Bravo. That means they're not scoring. At least Morley has a camo sniper.
Yeah, he's given up. I'm sorry, ITV have given up the camo, and the sniper mortally gets one shot with it, sprinting a little bit, though. They know his location.
Oh, he's
They're gonna
trying.
keep him there as long as possible, and he's been down to no shields. He knows he's in trouble, so instead he just
He's
wastes
just
all the ammo.
wasting
Only one bullet
bullets.
left, and he hits a body shot, Tony.
You dirty
that's
dog.
100 shots and then wasting that ammo that's still doing max damage for going down. That is quite the life out of Mortally. And eventually 4 down go ITV Esports is what you wanted. You wanted the trip cap. You're down by so much. The only way you come back is through multiple trip caps.
Yeah, you need that trip cap or a very long-standing double cap, but trip cap is always what you want to make that score diminish or that lead diminish quickly. And it's 2 down for the side of Carolina, and potentially a B hold here for ITV.
Back on the scoring is ITB Esports, 133 points so far. Meanwhile, Carolina Gaming only have managed to muster 46, despite some great plays on it that we need to see more.
Ooh.
Righties. Not very far of a QT, but you know, he might have been able to juke him out a little bit, a little aim assist.
A little quick strafe, kind of, close range strafe. Regardless, though, it's still Carolina trying to push up on the map. They're trying to go for this B side, but the pressure from ITV keeps coming through. Finally, they get a 3 down again, and now they can utilize this to get B and C at the same time.
So excited to see Action Jackson getting his
Action
opportunity with Carolina
Jackson.
Gaming.
I love it.
He's really been great for this roster. We saw those shots right there. He has a mean shot of them, and right now the double cap is in for Carolina Gaming. But ITB, they're not going for Bravo. They're going for Charlie.
Yeah, they went to the top side. They decided to go to the top side because there was a lot of resources on this B side, and because of that, they get C for free. The rotation, though, from Carolina is really good. They get A for that. Now they just got to hold on to A and B, and they'll continue to score.
So you're saying the intelligent play sometimes, not to headbutt the enemy, sometimes to out-rotate them.
Sometimes.
Good God, no wonder why I'm not good at Halo.
Cap comes in through to A. It's 3 down for Carolina, and you see the last player on the side of C. He's going to get taken out as well, so this will be scoring for the side of ITB, but they're not confident in this AC setup. This is just a rotational setup. You get AC, then you can rotate through to B and take control once again.
So right now we see them holding on to Charlie, almost daring them to push Alpha right now, waiting to be able to out-rotate him or slay them. That works as well. Getting kills and holding on to this unorthodox setup could be what you need.
Bro, Jimbo just pulls up on the B. Is like, hey, I'm gonna just pop you right quick and take B. It's fine.
4 down as well. Now they just have to attack the spawns onto C. This is just getting really insane for the side of ITB. Carolina don't show any signs of life here whatsoever. 200 points has just been reached by ITB.
202 to 72 in favor of ITB, and once again, Carolina getting
Shut up,
for the reverse.
Jimbo.
Yeah.
You're filthy.
He stopped for a reason. He stood up. He was very loud, and I understand. There's a lot of passion on that Carolina gaming roster. I wouldn't doubt that they're talking their game, or were, before it ends up being 0-2 in the series. I mean, ITB look great right now.
For the purposes of 3-4-3 phase and HCS and everybody involved, he stood up and said, "You guys are doing great. Good luck in the rest of the series."
I don't know if that's what he said.
That's what he
but
said.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
There was no expletives in there. I swear.
none at all. Very family friendly, like we like it here. But it's Carolina Gaming coming back a little bit here. They'll lock in a triple cap for a couple of seconds. I don't know how long this will hold. First player that goes in is going to be Chick. Lutem goes in as well. They're slaying. It's 3 down for ITB now.
All right, hold on. Don't call it a comeback, chat.
It's the best way to hold on to a double cap, because eventually the double cap goes in favor of
It's the only game on right now, though, unfortunately.
108 points, still so far behind. You're literally less than half of the scoreline of the opposition, so ITB Esports really need just one break, and I'd imagine they'd be able to take it.
In our 3 years of casting, Tony, I think we've seen this before. I don't know if it'll happen right now, but we've seen comebacks like this before. Very difficult, though, when you have an ITB that are playing as well as they are, but it's definitely possible. That being said, B gets taken. It's a rotation through to A for Carolina, and now it's a triple cap.
Yeah, triple tap on C.
Just because it's possible doesn't mean it's probable, and ITB Esports flipped the map
Yeah.
right on Carolina Gaming. That is a triple cap. That means Carolina Gaming at the attack Alpha and Bravo at the same time, dividing your resources, and not
There it
able to
is.
accomplish.
GG's.
C is being taken and A.
Hold
This
on.
is
Hold
a
on.
last-minute stop here by the
It
side
ain't
of
over till it's
Carolina, but
over.
It's not going to be enough.
Now it's over.
ITB with the sweep. Bring out the broom. It's
Bittersweet and the flag.
All right,
is
Native
on
Gaming
the
versus
early
Bittersweet.
cap.
Come
Could
on,
be
boys.
everything for them here, and
All right,
there
this is
will
just
be
third, and I'm gonna
an
refill my
early
water.
cap as Gilkey gets the first one on the board. It has not been a fun time so far for Native Gaming, but now maybe against Bittersweet they can finally show us what they're made of, and perhaps getting a little bit of a confidence boost that has been required. You can see another flag already on the go here, Jersey. Barcode with it, about to put it in.
Bittersweet in big trouble. Have not started this series at all yet, it must be said. 2 players still yet to register a kill. At the moment, Native Gaming 2-0 to the good, so absolutely dreadful start for Bittersweet, and they've got to wake up and wake up quickly, because this series is only going to get worse if they don't get their act together.
I think when Native Gaming got into balls, they would have been looking at that series, at this series as the big one. This is our chance to try and get into bracket play. They, of course, had to get through 2 very difficult matchups leading up to it. 2 matchups that ended up being rather one-sided as well, and that is quite demoralizing. It's quite difficult to have those matches and then go into this one. This is the perfect way to bounce back with an early lead.
And we were talking about it with the rest of the talent. Where do you want to be playing? What games do you want to have? And Collect could be about to half the deficit. Yes, he can. 2-1 now the score. For Collect, maybe has ambitions of a little bit of revenge, of course, playing with this Native Gaming roster so long ago as Gilkey gets himself a triple kill and immediately sets his sights on pushing this flag forward.
This might be one of the quickest Forbidden games that we have seen so far this tournament, as the 3rd flag is very much on the way. And with a triple kill off the back of it, we are going to need to see Bittersweet getting a very quick transition from one side to the other. There is a touch, so this will stay alive temporarily here.
There's a touch, that means there's a chance. Is there a chance for Bittersweet to stop this flag in its tracks before it can get punched in? Descendant continues to jiggle peek, trying to delay this for as long as he possibly can. Gilkey's going to juggle, Gilkey's going to get the kill, scoop it up, slam it home. Native Gaming take the lead in the series, 1-0.
Wow, how about that? A very quick, emphatic performance. And that means we have a time for a quick break. We'll be back with map number 2.
these, huh? Is that what happened here? I gotta refill my water. So I know I didn't miss a whole capture the flag. Or did I? I hope not. Imagine I did though. That'd probably be a gnarly ass capture the flags series. Like, just imagine, bro. It's like aliens, dude. You like telling me you don't believe, dude? Don't worry, chat. I'm only partially going crazy. Chat, do I get fries with my sandwich and appetizers? Like, part of me says no. But part of me says YOLO. You know what I mean? I think I'm fine. Tied up at 21s here. Alpha Esports staying neck and neck with Cloud9. Cloud Nina?
Enemy halfway to victory.
I was hoping Alpha Esports was going to be able to actually take the lead there, but the best they could do was kind of like keep it within that 1 to 2. They like tied it up there for a minute, and now they just suck. Just kidding. Kidding, chat. I'm sorry. Oh no, Native Gaming did win capture the flag that fucking quick. Wow. I'm kind of mad I missed it. Literally refilling my water. And refilling my water pitcher as well, to be fair. My boy out here grappling. It's Pathfinder. Looking at it.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Right now, that other game's slower pace, so we're gonna stay here and then we'll switch over to Native Bittersweet for game 2. Of course, now this game slows down, eh? Naturally. Cloud9 is still doing a good job of staying ahead as far as the kill count, getting trades where they need. They just need 5 more here. They should be fine. 4. Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and switch over, chat.
The bragging rights, you always want to prove that they made a mistake. As it stands, they find themselves down 1 in the series, but a nice double kill to give themselves a 4-kill lead.
I will say, if Collect starts to go off, we know what Collect can do, and individually he can change games. I've seen him win an entire series when he's playing at his very best. So I'm glad we're on his POV for a little bit here. Camouflage, of course, gone now, but does have the shock as a reward. He's very patient to get that shock rifle as well. And now just needs to make sure he puts it to work here. He can really influence the game just with a couple of headshots, but having buttons just escapes it.
And Native Gaming, Dan, it's worth noting, didn't have it all their own way in the open bracket. The Australian team, Mind Freak, almost causing the upset. Eventually, Native Gaming did bounce back and get the reverse sweep, but there was some nervy moments at times because we thought it was a best of 3. They were down 2-0.
Oh.
We thought that series was over. So for Barcode, his former teammates and some of his compatriots almost eliminated from the tournament, or at least dropped down the elimination bracket.
But we saw that reaction on social media as well.
Yeah, that was when they were talking. Yeah, that's when he showed him the finger.
Feel good going into Saturday's
He was like, hey, I got the ring, big dog.
Saturday has not really gone the way that Native Gaming would have wanted. Losing out to Quadrant in a pretty impressive fashion, actually. The way Quadrant were playing, I think sometimes we've seen Quadrant struggle a little bit when teams do come in from the open bracket, and they might drop a map or 2 here or there, but Quadrant looked very impressive. And then SSG also kind of tossing Native Gaming to one side. They did drop a Slayer 50-49, but nothing really to be too
I think this could be a good series down there too. Ascend baseline versus the Lethal Fox.
So that they can move into bracket play and look like a bit more of a formidable force. At the moment, after the performances from SSG and Quadrant, they look like a team that others will probably want to be facing in the elimination bracket.
That's the issue, isn't it, right? They have this strife that they're trying to get back into the top 8 conversations, top 6. Both these teams want to be far more competitive when they play against the likes of SSG and Quadrant, but right now, this is where they find themselves. One team have to do the open bracket, both teams just fighting it out, trying to survive in the competition.
Well, Native Gaming have finally got hold of the camouflage here, a chance for tapping buttons to do something, but does get tagged, so has to redirect.
I feel like I can barely hear the casters right now.
Get spotted out. Sometimes it's about just trying to find a different path so you can put that camouflage to use. It's exactly what he does, but he's not able to get the double. I think that's good news for Bittersweet, shutting tapping down before he's able to start to go off. Remember, tapping also another player individually who can really change a game as well. I think looking at Native's roster in general, on any given day, one of these guys can step up and be the big difference maker, but if no one does, it kind of looks a little bit dicey.
Yeah, can step up, but will they step up? At the moment, down by 2.
I think it's a fair assessment. I mean, especially because you do have a couple players who, like an APG and a Gilkey, who are kind of on the tail ends of their career, right?
Excuse me, will help King Nick get 1.
I still feel like when you look at the experience of the roster on Native, though, like
as we hit the halfway point, King Nick staying alive in back blue and then pushing towards tower to help a teammate. That gets kill elsewhere as well. So trading all the while, Bittersweet maintaining that 2-kill advantage up until this point.
At one point, it was King Nick versus APG in a winners final, and now it's for staying in the competition in pool play. So it really is crazy how some of these team changes can affect players and how they have to try and revive their careers in certain teams in certain scenarios. But this is a big one for both of these squads, because you'd have to imagine if Bittersweet were to lose this one and go out in top 16, not escape pools, does this team survive? Is there changes? Most likely, that's what happens when you're down this low and you're not able to get the success that you've been looking for.
True.
As for Native Gaming, they've already been through their changes. They've already been through the kind of ruins of trying to find that perfect 4th player to work with them. And if they were to dip out in pool play, I'm sure they would be equally as disappointed.
Team has gone through many iterations. Still yet to find the piece they need. Tapping buttons can be just that same beautiful shot. That shock rifle. Now rotating towards Whirlpool and eyeing up any spawners towards long haul. Has that information, finds the face of tapping buttons. Gilkey could be his latest victim who just about thinks the better of it and backs away. And this is what Bittersweet need to maintain that lead. And every time Native Gaming threaten to push closer, try and make some moves, Bittersweet are shutting it down.
Bittersweet have been very patient. They've been waiting for Native Gaming to be pushing, kind of catching one player off guard, and then using that extra man to push through and get a couple more kills. Native just need that opening.
Ascend currently up on TLF over there.
Consistently 3 or 4
I do want to stay
kills
on board
behind.
here
They've
though,
not
because it's
been
still
able to
like
take
it's
the
just a
lead.
3-kill
If
game.
Native do gain the lead, I think this game might be done. Native are far better once they have a little bit of control, but they've just not been able to wrestle it back from Bittersweet.
Sorry,
yet.
two.
Yeah,
They've
Native
cut it
Gaming
to 2.
Just want something to hold on to. At the moment, Bittersweet keeping themselves out of touching distance, even if it is just a fingertip away now with the 2-kill advantage. Barcode position
What is
top
that?
elevator.
What is on his gun there? There was just so much was happening.
Visual clutter, is that what you're trying to
A
call it?
lot of visual clutter there. Just get it off, Barcode. Come on.
Well, if it works for him, it definitely works for him. He's got a lot of real estate to play with here inside Whirlpool, playing this one slow. And this Slayer has got some nervy edge to it, doesn't it? No players really want to make mistakes, not going to risk anything. Barcode will get the kill he desired, try and dip away. Unfortunately, he's lost a couple of teammates. A melee on the way out, double kill locked in, and again, that 2-kill is now a 3-kill advantage. Bittersweet doing so well and keeping that lead. Camouflage has just popped up. King Nick has popped into his chest. And what a career so far in Halo Infinite King Nick has had. He's almost watched his kingdom.
All right, Bittersweet, I think he's
smaller and
taking game
smaller
2.
as time has gone on. Like you say, making it top 2.
Unless
you
Native
might
can
now
turn
find
it
yourself
around here before
battling
Bittersweet gets to like
competition.
44.
Try and survive this pool play.
You said what a career, and then you started to list how it's just gone downhill lately. And it's
That's not a
sadly,
career.
yeah, it happens. Some of the greats, they will fall every now and then, but it's the biggest question is, can they come back and be at the top where they once found themselves? And certainly the first step is getting out of pool play, getting into bracket play to give yourself that chance of trying to make that dream run. Because neither of these teams can make it into winner's bracket, remember. Whoever wins this will be in elimination bracket come the rest of the day. 45 to 39 now, so Bittersweet closing in on tying this up 1-1, but Native Gaming still within a shot. Can't give away too many kills though.
Nah, Bittersweet takes
Make
this
no
game, it looks
mistake
like.
about it. You win this
Have we
series, it doesn't
seen-
get any easier from here on out.
I guess really
It's
Native
straight
Gaming is the
dogs.
only team who has
Fight
won a
to
map.
fight
Never mind, I was
every
about to say
single turn, descendant
anyone
on
won a Slayer, but it was a Slayer that they won
3
earlier.
away now from victory and tying up this series, and that's exactly what Bittersweet needed after that game 1 defeat.
Needed someone to be taking this game by the horns, and I think Descendant will be happy with how he's played so far. 3 more kills required, but 2 do go in favor of Native Gaming, and that's the worrying sign. Yes, Nick has the shock rifle. He can make the difference, and
Nice
it's a big shot
shot.
to hit because it gets them even closer now, especially with the assist coming through. It's 49 to 44. Surely Bittersweet have this one. Yes, they do. Bittersweet will tie us up 1.
All right, remember, this is the C stream, so we're not going to have any casters over here, chat. Ascend trying to bring the second cap home here.
Remaining.
Gotta keep him off. Nice. Touch. Nice. Here we go. Here we go. That should be a flag cap for Lethal Fox here. Right? Yeah, there it is. Oh! Got him! So then what game have we not seen started yet? No, we've seen them all started. Never mind. I'm stupid. Nice double. And picks up the flag. Keeps it going. Flag. Drop. Flag. Taken. Flag. Drop.
flag.
Kablooey! Nice name. Rami put in some work.
Captured your flag.
Tied up at 2 with a minute left, baby. Come on, TLF. 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 So Cloud9's potentially about to wrap up their series.
30 seconds remaining.
So this will be the last series to wrap up.
Captured your flag. Defeat.
Send baseline. Take game 1. All right. Oddball. Play ball.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. 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 Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Alpha's not able to pick up a lot of big time right now. They're just kind of maintaining. Chat, what I tell you, we'd be getting done right around 2, right?
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Probably gonna be like 2:15.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy halfway to victory. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball.
They just have no way of getting any sort of control here for Alpha. All right, back to Native Gaming.
Sitting at 1-1.
They are
We're just joining
also
this one
doing
is
some
very
oddball.
important. The most important for these two teams as a tournament so far, as it's just to make it out into bracket play.
Oddball Street's a very difficult one to try and one-up over another team. We even saw it earlier with two teams who were on a very different class, actually. A team that was getting absolutely slapped was still able to keep it somewhat competitive here on Oddball Streets, because all it takes is one all-4 dead. You can get some good amount of time on the ball. But no ball time for either team at the moment. Very competitive in the middle of the map as they're trying to just try and get ahead of the other. And finally now, a chance to set up for Native Gaming at the first. And it will be a tower setup that they're going to go for. APG will probably hold down Pink, need someone over towards Arcade, and then it's just a matter of communicating. Where's that push coming? How do we set up to stop it?
APG on our screens, and you might have seen him on social media, getting a little bit lively when he was talking some smack in the open bracket. Although some players were talking smack to him, and he was answering back in a very emphatic fashion, holding up his championship ring finger, which we do love and do enjoy. Tap the buttons now. Is that player you spoke about? Who
It was a
on
good
the
clip.
arcade side, holding down
Good
some damage.
clip, man.
Barcode's gotten a double kill. 3 have gone down. King Nick now has to wait, hold his position, and wait for the cavalry to arrive.
Yeah, it's always frustrating when you know the damage has been done elsewhere, but as the last remaining player, if you push in whilst others are spawning, you've just put yourselves on staggered spawns, and you're not helping your team at all. So King Nick quite wisely goes back, rotates, and will do a lot of damage again, and does actually get a kill. So great play from Nick, just needs the help now, and here it comes.
The help arrives, and the help gets a kill. Manny doing an incredible job. Being close enough to his teammate to capitalize on the damage that was done. APG down to no shields, as is now Manny. Dips away with the ball carrier to try and provide some cover fire. Perhaps going to throw some punches if anybody heads into PD. Fortunately for him, no one is going to face him right now. Connect drops the ball, rotates out, looks to contest this camouflage. Gets it completely free, no damage taken until a little tick comes his way towards the end. Can he round the corner? Yes, he can. Camouflage and bulldog.
Camouflage.
Can he do something special with it?
APG
Backed away. Can he make a big value impact play though? Nice one.
Jumped out of time to try and get the kill.
Nice
But now it's
two.
going to be 3 dead for Native, and Collect gets the job done with the camo. So now, Bittersweet should be able to put some time on the board.
Nice.
It's not the cleanest attempt at a kill, but at least Collect's done the damage and survives with the camo, and now he'll clean up tapping.
Oh, and then just runs into nades.
Showcase some great triggers.
Riv, what are we doing?
By using the bulldog in the second, then cleaning up the scraps that was left from the double kill. That meant that this game now, 37-31, 6-second lead. It's not much, but it's enough for now. Gilky's going to pick up the ball. Slay's not too heavily in their favor. That's just changed the death of King Nick. Descendant in Cafe. As a matter of fact, 3 members of Native, all positioned, or of Bittersweet, excuse me, all positioned over towards that Cafe side. Collects picked up a double kill, and that's going to really hurt the cause for Native Gaming. Gilky going to prioritize slaying here if he can. Yes, he can. King Nick will get 1. Onto Gilky, tapping buttons also going to fall into hands of Collect. Now ball time for Bittersweet. So, time starting to mount up. This is much better for Bittersweet, the upper.
Yeah, it was Descendant last game stepping up, but it's Collect now who's putting up the numbers for Bittersweet. Doesn't always mean everything. Of course, there's assists coming across the board, but Collect does look in fine form. Of course, a very different experience it's been so far for Bittersweet comparatively to Native Gaming. They've only played the 2 pool play matches, whereas Native were able to play through an entire open bracket. That means there's a lot more chemistry that can be built, a lot can be learned through that entire day on Friday through open, whereas Bittersweet, all they could learn really was that...
That's a
they
good
had
point,
2
though. I didn't
struggle
even think about
games
that.
in pool play for themselves to work with. And yes, they have more time to go back, VOD review, and to look at things. I guess that's one benefit of being in pool play.
Yeah, Bittersweet definitely trying to put some credence in the expression, you don't lose, you learn. Well, they've done quite a lot of losing, so let's hope learning was done. They can implement some of the
I don't
things
know.
that
What
they
would
did
you value more?
in this series against Native Gaming?
Being able to get extra reps or extra VOD review time?
King Nick trying desperately to toss the ball out front base in the bottom middle. Unable to do so. Descended over towards Cafe. That nade will spin up and do a little bit of damage, but not enough to take the shields away. APG's been passed the ball. He obliges, picks it up, and continues to score for his team. Bittersweet, though, have got a sizable lead here that Native will need to cut into if they stand a chance to win this round 1.
Good positioning from APG at the moment. Having the ball in PD and doing some damage, just needs a little bit of help so they can clean up some of these kills, and it could result in a good amount of ball time as well. We know APG, very experienced in playing the objective, knows how to navigate a lot of these areas to get as much ball time as possible, and here it is ticking up once more. One player
All
dead,
right, you
but
got to be
there's
able to
gonna
find a way to
two
keep the
down
hold of
on
this
the
for a
side of
while.
Native, so now APG has to just
Yeah, I was
toss
gonna
that
say.
ball away, get it out of any chance of Bittersweet getting it into PD, so it's a good rotation, but he's the last alive, so this is where you really need to get a trade to try and make your life worth it.
He has delayed this ball time.
Wow, that's actually big, staying alive there too, able to get shields back.
Has spawned up. APG will eventually go down. The rest of Native Gaming are there to try and provide some support. The ball has rolled its way all the way down to the fresh spawners. Heads up play from the world champion APG.
It's still going, the ball just won't stop. Bittersweet trying to grab it, but it just keeps rolling away from them downhill. And it will get reset.
Attached to a fishing rod, isn't it?
Native saying, please, do chase it. We're waiting for you. The ball gets reset. 4 dead now for Bittersweet. This is going to be the best chance Native are going to get an actual setup here to work with
Enemy has the ball.
over towards Trap. So we're going to see, I think, Bittersweet trying to attempt some sort of pink push. Maybe they go for a split here. The barcode with the camouflage is going to get a lot of information. And look, Gilkey was waiting in the wings as well.
Waiting in the wings but falls. King Nick gets one, but answered back by Barcode with that camouflage, trying to download the information and pass on to his team. It was a 2-2 split. Dan, you were right, Descendant, last one alive on his side. Manny's going to try and get close. It's going to be good enough for a trade. That benefits Bittersweet a little bit more than it does Native. But Collect is falling elsewhere.
Come on, Native,
Made
let's
up
go.
into traps, means the ball
Gotta
has to
be
played,
here.
has to be dropped. No more scoring is allowed. Native Gaming hold a very slender, indeed, 2-second lead.
Tapping was doing very well to listen to both Barcode and Gilkey of where those players were going to be, and he was cleaning up a lot of the damage that was being done. They tried to lay a trap, did Native, and it got them good amount of time, so they can't really complain too much. Even though it wasn't the cleanest of traps, it certainly did work out, and now they're closing in on taking this first round.
Well, the Bittersweet have. The push is going to come. They're not getting close.
Ew.
So much damage being put down by Gilkey, just to ensure
All right,
round
boy.
1 goes the way of Native Gaming.
When push comes to shove, just give Gilkey a stalker rifle and he'll get the job done in those final moments. Native take the lead here on Oddball Streets, despite the fact that Bittersweet had a good amount of control.
Oh, hold on. It's the end of this. Cloud9 clutching it up. Yeah, they clutched it up. Damn, Alpha's so close. Yet so far away. All right, Slayer. The Lethal Fox. Trying to bring this thing to a tie.
Team nearing victory.
Yo, Chad, I am getting hungry, man. Does look like Ascend's gonna end up taking game number 2 here, though. Yeah, 6 kill lead. About to be a 7 kill lead. Yeah, 6 kill lead. Hold it. Imagine they turn it around here. It'd be wild. I mean, probably not, but just imagine. Oh, yeah, definitely not like that, though. Definitely not like that, though.
APG's got
We're gonna be here all over the start of this map.
Over the pink stairs, in fact. That's where he's going to find it. Descendant swinging and a miss, and shadow boxing there he was, and just couldn't connect onto the back, chest, leg, shin, wherever he wanted to hit APG. It wasn't connecting and wasn't finding a hole.
Just any body part at that point, but someone did clean up the kills, so it didn't matter too much. As Bittersweet hold a slender lead right now, but we saw in the previous round it didn't matter for much, as once Native did get going, they were able to get a significant amount of time. But Bittersweet have had more success at holding Tram this round, which has been the biggest difference for them. And it's going to be another tram setup for them to work with. Not quite the perfect setup, though. Collect's down at the moment. So there's a lot to do if you're trying to hold here. And King Nick does get the opener, but it's traded out.
Black goes down as well. 5 perfect shots.
Ball dropped.
Connect. Tapping buttons forces Bittersweet to play the ball. Descendant alone in tram again. Trying to defend it. He's going to go down, but not before taking tapping buttons along with him for the ride. 2 men submit their tickets to the boatman, and down the river Styx they go. So ball out front C, or tram if that's the way inclined to wear, because I know Westwood hates when I call it front C in matchmaking.
He does, he hates it. He actually gets really angry with Jersey. It's been quite ugly to watch, but it's going to be another conversation that happens in the green room later.
Incoming.
The tram setup didn't work out as well as Bittersweet would have hoped, but they are still ahead and have doubled the lead now over Native Gaming. I really feel like they need a couple more camouflages to work with here. It's been a little bit too easy for that camo to go into the side of Native Gaming, but in 15 seconds maybe Collect can make a difference here, and does have the Stalker Rifle to work with as well. We saw the Stalker Rifle made a difference in the previous round when Gilkey had it, so now Collect needs to do something the same.
Nope, nobody can touch APG right now. He's like Roy O'Bannon with shots firing over his head. That's a good reference if anybody knows the movie. I'm not going to give you any hints.
Well, APG's had some big moments so far in this series. He had that moment where he was able to rotate that ball away from 4 players on Bittersweet and just stop them from getting any sort of setup over towards tower, as now Gilkey has the camouflage.
Enemy has the ball.
And again,
There
it's
we
in
go,
favor of
pulling it
Native
back
Gaming.
in.
Bittersweet just not able to control the power-ups like Native have been able to do so. And that is what is keep Native in this game, to be honest. The kills dead even, 69 for both, nice, but now we're going to see whether Bittersweet can actually take advantage of a couple of deaths here.
APG looking for cover in red room. Barcode gets a kill. The Bulldog. He's got that on a tight leash. Gets a kill for him. He drops down, trying to keep himself out of the line of danger. Unfortunately, he's been sniffed out by Collect. So Gilkey's going to soar in to help tap buttons. A little bait and switch, perhaps.
I don't know if you've noticed on Barcode's player cam, when like every time his headset's falling off his head, he gets so animated that the headset starts to fall forward as Manny gets a double kill. Now this is big for Bittersweet. This is their chance. Ball gets reset. They've got a couple of kills. They can get some control here and try and toss that ball back. It's going to be on Collect, really, as the closest member to try and get some ball time. But I think Native off spawn have done very well to get into some of the priority positions here to compete for that ball.
Manny goes down, as does his teammate Descendant. King Nick answers back with one of his own. And he continues to jiggle peek over towards front tower.
Ooh.
2 members of Bittersweet.
Yo, my
positioned
adductors are
on the
tight
arcade
today,
street.
bro.
Tapping buttons, looking over the balcony, providing some damage onto Collect. Stalemate on the map, but unfortunately for Bittersweet, Native Gaming continue to score and put distance between them.
Come on,
Really
Native.
right now.
Put yourself on a match
About
point
23
here.
seconds, and we do maths pretty quickly, but not always pretty right.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Some ball time now for Bittersweet, and it's good that Manny got round that corner. Had he gone down, that could have actually been such a huge detriment that could have really changed the shape of this game. Camo's up once more. I think that Bittersweet might have got hold of this one. Well, they did. I think Collect had it, and now he falls, sadly. So that was their chance to try and do something with it, but Descendant at least is defending his life in PD. And that double kill will allow the spawners to try and make a difference, to try and take down some of these players so they can actually get some ball control. And he's still going. 3 go down for Native Gaming. This is Bittersweet's chance to set up in tower.
The AR.
Damage from Descendant. At every single point, he was putting damage down on one player tower,
The
one player
AR.
dropping nades, just trying to deny areas.
Enemy has
And now they take the lead, and with a minute left on the game clock, which perhaps won't be an issue here, it's Native Gaming who are up against the rope. They're on against the kosh.
the ball.
They have to make a play, and they've done so as 3 go down now. For
Nice,
Bittersweet.
got 3
Collect
down. You got the
standing
ball.
on the pink
Should be
side.
able to get up to like
Gilkey has
85,
made sure he
88
has to
here.
clamber up, and perhaps he had a big breakfast as Spartan was struggling just a touch. He has now made it, but Bittersweet find themselves in the
Nice,
exact
pushed
same
up past
situation they
that.
were in before. They have got to make a play, and they've got to make one quick.
That's one of the downsides of having a setup. If you do not play that ball, then the other team can take advantage of it. They can get control, and now Bittersweet have to go.
Nice.
But Native will hold on.
Let's
Native will get the second round. And
go!
Barcode's headset falls off yet again. We need to find something to keep it on that man's head, but it is a 2-1 lead here for Native Gaming. Bittersweet just couldn't get over the hump there, and that is map 3 concluded. So we'll be back after a break for King of the Hill Live Fire.
So it looks like they're going to be doing all 4 streams at 3:30. Which I guess makes sense, because you probably have 4 games going on then. And then it probably goes down to 2 from there. How does it work? You got 8 teams in upper bracket, 4 teams in lower bracket? Surely that's how it works, right? Or do you just give the top 4 teams a bye? Probably top 4 teams a bye and just double elim, yeah? Those beat low-key slaps. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Is this just some... Okay, I'm about to say, is this just some, like, 16-bar repeat? Bro, they better have something for us in between time. Oh, man. Imagine this go. I would like to see this go 5. I'm not gonna lie.
Welcome back, folks.
I want to
Game
see it go
4 now
5
underway.
only if Native's gonna win
Gaming
though.
Bittersweet yet to settle this squabble. It's taken 4 so far. Could go the distance and need all 5. That's exactly what Bittersweet will want. That much is for damn sure. Barcode gets double kill. Manny is going to fall, but Bittersweet now on the ropes and are just a haymaker away, Dan, from hitting the map for the last final time.
Well, certainly camo control was a struggle for Bittersweet in the previous game. There might be more of the same here. Tapping does go down though. I guess that's one way to counter the camo control, is just make sure you kill them, make sure they don't get away. But it's a double kill from APG to allow Barcode to keep scoring in this hill here. He's more interested in his teammates' screen at the moment just because he can't see anything from where he is, so he has to utilize what he's got available to him.
We switch over the kill key. He's got 2 players to contend with, and he just came out on top in that fight. He wasn't the favorite, for good reason. Collect now with that sniper rifle.
It's
Try and put
collect.
it to work. Tapping buttons fall to the hands. Or a matter of fact, the gunfire of the bandit rifle. APG inside house. The Collect is just desperately trying to garner information for his team and also land a couple of bodies, or even a headshot if he can. But they're getting a lot of time here, and they've already taken the lead in the progress of.
I mean, at this
number one.
point, the
APG
brackets are
just
still
about
set,
hit that
right?
scope, saving himself from a headshot.
Yeah, Collect can really make the difference and could actually win them the hill here. All it takes is hitting one shot, and that's all you need. Double kill now.
It's just a
One
matter
more, but
of.
It's going to allow the rest of the team to score, and it's going to be
Hold
3.
on.
Back to
Hold
back.
on.
Oh, so close to getting the over. But it will secure at least the hill for Bittersweet, and they need something like that. They need someone to put this game on their back right now. Otherwise, they'll be out of this tournament.
Words. I was saying something.
APG then.
Oh, they basically just don't know who is the 3rd seed for each group yet, because it could be any team that switches over. Well, although most of them already do.
Evicted from that location very quickly, or he could be a real thorn in the side. He does go down. King Nick.
I guess for real, it's just this one,
Isolate
right?
over towards green, or excuse me.
No, this one
towards
too, I
the
guess.
Camo side. In trouble, managed to
Oh,
just
and
about
TLF
escape
one
the
game
fight.
too,
Managed to
huh?
kill. That's going to help the cause greatly. APG bottom middle runs past a teammate. King Nick makes sure he takes APG out of the equation for now. So they're trading back and forth all the while. But it's Native who have control of the tower for now. At least have control of the score and the progress on hill number 2. But we've seen that before. And Bittersweet managed to get that hill number 1 captured. Manny now has camouflage, and that could be pivotal in what way this second hill swings.
Nothing worse than being no shields and running past a teammate who's running away from something, and you're like, something's coming, someone's going to hit me. They're definitely being chased, and sadly that was what happened at bottom middle, but now Gilkey will have tower control. We saw a triple
come on.
earlier. Gilkey
We
not
control
able
this
to
point here,
convert,
boys.
though. Will get a death, a grenade death, or what should I say, a death from a grenade. And sadly, no triple to work with, but we are going to see Native Gaming now, at least with a chance to try and take this hill. It's Tapping Buttons who has the responsibility of the sniper rifle that collected a little bit earlier on.
Tapping button needing, maybe perhaps, tap some faces. That's what the team needs right now. That's Bittersweet pretty much tied up the progress that had been made. Tapping buttons just doesn't have the information, doesn't look comfortable in the hill.
Nice, they will get one.
King Nick. It's enough to push him back, but unfortunately that means that Tapping Buttons has to get out of the hill and trade places. 1-1 the score. Native Gaming right back in this.
I think it's evident sniper rifle control is going to be important here, as it always is on live fire. So Hill now moves over towards House. And Tapping Buttons just needs to get with the rest of the team, because one body shot can make the difference, but they're just waiting for APG off spawn before they get too excited on a push. See, Quantum's going to be
But
up,
Gilkey goes
but
down
is
then
he gonna be able
after?
to grab it, and can that be the little extra tool you need? Tapping knew he was going down just to waste a couple of bullets there.
Manny looking for the sniper rifle, nothing there though. Still looking for it. He's like, no, it has to be here. It's under something.
Check again.
Sniper
You
rifle
sure
is
it's not there,
stopped,
bro?
it would seem for now. Barcode goes down. Manny slides out, makes the challenge, continues to try and do more damage on the way out, but Tapping Buttons shuts him down before being traded out. Great damage from Manny. Ultimately knowing his
Check
number
it
was up, he's
again,
gonna die
bruv.
instantly. APG with the final shot does find that sniper rifle. Manny wasn't wrong, it was somewhere, he just couldn't track it down.
That was important as well, otherwise Bittersweet probably would have had that hill and taken a 2-1 lead, but now forcing that player out means Bittersweet have to kind of readjust where they were placing themselves. King Nick the first to get to the hill, but it's allowed Native Gaming to get into a position to try and compete for it. And now Bittersweet, it is not going to be the easiest hill for them. Camouflage is coming up though, which could be a good distraction for them to work with.
Sending continues to try and make it difficult. Get to trade. 3 dead for Bittersweet though. Camouflage pop for Barcode. Is he going to opt to try and stand in the hill and get close in score? Because a lot of progress made, as you rightfully say. King Nick's going to go down. That's going to give Native Gaming the opportunity to hold some semblance of control. Manny pushes forward, makes the G slide, but unfortunately it's to his death. Descendant's going to push into the house. Once more we get round 2.
Where's my help?
Descendant v Barcode.
Nice.
This time they're going to trade out once again.
It's a big kill from Barco, but I don't think it's going to help in the grand scheme of things of this hill, as Bittersweet will close it out, and it's going to be 2-1. They take the lead once more. 2 minutes 43 on the clock, so still plenty of Halo to play here. King of the Hill. Quantum's going to be coming up, though, as is the sniper rifle. We've already seen the sniper was making a big difference earlier.
Oh,
Just collect
bye.
Splish splash, he's gone. Hill did move.
Wow.
Did seem to benefit Native Gaming, but Bittersweet have walked out of house, gotten the kills that they need. Collect's going to get a sniper rifle tossed to him, and when you have teammates who have that trust, they need to toss you a sniper rifle. They know you're heating up, you're cooking. The sniper rifle gets past you, it only builds that confidence.
Oh.
Quantum plus sniper rifle as well, so it means you can take a more aggressive position and then teleport back when things get a little bit dicey, but he gave up his position with that sniper shot, so they know full well where he is at the moment. He's still going, still being aggressive, and will secure that first kill. Now that's an opening for Bittersweet to try and push up on it, but elsewhere, the damage has been done maybe by Native Gaming on all his teammates. Collect, the last player alive.
They know exactly where he is. He's desperately trying
He's
to
trying, man.
Difference, trying to find a headshot. Lands a body on the Gilkey. Will that be good enough to get the kill? Yes, it will. As Gilkey challenges it, slides out to his own demise. You maybe hope that he can stay alive there just long enough for his teammates to provide some support. Unable to do so. Tapping buttons fell as well. And that's why you see Native Gaming retreating towards tower, because they know the push is coming, and it did. Bittersweet now hold control of the hill, but it was only for a moment. Descendant continues to fight the hill, making himself a very difficult kill. Tapping buttons, back tower, it's going to be a 1v1. Manu wins it, and wins the hill.
Bittersweet's going to force him at 5. Let's go.
Maybe Native could have rescued that, but now Bittersweet have a 2-hill lead. 17 kills at the moment for Collect. It's just one of those games that we're used to seeing. Camo's going to be coming up as well. It's going to be King Nick securing it. So Bittersweet doing far better in this map and mode of finding that camouflage. And maybe now he can do something to be a real nuisance.
Ball dropped.
I want to stay on board over here, honestly.
Bittersweet currently hold a 7-kill advantage. They're outslaying by 7. 3-1 lead, so not blowing this team out of the water by any stretch of the imagination, but the kills have come at the right time. When they capitalize on things, as King Nick gets himself a double kill and still running rampant in that camouflage as it now just dissipates.
Yeah, that was his aim, that was his target with the camo, to make sure he gets tower control, and now he's in one of the prime positions here, and Native realistically need to try and take him off a bit, because if you allow someone to just reign supreme on this tower for too long when this hill is top middle, it becomes too easy because of this.
Nice shots.
You try and push up to sandbags, you are so vulnerable to those shots from tower. And you've got so much cover as well, you can just back off, you can drop down, you can hide behind the pillars, and then you just jump back up to be a nuisance once more. So you have to push them, and that's what Native are trying to do here. Eliminate that threat from tower and regain that control.
Great bait and switch from Gilkey and Barcode to get the kill and clear out tower. King Nick no longer an issue. As I say that though, Collect and Manny make the push towards C flat. They're trying to control it once more. Top middle. It's still a scrap, it's still a mosh pit. King Nick is standing inside it right now, and they're the ones scoring. But every single time Native Gaming seem to get themselves in this 3/4, maybe 6/8 progress on the hill, they give it up, and they cannot wrestle it back, and Bittersweet win the hill. Will the story change? Will it shift right now?
Well, it's back to a 7-kill lead again for Bittersweet in the Slays. Barcode holding it and says, I'm going to get rid of some of these sniper bullets because I've seen what they can do against us. So instead, they get that hill on the board. It's 3-2, 1 minute 31 left on the clock, and Native still in this one. That's worrying times for Bittersweet. Bittersweet need to make sure that they get some early time here whilst they have control of green.
Barcode just caught by surprise, and maybe thankful that he did waste those first 4 shots, because 6 shots fired total, none of them connected. He gave over a 2-shot sniper rifle, excuse me, to play with. 1 bullet left though in the chamber. It's locked, it's loaded, and it's a swing and a miss. Nothing doing. Barcode now looks to get
Bittersweet's got control of this hill right now, though.
Taking the fight whilst he's full shields, comes back to the player, but
Native doesn't have time for 2 hills. They got to get control.
They needed that. It does get cleaned up, but look at the amount of time that Bittersweet are getting for free in the hill at the moment. Native Gaming need to stop them, will stop them temporarily. Tapping buttons, joining King Nick over there. We're going to see one player going down. King Nick does fall, so Native Gaming, the push is successful. Now they have the hill, but camouflage available. Manny could probably win this game with the right play here. Not sure that's the right play though.
Oh,
but
bro,
still,
that's not the
Bittersweet
right
with a
play at
real chance and
all.
a real opportunity to try and get the victory.
Barcode then clears out bottom middle, knows there's no enemies there for now. Look at the play over towards tower side. Maybe put some shots on anybody who crossed over towards bridge. As he tiptoes around. Gets one onto Collect. Gets taken down though instead by Descendant. Native Gaming are right there. Here comes that push we were talking about. Manny goes down. King Nick's the latest one to try and push out, get the kill, and shuts it down. Tapping buttons against King Nick. Which one's going to come out on top?
Nice.
Tapping buttons. It's
Nice,
3-3.
tied up.
We're all tied up in the hill.
Wow, what a game of King of the Hill we've got between these two squads. It looked like bittersweet. We're so close to making us go to a game 5 here, but I will say, going back to the camo on Manny, if he was just a little bit more patient and pushed into that hill, it could have been a very different game here for Bittersweet. And they're not having the early time that they had before. They do get a couple of kills though, and that stick's going to do some damage. 57 seconds, and of course the clock not really going to be a factor here because of overtime anyway. So it's just do or die in this hill. Remember, if Native Gaming get this
come
hill,
on,
they win
Native.
this, they will be sending Bittersweet out of this tournament.
That's important now that Bittersweet don't play flustered. They don't start being
There we
scrappy.
go.
There has to be
There we
some
go.
sort of thought behind the moves they're making. Do not make solo pushes, desperate plays. It is desperate measure time, but you've got lots of time in this hill to change the destiny of the series and indeed this game. Collect top middle is going to
There we go,
fall.
barcode.
They're pushing solo, they're getting picked apart, and Native Gaming are in the ascendancy right now.
Ah, it's over.
Rolls across the main stage to let them know, because now it's one last push here for Bittersweet. Otherwise, they will be out of this tournament.
One last push, one last hurrah. What have they got? They're so far away here. They have to get kills and get in the hill, and it's just not got the
GG's
time to
chat.
do it. Native
Let's
Gaming
go!
stand up, they stand strong, they win the
Native
series
going
3-1.
into
Native
the
Gaming
bracket,
will
baby.
Be going through to bracket play. Bittersweet will be going
That's what I'm
home.
talking
We'll
about.
see you at 3:30 for the pre-show and for the entire Halo action. We'll see you then.
It's a whole hour to the pre-show? Brothers. Well, what do we do then, chat? So I know part of what we're gonna do is I'm gonna order me some food. I'm gonna go pick it up. But I almost feel. Do I want to do it now though? What other options do we have? I guess we could watch back some series from yesterday, eh? I guess we could always watch. Oh, we still have this one, don't we?
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
We do still have this stream.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Although it does look like, hey, yo, TLF about to take. Hey, I told y'all Ascend might lose their spot. I tried telling y'all, chat. Facts are facts. Hit me with an FAX form, please.
Ball dropped. Ball dropped.
All right, so TLF take game 3 and put themselves up onto series point. That's going to a map 4. I'll be back here shortly. Hey, 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 yo, hey. I'm an idiot, don't mind me. I'm gonna go pee while they reset up for another map. Yo, chat, my legs. I know I've said this a lot already, but my legs are fucking shot from today, man. All right, chat, here we go. Map 5. One map to rule them all. Or no, map 4. Never mind. I'm an idiot.
Kill incoming. Enemy team took the hill.
Oh, bro, I keep getting these like shots of pain though on like the inside of my leg, like my adductors, bro. Like I don't know what it is.
Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill.
it's funny. I said one of the two between Ascend and Native, or not Native, Ascend and Bittersweet, and they might both end up switching out their spots heading into bracket play. Say, you know what? We don't really want to play no mo. We're good. We don't want it.
Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill.
Not gonna lie though, it would sound about right that Ascend would win this just to still lose it in 5.
Enemy team took the hill. About to score.
Bro, my knees are killing.
Took the hill. Enemy team scored.
Ascend's got 2 points.
Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill.
But for real, what do we do in between time? Like whenever this series ends. Although, I mean, to be fair, it might only be like 15 minutes by the time this thing ends. Especially if it ends up going to a map 5,
Hill incoming.
which it looks like it's going to. Naturally, right?
Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill.
Shoo! It's gonna still end up going to like 3-2, 3-3, ain't it?
Enemy team took the hill.
All right, come on, boys. Bring this in. Let's just end this map 4. Way we can go to a map 5, get it nice and done, so there's like a good little chill point for pre-show. You know what I'm saying?
Enemy about to score. Enemy team.
All right. Well, TLF's gonna at least force this a little bit longer.
Enemy team took the hill.
Do a hashtag for the content or what?
Enemy team took the hill.
Nice second swing there. Ooh.
Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score.
Gonna be forced even longer. Yeah. Right. And there's still plenty of time on the clock. So I mean, technically TLF could turn this. Imagine TLF turns this around.
Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score.
They're about to tie this thing up, chat. And they've been doing it at such a pace too, where there has not been much time taken off the clock too. Like what? Whoops. What have they lost? Like 24 seconds off the clock since they took point 1, and they're about to tie it up. Well, maybe not now.
Enemy team took the hill. 1 minute remaining. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team nearing victory.
Come on, Piggy. Nice. Tied up at 3. Bro, TLF gonna turn this around? Like, as much as I would like to see a 5th map, like, respect.
Enemy team took the hill.
got 2 down. Can they get control and keep control? Piggy! Yeah, Piggy, Piggy! Still feels so dirty to see an AR in competitive Halo, man. I'm telling you. Just don't feel right. Nice shots. TLF are going to pull off the comeback here, chat. Wow. And just controlling the back of this tower the whole time is Rami. That's wild. Wow. TLF rattle off with that 4 straight points? Or is it just 3? I think it was 4 straight points, right? They were down 3-0. Gosh. That's wild. Well, that wraps up bracket play, chat. Lethal Fox takes out Ascend baseline. Wow, 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 wow. All right, so pre-show and stuff at 3:30, huh? What if we were to do... All right, we're going to watch the grand finals back from London Majors. Deal?
That's right. We've got the HCS back in London.
Be the one to get there for a few seconds, so you
Are alive. Let's see. Of course, however, change in the room and already a lot of cheers coming in for fans on both sides.
He gets that over. Ready to go.
Right, here we go.
I hope you're with us because this series is going to be special. Optic versus FaZe Clan, 2 of the best in the game, are about to get it on.
Cannot wait to get underway. And what a table setter this game number 1 is going to be. We are underway here in your grand finals at the HCS London Major.
Well, early on here, it's going to be a great pickup for Trippy. Gets that overshield almost immediately. Little advantages at the start of the series can turn into double kills, which can turn a little bit of early momentum in your favor. Renegade, though, a little sneaky play early on, getting behind enemy lines and getting that flag moving.
You already get the feeling it's going to be a loud grand final here. Only a few double kills exchanged in the room and already a lot of cheers coming in for fans on both sides.
Trippy trying to fly in and will fly in to get that trade to clear out his closet. 2 dead on either side at the moment, so the battle for mid-map control is what we're looking for right now. A little bit of an opening created on the car side here by a combination of Optic players, but Snakebite will shut that down with a double kill of his own.
Really, really even here. Only 7 to 5 kills in favor of FaZe Clan overall off the opening breaks. That was 3 dead momentarily for Optic Gaming. There'll be a big trade that comes in here. Instead, Lucid stays alive to keep things interesting. Eventually, that kill will be taken down, however. It buys Optic just a little bit of time for the moment.
Yeah, you can see how closely matched these teams are as well. It's just a constant battle for mid-map control at the moment. The only moment we really saw one team get into the base was that early kind of overextension in the opening strategy for Renegade. I will say that when the teams walked out, it feels like there's some heroes and villains if you're asking where the fandom is in the room.
It really does. It's probably been quite some time since we've heard such a big split in terms of the difference of when Optic Gaming came in, it was loud. You heard a few boos when FaZe came in. Certainly, they will play villain. 3 dead momentarily for the side of Optic Gaming.
Before
well, Dad, you would imagine. As Trippy does get taken down, the flag is moving as well. FaZe have got this one back.
All right, you guys
and
see
they
scores?
might be the ones to strike first.
It's
here. Trippy's still
I'll be
stuck
right back,
in that
chat.
respawn screen, and it's a clear run home for Frosty. It's FaZe who strike first.
Talk about weathering the storm during a Let's Go Optic chant. The flag goes in and a few boos are exchanged as well. FaZe Clan is clearly the dark horse. However, all they're worried about is the score on the bottom of the screen. They now lead 1-0.
It's going to be a second overshield being picked up by Optic Gaming, and this is their opportunity now to push a little bit of map control. The first time we've really seen FaZe trapped inside of their base, sherpering that flag back and making sure they capped it, puts them in a position now where you can see the pressure can be applied by Optic. It's an opportunity to pull this flag, and I love this from Dead Zone. Seizes the opportunity, seeing those players trapped at the back of the base, and with FaZe finding kills not going their way, this could be Optic time.
Unbelievable timing here. Like you said, Dead Zone's going to bring this one into this flag's going to go. Yes, indeed. And the room loves what they see. We are tied 1-1. Let's talk about the timing there, right? Dead Zone comes in with the overshield. He's in a 1v2 in the back of the base, but he perfectly times the shots and the dip there to just get the flag off the stand. By the time he was in his own court, he still had a sliver of overshield left. It's really great timing. That's why they picked up Dead Zone. For plays like that, we are tied up here 1-1 after 3 minutes of play.
And you can see it's not just the cap as well. Optic have managed to keep a little bit of map pressure onto the FaZe base. FaZe still find themselves with 2 players in that respawn screen. And you can see that Royal2 is having to fight back through his base at the moment. The flag is going to be thrown out here by Lucid, and FaZe find themselves 2 dead. And Royal2, he's going to find himself dead as well.
Lucid does so well to not trade there. Snakebite is your last player alive. Let's see what he can do. That's traded out as well. That will be 4 dead. It's staggered spawns. Based on the numbers, this should be another Optic flag.
Well, from 1-0 down to maybe 2-1 up. Trippy is trying to force this one home, but Renegade will get the stop early on. However, Formal is there to scoop that flag up and slam it back home. Optic are up 2-1.
Who else but Matthew Piper? You might have seen on Twitter today, Formal saying the crowd in London, they always show up for the green wall, and my God, can you ever hear it there? The MVP chant in the room as well. This is a one-sided crowd, to say the least.
I was going to say, maybe they're just cheering for APG. He was on the desk because he did a great job a little bit earlier on, but this grand final is all about these 8 players on your screen. 10 seconds until that overshield comes up, and just a little reminder, it's Optic who have got it both times so far in this game.
See how this one plays out as well. Formal just trying to hold down Fridge, wants to be close by. A lot of pressure, though, coming in from the FaZe side. Perfect shots coming in from Formal, but will it buy them the overshield?
2 dead here for FaZe. Overshield here for Lucid. It's 3 in a row for the green wall. FaZe find themselves 2 dead again, and look at this, the Formal flank is coming in. Snakebite's going to get a kill in the base, but now is the opportunity for the pressure to be put down. Formal will go down in the back of the base, which creates a 1v1 opportunity, but Renegade from bottom middle is doing so much damage to Lucid, and that overshield will be neutralized.
It's a huge play from Renegade. That's not easy to do. You saw the numbers there. They were down in essentially a 2v4 on that push, and you had Lucid pushing in with the overshield. For Renegade to take that bottom mid route, to go cart bottom mid, to totally not only take the overshield off, but also take down Lucid, it's a really big individual effort that will keep the game within 1.
Well, no surprise with the slays and the score the way it is. When we're looking at total team slays at the moment, Optic, they're 37 kills on the board. FaZe Clan 29, so just lagging behind a little bit when it comes to those slays. And Lucid, he's having to move in at the moment to try and maybe get a touch on this flag. Trippy's there to be the bodyguard. He's running this one back. FaZe still find themselves 2 dead. It's a 2v2 on the map, and Trippy might have just created the opening with that kill.
Oh, here they go. They're going to go double this flag up. This flag is definitely going home. Yes, indeed. Optic Gaming up 3-1 off of some fantastic double G slides. It's a perfect route, perfect run. There's nobody else you'd rather have better movement tech running that flag through car. Lucid brings that one in, and just like that, with 6:30 left on the clock, it's Optic Gaming with a 2-flag lead.
Well, you just mentioned that they run it home. It feels at the moment, with the crowd the way it is, the Optic might feel like they're at home with the fans that are getting behind them. Lucid trying to double up with Trippy once again. Instead turns his attention towards Frosty, who has had a fantastic tournament up until this point. But Lucid, he's had a pretty good one himself. He's got that thrust, and he's causing FaZe problems.
Really, really great damage coming in there. Lucid right now is already 13-8 in the game.
2v2 on the map. Renegade was last player alive there for a few seconds, so the importance of that double kill cannot be understated. Now he gets that flag moving and turns his attention towards those respawners. He's putting pressure onto all of the members of Optic, and from a position where he was last alive, alive. Now he gets the last kill, and he can run this flag.
4 dead, perfectly done. You might have saw there in the player camera. Renegade looks over to make sure the fridge kill was going to be cleaned up, and then he turns his head right away. That was 4 dead. This one should go for FaZe Clan.
And also FaZe have the overshield. They send the flag back home. The boos come in because FaZe Clan are going to put themselves within 1 flag, and you're looking for maybe one of the reasons for it. Renegade's, of course, ability to get kills and clean up damage when he was last alive, but the overshield has been a difference maker once more.
Well, I really don't think I've seen a one-sided crowd this heavy, and with perfect kills like that from Formal, it's just going to add insult to injury for FaZe Clan, but I have not seen this one-sided of a crowd probably since the MLG days. This is an Optic Gaming fan base here in London.
Snakebite takes him down finally, just to clear out the base. Deadzone moving in though to clean up the damage. FaZe find themselves 2 dead once again. Frosty, weak in the back of the base. A beautiful defensive grenade though is going to buy him a little bit of time maybe to get his shields back, re-challenge, and a little bit of dancing around that pole. Deadzone times the burst beautifully. And with FaZe finding themselves 2 dead, Optic just doing a job of securing their base. They know they have that flag advantage.
Good shots exchanged once again. There was 3 dead for FaZe for just a second. Snakebite in the back of the base was your first spawner. He does very well to keep Deadzone at bay, but here comes the push.
Enemy flag
FaZe trapped in the base and in the fridge. It's not a good place to be. Deadzone wishing maybe he had a couple of frag grenades to make this job a little bit easier. That's why he's just trying to bide his time, trying to play this one a little bit slow. He doesn't want to be traded out, and traded out he won't be. Frosty cleans it up though. Optic find themselves 3 dead. Trippy last alive, and FaZe, for the first time in what feels like a minute or so in this game, can progress across that 50-yard line.
Big responsibility here from Trippy. If he falls, this overshield will be even more challenging to grab. There's going to be a lot of eyes on him in just a moment.
1v1 from Frosty gets 1. Formal cleans it up immediately, and even though Frosty won the 1v1, Snakebite finds himself last alive, and the perfect timing and the perfect grenade from Formal means the pink side is secured, and off the back of that, so is the overshield.
Take yourself back just a few moments. What did we say? Trippy needed to stay alive as long as he could bottom middle, and he gets that early position in the end. They're able to clean up the kills off of the delay from Trippy. Formal checking his corners here. 3v3 on the map, gonna see if he can get another flag going. It's off the stand.
It's a good question. Is Formal gonna try and force this? Maybe force some FaZe players to show themselves before doubling back. It's exactly what he's doing. He knows that they don't have the numbers quite yet to force this, but with 2 FaZe players going down, and with Snakebite in his vision, he might be the one to get the kills to force this flag across.
World 2, the only player alive. Flag is out. Deadzone will jump that return. Formal's gonna bring this back through the gen. Not able to stay alive, but Deadzone's there for the return and the touch.
Yeah, there's the baton pass, and here comes Deadzone. He's gonna run this one in. It's gonna be 4-2 to Optic Gaming. 1 more flag, and they will take game 1.
3:15 left on the clock, but based on the pace of this game, you get the feeling that we might not need it. Optic Gaming only 1 flag away from taking the first game.
And the most English chant that you can imagine of "Who are ya?" is being asked of FaZe Clan right now. And let me tell you, maybe you don't want to poke the bear quite yet. It's 4-2. But with Optic Gaming losing a couple of kills and Snakebite G sliding back to his stairs with a flag, it might be a 1 flag game.
Snakebite perfectly hitting exactly every G slide that he needed to. They're still 2 dead, so this delay should ensure that this flag goes in, and it does. And it's answered back by another series of fierce boos. We got a 1 flag game, 4-3 with 2:34 left. It's not over yet.
Well, FaZe heard the chant and they said, hey, this is who we are. We're world champions, 4-3, and it might be 4-4. I mentioned how sometimes you don't want to poke the bear.
2 dead though.
And they might have to pick up a few more kills before they secure this flag.
Oh, Renegade's gonna be big. That's gonna be big. Snakebite's on the spawn. The flag will go. We are tied up at 4-4. The next flag will win.
2 minutes left on the game clock. Overshield, the next point of contention for both teams. Frosty picks up 1, Frosty picks up 2. Snakebite,
oh boy,
he's going to pick up an Overshield, and all of a sudden, from 2 flags down, FaZe have got all the momentum.
This was 4-2 moments ago. Here comes FaZe now, Overshield in hand, making the push. 3v3 on the map.
Renegade gets 1. Snakebite's trying to buy time. He wants to play off some damage from teammates before he flies into the base because he knows that Optic are stacked up. But if Optic are stacked up and they don't get the kills, then FaZe will be able to run this flag. A couple of kills being traded, and it looks, to be honest, like Optic might have neutralized that push.
Formal there with a big kill from the fridge. As you say, slow things down just a bit. You get the feeling that both teams now realizing just how much is on the line here. The game's slowing down. We are in sudden death, essentially. Whether we go to overtime or not, the next flag will win. 3 dead, though. Deadzone is your last player alive. Here comes the FaZe collapse.
Oh, he's about to be the meat in a horrible-looking sandwich. Deadzone gets taken down. Trippy, first one off spawn, but I'm not sure if he's going to be in a position to really influence where this flag goes. I say that, he gets a kill, and FaZe all of a sudden find themselves 2 dead.
That flag had gotten so so far. They were already in the courtyard. Somehow Trippy and an Optic spawner, they stopped the flag in the court.
Look at Royal 2. Royal 2's on a massive flank, but Trippy, he's managed to get inside of the basin. Never doubt him. I said he was first spawner, and there might not be much he can do. Well, he's proven me wrong right now.
Trippy's 4 dead. Where's that flag?
Optic are 4 dead. And now you can see that flag is back at the FaZe base. Surely it's just a case of grabbing it, running it home, and turning this game completely around into a win. FaZe will win game number 1. And the intensity you are seeing from Renegade and Frosty is synonymous with what's brought them success so far.
Wow, Renegade already exchanging just a bit of chirps across the stage here. After that game number 1, let's not forget, it feels like not very long ago that FaZe Clan was down by 2 flags in a 4-2 scenario, and they bounced back, stealing the win out from underneath Optic Gaming, and in the end, they narrowly outslay Optic 78-76 after being outslayed for the entirety of the game. They were down by 12 kills. It was 62-50 in slays, and they brought the game all the way back over the course of about 2 minutes of play. Let's take a look at some highlights from that fantastic game number 1.
I mean, it was a great start at the start of this game for Optic Gaming. They got themselves in such a good position, and we always talk about how momentum can swing, and I think a lot of it was based around the overshields. What way they were going in that game was influencing that next set of kills. Optic got the first 2, and then FaZe started to fight for a little bit more. Managed to get into some team fights, win a few of those when that overshield was coming up. And from there, they got just, I think, a little bit of confidence, a little bit of belief back into their game. And then I will say, one thing from both teams that was exceptional, when that flag went out, it usually went home.
It really was. The flag efficiency was unbelievable from these 2 squads, and that's what you'd expect with the 2 teams that have exchanged world championships so far in this game. It's awfully fitting that we find ourselves with these 2 in a grand final. We know what they're capable of. There's been some team changes over the years. And at the end of game number 1, despite it looking like an Optic victory, a sure thing at 4-2, in the end, it's FaZe Clan that closes it out.
It's interesting that you say it's a sure thing we can, of course, endorse is the fact that we still stand by the fact that Aquarius CTF between these 2 teams never disappoints. A 4-2 comeback from FaZe in that game to put themselves 1 up in this series. You got to wonder what Optic are thinking going into game number 2.
Yeah, you got to think they just need a mental reset here without a doubt. As we said, a game type that had lent in terms of overall statistics in favor of Optic coming into that game. So FaZe is now going to be 2-2 in that game type overall. Let's take a look at some Slayers here, Lucid and Renegade on your screen.
Interesting game type, of course. We've talked a lot about it throughout this weekend and how Slayers have had such a big influence on who calls themselves the winners at the end of the game. And certainly at the end of the series as well. But this one, we were talking about it before we got into the series. FaZe on Recharge, you would say if they had to pick one map to play Slayer on, this is where success has been had. They can play a little bit slower, they can play a little bit more methodical. We'll have to see if this is the game type that puts them 2 up or if Optic can respond.
And here we are in game number 2. As we said, FaZe right now 2-0 in this game type, Optic 2-1. FaZe going to look to extend this series, and if they do win this game, they would only be 2 games away from closing out the tournament.
Camo going to be the point of contention, as always, here at the start of this game, and Lucid is going to find it. But the next question, as always, is where is that shock rifle? Who's managed to pick it up? Well, the one thing for FaZe is they don't want it to be Lucid, and unfortunately, it's going to be Lucid here for Optic.
Lucid goes for the drive-by there on tower, but wisely just retreats to pipes. Gonna repeat that.
What? He got stuck!
From where? Stay what? No! Snake bite from distance with the stick on bat ledge, unbelievably timed from distance, will take down Lucid with the camo shock in what might go down as one of the best sticks in the game so far.
But the crazy thing is, as brilliant as it was, as amazing as it was almost like a
Chad, I'm gonna make sure
the fact that you take the camo, the shock, and
we're still
Lucid
good.
Game, it amounts to nothing because FaZe went 4 dead off the back of it. And Optic have taken control now, 8-5, and calm because Dead Zone has the shot back, and Frosty just found that out.
Snakebite 4 kills already on the board. Trippy as well in that same camp.
I love that. I love that. Let's do it. All right, chat. Oh, I just realized I need to fix my cam. mercy.
The HCS FaZe Atlanta Major is presented by AMD.
So we're now officially starting bracket play, chat. Well, they're gonna do a pre-show first, but my hood's still up. Walking outside.
Hello, Halo fans, and welcome to day 2 of the HCS Atlanta Major hosted by FaZe Clan. We have had non-stop action all morning long as our open bracket teams made their way into their respective pools, trying to cause a stir, and a stir they caused. Today we get to talk about all of those journeys in our 4 pools, and on the desk I do have 3 exceptional gentlemen. If I can stop tripping over my words already this morning, we need a little bit more coffee, folks. My name is Lloyd Van Prague. I'm going to be desk hosting all weekend long, joined by Why Not Be Casting Tony Rose. I've got Clutch, Mr. Wes Price, and of course the legend David Walsh. Hello, gents. Lovely to see you. We have an amazing day 2 lineup. I am so excited. Day 2 is probably one of my favorite days. This is where we see some of our teams really getting tested. What are they made of? How were the pools for them? Are they warm yet? So many different questions. Tony, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. You know, there's so many teams that are looking really good going into championship bracket, and some that maybe have an opportunity to grow a bit here today and get better and better, and can't wait to see some action.
It's going to be amazing.
There you go,
And Wes,
Chad.
I know you want to see some of our top teams battle tested here.
I don't know if it's my excitement for bracket play or just Waddy giving the intro to Saturday, but when bracket play starts, I started to get goosebumps the second you kick this show off. I am so ready for this tournament. I think this is where we start to see upsets. We start to see the best in the world get pushed because there's so many 2 seeds in this pool that I really do believe are capable of upsets and long distance runs through this bracket. Let's get the action underway.
I'm definitely not going to glaze over the fact that you might have just kind of a little bit complimented me. I will take that.
I slipped up. That's on me.
That's on you.
Not enough coffee.
Well, obviously main stage is happening very soon, and we kind of talked about yesterday some upset potential that could be happening. Are you looking for an upset? Are you looking for a new team to kind of make some noise here?
I mean, I thought we got a great test from pool play thus far. We saw some teams maybe not come out as strong as they should. We saw some teams really step up to the challenge. And so I feel like we're just going to see a continuation of what we saw on Friday and today.
Talking about continuations, let's take a look at our roadmap, because we've already had split number 1. That ended up going the way of Space Station and FaZe Clan. And now here in Atlanta at the FaZe Major, FaZe looking to go back-to-back. We also do have SLC coming up next as well. We loved SLC last year, so I know that one's going to be a blast. And then, of course, in Seattle, home of Halo, we have the Halo World Championships, which is exactly what all of our pros are eyeing up right now. And right here, this is the journey to that, right? This is where all of our teams are trying to find their feet, trying to get some chips, and it's all chipping away to get to that World Championships. Let's take a look, though, at our pools, because we had some noise yesterday. It was crazy from the get-go. Pool A was also a bloodbath, and I think for everyone but FaZe Clan. I mean, Tony, FaZe, they're looking so dominant right now, and I think
FaZe look really, really good right now.
You have them being a little bit lackadaisical, a little bit sleepy on a Friday. Yesterday, I do feel like we saw that from them, but it just looked so easy. They really didn't have to dig deep.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe undefeated right now, and rightfully so. They came in as the number 1 seed. They technically had the quote-unquote easier pool, and I guess now the question becomes is, are you really warmed up? You know, were you truly tested right now? Because like you said, at times, it looked easy.
Yeah, it did indeed, and I think that is the big question coming in is, was the lack of testing a good thing for FaZe? Was it a good thing that they kind of just pushed on through, didn't really have to think too much about it? But day 2
I don't
now
think they
will
got
be
tested
that
'cause
challenge,
they're
and
just
it will
that
come
fucking
in the form
good.
of Pure first up today. And Wes, when you're looking at some of these stars here, I mean, we do have Snakebite, who had the most unbelievable day yesterday in terms of stats, something that we don't often see in terms of padding from him, but it just was absolutely exceptional.
Yeah, it's funny. I know it's no secret that Snakebite and I are pretty close, being a past teammate of mine, and I always ask more of him, I feel, and he always asks, what more can I do? And I saw a 2.29 KAD. I was like, yeah, you can do more. Something like that looks really good. Obviously, being the 1 seed, Dave, you and I talked about this. When you're the 1 seed, you get that benefit of the easiest pool in the market.
Yeah.
They dominated this pool. They went about their business in 6-0 fashion, didn't drop a map, and that's what you wanted to see from FaZe entering this Friday. Do you look as flawless as you did last tournament? Now they're going to go up against some competition that may be able to take maps, maybe a little bit bigger of a threat. So getting right into bracket play, you see Pure. How Pure looked against Optic yesterday, arguably should have won that series multiple times over.
True.
This is going to be a true test for FaZe early in this bracket.
Yeah, and I was going to say, at the beginning of this live, you said it was a bloodbath in Pool A.
It was a slaughter.
But it was not FaZe's blood being spilled during that pool. There's good and bad with getting an easier pool like that. One, you're going in very confident in day 2. But secondly, you aren't being tested. You're getting nothing that you learned from
they
that
said,
first
Optic
match.
got
You
pushed
know
and
that
Optic
Optic,
responded.
they went back and they reviewed what went wrong during the
Yep.
Pure match. They had a few takeaways and a few learnings that they got as a gift on Friday without any punishment for it. Now, we're going to have to see FaZe get right to that test.
100%. I think in Pool B as well, whilst you're talking about bloodbaths here, there were some drops spilt here in Pool B. I do think drops of Optic blood as well on the floor, but plasters were put on. They managed to edge things out, and then they're Pool 3-0, and they were looking pretty good. Yes, they had a couple of slow starts in some of the maps here, Tony, but what do you make of Optic Gaming, especially heading into day 2 with this growth?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely got a little scary for Optic at times, especially when you talk about that matchup against Pure. We're going to keep talking about Pure because we're seeing them up next. But eventually, at the end of the day, Optic did win out that match in a Game 5. Optic did end up going 3-0 as far as pools goes, and they did make it out as their
That's
number
true.
1 seed. Let's see what the rest of Atlanta has in store for them, because if they want to win a tournament, it's going to be an uphill battle.
Something I think we did see from Optic was a true test yesterday. Pure is no joke, and for them to find themselves down 2-1, down 3-1 in Game 4, and to show the resiliency that we know that this Optic team has had as a tradition, as an asset for the past few years, they had to bring that up on Friday, so they know that it exists here for this weekend, and the man that stepped up in that series big time was Lucid. Apparently, I didn't get an opportunity to watch the whole series. Apparently, he had a couple of bad games to kick it off, but to end the day with a .145 still and be second in KD
I'm not seeing it
after
online
going
anywhere.
through what is a true test. Lucid in his prime is what we want to see this weekend. Lucid in his prime is what I think Optic got at the end of that series, and if he can keep that ball rolling, it's going to be a fun show to watch.
I'll tell you exactly what happened. Maps 1 and 2, Lucid was asleep, and that's exactly how it was. But the fact that this young man can turn things around mid-series and come out of it the top KDA of his team and the entire lobby speaks volumes about how good he is. We all have those moments, Walshy. I'm sure you've had them. The legend in your own right. Have you had to sleep a couple of maps before you woke up?
Be honest
in more
here, Dave.
recent years, but yeah, in the past, I always came ready. I always warmed up, and I always tried to perform my best. But yeah, someone like Lucid, it's encouraging.
Bro,
but also
Wolsey was a
worrisome
beast back in
that
the
there's
day,
times
man.
where he just has to step it up that much for like a pool play match. I feel like Lucid has earned the right to be able to coast at some points throughout pool plays and early rounds and have his team really rally and bring him up. But like you said, he has like this switch they can flip on. It's like, all right, I guess I'll do it again.
Indeed, and thankful for that switch are the Optic fans. We'll find out how they're going to do later on. But over in Pool C, we did see a battle between two of our teams here, Shopify Rebellion and Sentinels. Shopify Rebellion, they got the better of this Sen roster, and they looked awfully good doing so. Yes, they did drop that
So do
first
they
map. We kind of
separate
talked about that a little
the
bit in
ones
terms of
and
Forbidden.
twos enough
Kind of how
where they're-
CTF works on that map and mode. It
Don't
can be very
cross until
tricky,
later?
but I've got to say, Rebellion managing to close things out, and those final 3 maps, they looked so dominant, Tony.
I mean, I don't want to lie to you and say I'm really surprised by that outcome. Like, you know, we keep talking about Sentinels and Rebellion being within the same tier, within the same conversation. However, even in online tournaments, and now even on LAN, every time they match up, Rebellion consistently get the best of them. I love the Sentinels roster, but for some reason, I have Rebellion in that, like, you know, tier 1B. I have them in that big 4, and Sentinels, they're right there. But right now, Rebellion, they have the edge on them.
Yeah, I was very surprised at how strong Shopify looked. I expected Sentinels to put up a much stronger
Shopify looked
fight,
really, really good yesterday.
but those games 3 and 4 were ugly, and Rebellion put the world on notice that, hey, London's not a fluke. We weren't just a hot team. We are a great team, and they have a great player in Cycle as we get an opportunity to see his stats. Back-to-back series, Cloud9 versus Sentinels, and he was farming a plus 23. against Sentinels is not easy to do. Not even some of the best players in the world can do that, but I think that that's why Psycho is in that conversation.
And Walshy, you're just looking across his stats here, and something that does catch my eye, versus Cloud9 versus Sentinels left and right here.
Damage
The
difference,
damage
Cloud9
was
is
stepped
kinda
up
crazy.
against arguably a much harder team. So the fact that Cycle knows his limits, he knows where he needs to go in order to get a job done, he only stepped his game up for Sen, and I'm hoping he steps his game up for day 2.
Yeah, you want those superstars that can step up and rise to the challenge. There's some players that we've seen in the past that, yes, they can farm and they can put up great stats against a lesser team, and then when they fight that evenly matched team, the results just aren't there. So Cycle being able to show up even stronger against the better team is amazing.
To me, it's the consistency that Cycle's starting to do this at. The fact that this kid isn't just like hot one tournament, one day of a tournament, but he's consistently being tested against the best teams in the world, and he is statistically proving that he belongs in these games and that he can change the outcome of these games. Cycle is the player to watch if you're looking for a young superstar to change the outcome of some of these tournaments and get rid of the big three.
Indeed. Now over on Pool D, we do have Space Station Gaming looking particularly good. A lot better than they did in London, which is fantastic for our SSG fans. They only dropped one map yesterday. That's actually second to FaZe. FaZe actually had a clean sweep throughout their pool play, but Space Station are not far behind. And I'm sure they're going for that kind of clean sweep today on day number 2. Probably going to be meeting FaZe at some point if their journeys go their way, which will be absolutely incredible. My big question, Tony, is do you think Space Station are ready for the big guns?
I think they are. They are Space Station Gaming,
I
and I
see
love
a
the
bracket,
makeup of
please?
this roster. I mean, you have the combination of Legend and Bound. They're going to be super aggressive. Eco's definitely going to play that great back row, but can step up at any given time. And Stellar, you give him the snipe, you know what he's going to do. I think you brought up a great point. They only dropped one game yesterday, but I want to point out they also dropped a game today to Native Gaming.
Oh.
Native Gaming did look really good coming out of open bracket and did come at him. It took a reverse sweep last time in London to get the win, but they 3-1 quadrant. So I still have more questions for SSG. I still want to see them here early in the winners bracket before I'm ready to say they're ready to win another tournament.
They certainly are indeed. And another name I think it just comes to mind when you're looking at this roster, and it has to be that new addition. We're going to say his name a million more times, folks, and Legend. Just incredible. This young man has stepped up to the plate. Not only is he coming in from a completely different country, but to be perfectly honest with you, Wes, he has fit into that team like a glove that was missing. It was so beautiful to watch, and I'm just really hoping to see that now
Like
blossom
a
with the rest of the
glove.
team here in Atlanta.
Yeah, I'm looking at Legend and Bound and how they're able to set the pace for this Space Station team. Space Station known for playing some of the fastest Halo we have in the circuit. It's those two that really set the tone for this team. If they have good Saturdays and Sundays, SSG will win this tournament.
Indeed, they will. Walshy, what are you making of Space Station right now? I know they've had a bit of a difficult one going out of London, and they've kind of tried to put themselves back into the conversation coming into Atlanta. Yesterday looked really good for them. Are you feeling that belief yet again that we saw from Major 1?
I am. I mean, they weren't as dominant as in the pool as we'd like to see, but at the day, they had the most challenging pool in my opinion. They had so many
Facts.
strong teams in there. They had to drop a couple games, as Tony said, but I was overall impressed by Space Station. I think Legend is a great fit for this team. They've shown that they can win.
Yeah.
Now they've just have to show that they can do it again. They have just bounced back from what happened at London.
I'm so happy that we've highlighted now Cycle and Legend. And when I think of those two players, I think of very young players that we have in the HCS, but also that play like savvy veteran. Cycle so good at picking and choosing his spots, when to flank, when to go on something head on. Kind of same thing with Legend. Legend kind of a do-it-all player. Whatever Space Station Gaming need him to do, he'll step up. If it's the objective work, he's in there. If it's slaying, if someone's stepping maybe a little bit far behind as far as slaying, he'll step up and lead the stats in that category. Really is like a Swiss Army knife type of player. He will do whatever the team needs him to do.
I love that. Swiss Army knife. That is a perfect way to put it, 100%. And talking about stepping up, Tony, we had a couple of teams who really did step it up out of open bracket into the pools. Let's take a look at the standings right now. And Tony, who were those two open bracket teams that managed to find their way in? Not only that, but just bring it to the rest of them, because they managed to make it into the championship bracket.
I mean, first of all, we got to talk about TLF coming in, the return
Lethal
of
Box.
King J. We didn't see him in that first split so much, but coming in to split number 2, the man is literally doing his thing. I'm so happy to see him, but I'm also happy to see Native Gaming. Native Gaming taking the game off of SSG. You know, obviously pushing Quadrant a bit. didn't look as clean as we want them to look, obviously, but going into championship bracket, they have opportunity to step in. They have opportunity to step up, and when you have a roster like Native Gaming, I'm never counting them out.
Indeed, we say goodbye to Ascend, Carolina Gaming, Alpha Esports, and Bittersweet. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to get the job done here in Atlanta, but there is always our next major. Here is the championship bracket for you guys. Day 2 brings the good stuff. We've got FaZe going up against Pure, Space Station lined up against Sen, Rebellion are with Quadrant, Optic Gaming with Complexity on the winners side of things. And we also do have the elimination bracket for you guys as well. Who fell short in pools? Cloud9, TLF, ITB Esports, and Native Gaming awaiting their opponents to find out who is going to fall short and fall down to meet them.
So we'll probably
Some of
have
these
4
could be
channels
some
worth of play for
interesting
2
games. I'm looking
rounds.
to see these underdogs really start to bring it to some of the teams who might have their head down in the sand watching. That is a real thing. It happens in the winner's side of things. You're really hoping to make that run. You're hoping to make that perfect journey so it gets easier as you head into the harder matches. When you drop down, first and foremost, on a Saturday, that's probably the worst mental battle you have to get over, that big hurdle.
It's tough because you got to play that next match pretty quickly,
Yeah.
right away. And that's why I said before, sometimes pool play can be deceiving. Sometimes you feel like you have this more room for error than you actually have.
Right.
Where in fact, you have a night to kind of reevaluate your loss, just shake it off, talk about what your team's going to do different. And then when you're playing that team that enters the elimination bracket, they just came off sometimes a harsh loss. Whether it was close or whether they got 3-0'd by one of the top 3 teams, you get to pounce on top of that and go right in that next match.
I love to see, and I hope we do get to see some of the upsets today. Let's take a look at our schedule, though, to see what is coming your way on this fine Saturday. Starting things off, we do have our hometown team, FaZe Clan, going up against Pure. This is going to be the first test we see for FaZe. Pure were looking really, really good yesterday. I can't wait to see this matchup. Then we have to decide who's going up against ITB Esports, who has fallen short. We'll have our winners semifinals after that. Winners semifinals once again in the evening, and then our elim quarters to end the night out. Where can you guys catch all of this action? We have 4 different streams for you today. You can catch those on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure you're going to watch all of them because you do get your hands on some really nice Twitch drops if you do. Keep all of your tabs open, folks, because you guys can get some cute in-game rewards. Make sure you are watching to get all of these in your Halo Infinite lobby and game. Excuse some of the beeping, folks. That's just our arena getting awfully excited about today. But also, please do go to our co-streamers, support them. You get specific props from them as well. They're tuning alongside with us, so make sure you go show support, chat to them, talk about Halo, have a really, really good time. But we need to set up our first match of the day, which, of course, if you just paid attention, folks, it's going to be FaZe versus Pure, and I can't wait to talk about it. FaZe looking so good, but Pure, they're going to be a test, and I'm excited to see them wake up these FaZe boys. So, you know, looking at Pure, Tony, how are you feeling about this roster as a whole?
I've been feeling good about them for quite some time. Everybody keeps talking about that I'm overhyping them up, but we come into land time, and now twice in a row, Pure have been looking very good and even better here at Atlanta. You have a roster that's ready to push the pace, ready to outpace the enemy team, ready to speed up the gameplay, objective efficiency, a bit of slaying. They literally do it all. And of course, the return to Druck on American soil. Woo! I missed him. He's the next factor.
I've missed him too. I've missed all of those faces together. So let's see them right now and meet your team. This team makeup has been one that we have wanted to see together on NA soil for quite some time now, and having Druck in the mix is things of magic. But I want to quickly talk about that guy with the sword on the left. Last shot, Tony. This young man, he's really causing a storm in Halo right now. And I want to know a little bit more about this sword and about him and his personality.
The man's been the real deal. It's funny how the people that were calling him onliners back in the day now see what he's done on land, when he's winning free-for-alls, when he's doing his thing of 1.80 KDA. And of course, that sword you guys are asking about a little bit, that was actually given to him for academic excellence and as well as athletic excellence for his high school, because the man was playing football and he was a beast on the field.
I love to hear that. I like a little backstory with some of our new players and our young guns. Love to see that. And the sword now makes kind of a little bit of sense. I love to see it. Heads on the chopping block. We'll see what they can do up against FaZe. For me, I think on this roster, the game changer yesterday was Druk. And I think every single person on that roster did play up to their potential, and it was needed, right, to show some dominance, to show kind of some footing here in Atlanta. But Druk was a game changer. The things that he was doing, the heads-up plays, you know, a lot of people are used to seeing him online, Wes, and he might not have the best series, but at LAN, he shows up.
Yeah, I think Druk's one of those players that pushes the pace like a legend or a bound. And Druk very often is either finding his opportunity in his flow and having such a high impact on the outcome of the match, or he's kind of selling and he's that first one dead on a push where we want him to play his life. So it'll be very interesting to see how FaZe deal with the pace that Druk is trying to play at. He's known for his movement and how quickly he plays. Sometimes that can come back to bite him. So I'm very interested to see, can Druk find his flow against a top team like FaZe? I think he had moments against Optic, but I also think that
who's excited? I'm excited.
If you went back and watched the VOD, if you were pure last night, it's like, let's also be okay with slowing it down in some situations because we run into traps if we don't. So which Druk will we see? If it's the on fire one, this series could be very interesting.
Yeah, I think you said it best, but I believe also Katy Perry said it better. She said in her song, he's hot and he's cold, and when it comes out to making some of the tournaments, he's yes and he's no.
Come on, Tony.
It's so funny. No, well done. But I will say, you know, you said sometimes he could speed up the pace. Sometimes he could definitely be that leader of the crew, but sometimes he can sell. Well, the way I look at it is there's a lot of players that are going to fear that moment. A lot of players that are going to see the play within their head and know the right play to make and be too afraid to do it. Druk is not one of those players.
He's moving.
Fearless. He's going to get in there, and he's going to try to make that play, and for better, for worse sometimes, but most of the time it's for the better, especially when we're here on LAN.
Yeah, indeed. And I also want to say, in terms of the individual talent, I think aside from getting, you know, kind of trapped at certain times, especially to teams who have really good teamwork, and that will happen. It didn't happen against Optic so much yesterday, and I think maybe that might have spurred them on to be like, we just need to keep playing the same playstyle, essentially. So I am a little bit worried about that side, but individually, they often do get themselves out of situations too, which is fantastic. And another thing, Walshy, is the interchangeable individual talent is amazing on each map, and I feel like that's very reminiscent of our top three. Would you agree?
Feel like we kind of got to get back with this sooner.
I think like each single player brings something to the table. Who right now are you watching out for, Wes?
It's got to be It's the Last Shot. If we're talking about anybody that's going to step up and create an upset like for Pure to try and take down a team like FaZe, It's the Last Shot is their gunner. It's the Last Shot is their best shot at a superstar. His impact on this series could be massive. Every time I watch this kid online and he's scrimming, he looks and acts the part of a top player. It'll be, can the rest of Pure really allow him and put him on a platform and in opportunities to have success? Because I have no doubt that he will have success if he is stood up with enough opportunity.
We may be in Atlanta's arena right now, but I will say he's right up here from northern Georgia, his Last Shot, right from the farms where they don't know nothing about no fiber internet. He wants to be on LAN. He wants to show what he's got. And Last Shot, he's a real deal. Watch out for him.
Yeah, he's got a cow on the treadmill in the back that is solely running his electricity and internet. So pretty incredible. Yeah, literally. Pretty incredible stuff happening here for him. I'm really excited to see how they're going to be performing. But up against FaZe, our current #1 here in the HCS, our previous champions at London and our 2023 world champions. The accolades, they speak for themselves. What can they bring to the table on day #2? Let's meet your roster.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. We'll probably go through the semifinal match tonight.
This roster is just so good right now. And Wes, I want to come straight to you because yesterday we kind of saw a stomp with FaZe versus Complexity. I want to know from you, is that an indication of how FaZe are coming into this tournament, or were Cole just not kind of playing up to the test of FaZe?
You know, I told myself I would not believe what I saw from FaZe on Friday. Based off the teams that were in their pool, I wasn't going to be able to get very much out of it. But the way that they handled those teams, it wasn't like, all right, let's get Friday over. They dominated. They came in with a tone that was, we are going to make statements the best we can out of this pool play. And this team is flat out dangerous, scary, And if they can continue to play at the level that they were at yesterday, man, this rest of the bracket has their hands full trying to knock down these guys, because that is 4 superstars on the same team. And when they find their flow like they did in London, they don't lose.
Playing devil's advocate just a little bit here, we kind of see Fridays being very different from a Saturday and especially a Sunday with FaZe. And looking at the B stream and talking to some of the casters backstage, I do know that comms weren't exactly great for FaZe yesterday in terms of the fact that they were barely comming at all. Only a couple of them were. Are you a little bit worried about that, Walshy, in terms of how they're trying to handle certain teams, the attitude maybe that they're going into some of these series with, and the fact that, you know, maybe they haven't had the best practice yesterday coming into some of these hotter games?
I mean, it's good and bad. At some point, it feels like they're going through the motions. But I mean, if they can go through the motions and 3-0 pool play and drop any games, you can't really fault that. You don't need to bring the same level of 100% intensity to every match. Same time, don't build bad habits, but this is going to be their first real test. They know that this roster took Optic the distance. If they are able to just 3-0 Pure and have a strong performance right here, that's going to show so well for the rest of their tournament. Now, if they get tested as well and they get brought to Game 4, Game 5, have some close ones.
Are the other games
all
already
of a sudden,
started?
Those pool play results don't really matter whatsoever.
I'm glad you bring up the communication that we went into the listen and heard from FaZe yesterday. And the quest, Dave, you talked about this last tournament, and I thought it was such a good point where when you're that good at Halo, when you're one of those teams, there's a level of unsaid communication. You don't even need to be small talking, because there's an understanding of what we're doing when we're dominating and in power positions. I think FaZe were in such power positions and dominating those games that they didn't really need to small talk. They were never on their back feet. A team like this, their level of communication on Friday did not bother me at all, because I don't think that they truly felt threatened, and they were always in a dominant position. The fact is that they have so much teamwork that's unsaid because of how well they know each other and how they know they want to go about the game.
I'm saying, chat. Y'all know me. I can only sit down for a little bit. I just had to sit down to eat, though, for sure.
Because they're so good without even communicating at the highest level. I have no doubt that flip of the switch will be on in this series against Pure.
We kind of talked a little bit about that yesterday as well, Wes, and I think it's a great time in our season to kind of, I don't know, put more emphasis on it. Is the top teams, a big difference between our top and middle kind of section teams are the fact that they know each other so well, and it's the ins and outs of their Halo brains. They know what they're almost going to do before they do it, and that makes a huge difference. It's almost like another layer of competition that you have to deal with if you're a team that maybe has just put a roster together or has just taken a team change on board, and that can be really tough. And I think that's exactly what we kind of saw yesterday, Friday with FaZe, excuse me. It was almost telekinesis, right? It was reading each other's minds. They're just telepathic to one another. They were able to put their feet up and kind of just stroll through things. That is not going to be the case anymore with Pure. They're going to have to really turn things on. Do you think FaZe are going to have a dominant show here like they did yesterday? Or do you think this is going to be a little bit tighter?
I don't know if I want to say the same level of dominance from yesterday, but I will say things are looking really good for this FaZe roster. Like, when I look at Pure, I think of a momentum-driven team. They want to take game one. They want to kind of ride that momentum. Well, game one is capture the flag. And obviously, FaZe undefeated, looking very good on capture the flag. Pure aren't. You got 0-3'd by ITB and obviously lost to Optic. But to me, getting 3-0'd by ITB and a capture the flag like that doesn't bode well when CTF Argyle is going to be the first map that they end up playing.
Indeed, and Tony, while I've got you as well with the series layout here, please talk us through a little bit more of this, because I'm right now harping on the fact that we do have that CTF Argyle right at the start, and I know it's not FaZe's favorite. They were really good at this when it first came out, but things have kind of taken a backseat with it. I know they've been working on a few things, but Slayer Aquarius is kind of their bread and butter too.
Yeah, that's what worries me. Even though capture the flag Argyle hasn't been their bread and butter as of recently, as of this tournament, is certainly not Pure's. Pure have not been the best on capture the flag, and they've really stepped it up in game types like Strongholds or King of the Hill. That's where they've been looking very good. Slayer Aquarius, like you said, that's going to favor FaZe. And honestly, even though in the past, Oddball has been kind of the Achilles heel of a FaZe roster, they sneakily became a really good Oddball team if you take a look at the stats, which is crazy. Clearly, they were working on their weaknesses and turned it into a strength.
That always seems to happen, Walshy, isn't it? It's like you kind of put your best on the back foot, you work on something else, and that becomes your best, and then it's like, oh, whoops, we need to now work on that again. There are so many different game types and modes, it's hard to sometimes keep up with. You know, who would you say right now in the HCS has the best map depth?
Oh my gosh. I feel like it's got to be FaZe or Space Station. I feel like you can't look at any single map or mode against them and be like, well, that's a loss for them. Like, you count them in every single map and mode, and then some of them you almost think of them as unbeatable.
Indeed. Well, folks, we are ready to go on the main stage. I'm going to hand it on over to Walshy and Clutch. Folks, your day 2 here at Atlanta starts right now.
All right, let's go, chat. Oh, we actually got optic and complexity over here already. CTF. Start things off over here. So what? We probably have 4 channels for the first 2 rounds, I would imagine. Sentinels and Space Station, huh? Bro, he almost got turned on. So is this Argyle? Are they playing on the same map pools then now? Like same order and everything? Now that is bracket play. Trying to think, if we got games going till like 9, when should I pop my last monster? After this round of series, y'all think? Bro, I kind of want to watch the Pure FaZe Clan, but want to see who wins this. We're doing it.
Wait Royal 2. He's going to be very patient, and as long as he has snipe, he's like, you know what, I can wait all day here. You know what, I'll wait for more snipe ammo if you want to.
Yeah, well, as many snipes as I can get. Right now, Druck is in his face trying to pull the flag, and because Royal 2 misses that shot, that flag is going to get pulled out of the window. Druck still taking damage. He didn't go with that flag, however, so that flag is going to get picked up by last shot. Royal 2 goes down. FaZe on their back feet.
We'd love to see Pure pull off a big upset early.
Pure, dude, in order to continue this cap, however, 2 of them go down. It does look like that flag is going to be stopped for now.
That was a scary attempt, though, by Pure, though. If Snakebite wasn't able to get that second kill on Druck before he grabbed that flag with that plasma grenade, that flag was going to be moving across the map, and that's one of the downsides of playing defensive. When you're playing defensive, you can generally set up some traps. You can set up area where someone's going to round the corner into a double team or into a snipe. But the downside of doing that is you're back on your half.
So that means the one map that we haven't seen yet
they're going to pull your flag and have a chance
is Rebellion Quadrant is on the C stream.
Flag is on the move. You die on their side of the map, at least you'll have time to respawn. Great point, Walsh. Is Once again, that flag does get pulled, but it does not leave the window this time around. Cherish is behind enemy lines. He's been spotted and taken down. Frosty now has a snipe top middle, and you know Frosty likes to get aggressive with it. A shot on the Druck and a melee to match. Frosty is opening up the map. 3 go down for Pure. FaZe at the flag on the move.
Yep, and the very first time we're seeing them get 3 down on the map, like you said, flag is moving. But a great stop there. I believe that was Cherish finishing off Royal too. They're still trying to toss this one out. I like that by Frosty. Getting a touch on it, being there in case they need to get a double team, and then getting to the high ground, lay down shots. Pollock and Cherish getting a couple kills though. This is not guaranteed just yet, but Snakebite, great grapple and cap. Now they're trying to stop the counter.
Notice how Frosty threw that flag quantum back. Snakebite had the grapple. The only reason FaZe capped this flag is because
FaZe up 1-0. Optic up 2-1. 0-0 in the other 2 games. All of them are on map 1. Looks like we are exactly matching maps and games.
And that might stop
which makes sense for bracket play.
Yeah, I think there's been enough damage and enough kills there from FaZe that they are no longer worried about the counter cap. Now they're just trying to get some picks and move across the map. There's the first 2. Talik and Last Shot going down, and you know that FaZe is going to be aggressive here. But no, looks like they realize there's someone back at their base. This is a difficult decision to know what to do. Either you're pushing over towards the Pure base and putting on pressure on their flag, or you're clearing out your base. And it looks like FaZe decided to play defense since they're ahead.
Renegade with his chance of stop. We've seen Roll 2 with it. We've seen Frosty with it. Now Renegade, he gets taken down. Everybody on FaZe has had a snipe in their hands besides Snakebite, and everybody on FaZe is trying to make a play. But as I say that, because Renegade goes down, the rest of the team starting to fall like dominoes. 3 coming off respawn now for FaZe. It's the last shot. Can't make it up the back rim. The flag is now being pulled. There is a player on the side of the ledge. It's the last shot. Doesn't see him. He gets
nice. Sticks Frosty.
Frosty. And 2 go down for Pure. That flag should be stopped in return.
And what a perfect encapsulation of what we talked about. On the defensive side, you have the element of surprise. You can set up some traps. You can set up some tricks that you can get on those players, but it can backfire.
Yeah, what a patient play by Frosty. I actually have never seen someone sit on that ledge. The only reason I did see it was through the observer view. We were able to see the outline there. Renegade losing a massive one-on-one there as the battle for mid-control won by Last Shot. This kid can shoot, ladies and gentlemen. If you can beat Renegade in some bandit fights, you can create some opportunities for your team. He does just that with 1 life. Unfortunately, he's going to lose Druck. Great shots from Last Shot once again, but mid-control seems to be something Pure
he's just chilled up in the
to hold right now. As aggressive as we've seen them, they cannot figure out a formula to get 4 down and the flag on the move.
Yeah, Royal 2 just posted up here in the vents, laying down some great damage. He knows that he can QT back when he needs to. That's why he's not afraid of getting aggressive just like that. And great eyes onto the teleport location.
Heads up awareness by Pure to be able to know exactly that Royal 2 is quantuming back, to know where that quantum is and to have eyes on it immediately. Not letting him get away. Frosty doing some nasty things as he picks up the snipe, the body shot to match.
And also just look at that step up.
Looks like Optics 20 seconds away from finishing up map 1 for them.
Didn't see an ounce of emotion out of him. Now he realizes the stakes are really on. He respects these opponents so strong, knows how good they are, and he is getting hyped up when he makes great plays.
The good news, Roll 2 didn't get the snipe. The bad news, Frosty did, and Frosty's starting to make plays. If you saw the warm-up clip that he tweeted on Thursday, it was on Argyle, and it was disgusting. Frosty known to pop off in the mid-game situation when he picks up an S7. Trying to find an opening, but letting his team create space in front of him. Right now, the body shot, Frosty's not missing it. He hits that player, no shield, but a flank from Last Shot takes that snipe out of Frosty's hand. It's immediately traded out. 2 go down, make it 3 go down for Pure. Frosty gets taken care of, but at what cost?
It's been so interesting from Pure because despite FaZe setting up all these traps.
Wait, did they have to go to an overtime?
They're still finding ways to break through. You still see times where Last Shot's over at their flag. It's like, how'd you even get there? FaZe are playing it slow deliberately and watching for these sort of flanks.
I'm so
and those
confused.
Should be the free kills picking up on that flanker, but instead they're able to slip by.
That's the gameplay of Pure. They will hit slides that are
Shopify up over Quadrant.
Than any team we probably have
Space Station up over Sentinels right now.
Outside of SSG, that is how they find these opportunities against top teams. 3 down currently for Pure. Last player alive, currently going to be dealt with. It's Druck. He actually finds a kill on onto Renegade. That could stall this cap. Respawners for Pure are gonna have to make a play. Drug's still alive in FaZe Clan's base. That's the player to watch. Drug gets traded out by Frosty. The flag cannot turn the corner. Snakebite gets 5. Renegade gets a 5 back, but Pure may be able to stop this flag. Royal 2 says absolutely not. Last shot, he gets that kill. Flag still down on the top elbow. Frosty's come off the respawn, got a touch. FaZe still have slays to do if they want to punch this in.
Yeah, and those kills were traded out as a rule of thumb. When the flag is back on your half of the map, if you're going even in slays, your spawning reinforcements are going to be there quicker. That's why you see FaZe coming out ahead here, even though they're going even in slays.
Yeah, Frosty doing a great job to stall this flag. But right now, this elbow player, who is it? Last shot. Once again, does he expect Snakebite to be here? The answer is no, but he's going to play his life in the window. Nobody from FaZe should be able to finish him off. Snakebite, the last player alive, needs to get a kill. Can't get the trade. 2 players hop on the return for Pure. Is that flag still on the move? It appears that it is, and Snipe in the hands of Drug is going to take care of respawners. Pure should be able to tie this one up.
And somehow, on the back foot there,
oh no,
you're getting all these kills, getting flagged across the map.
Oh no.
Right before this exchange, it was even at 41 kills apiece. All of a sudden, Pure pulled ahead by 6 kills. It's 49 kills for Pure, 43 kills for FaZe.
Drug's still doing work with the snipe and needs to do work. Roll 2 in his face.
Nice.
No problem. Drug, no scope, body shot gives him a taste of his own medicine. Pure tie this game up 1-1.
Just like that. These Slayers who are so strong and tough to compete against. Pure outslaying FaZe here. Even being the aggressor. Generally as the aggressor, a lot of times you take a lot of entry deaths. There's a lot of uncertainty as you're making those plays. But it's working out for Pure. They've somehow been able to do this against one of the best teams. Some people might be looking at that pool play match yesterday and say, Optic must have not been on top of their game, or Pure might have been hot. No, look at Pure's also doing this against FaZe.
The player we highlighted coming into this series, Druk, was he able to find his flow in the series was the big question for me. At 17-6-9, Druk having a massive impact. Not only helping his team get that fight, but removing Snipe from FaZe's base, taking that power weapon away from them. We've seen the work FaZe were able to do with their snipers so far throughout this game, but because Druk was able to get theirs, he's been able to help the cause for Pure. The flag now being pulled. It looks like Pure has been able to stop this cap, and with Druk in a position bottom middle here, if he can be aggressive with multiple members of FaZe down, he may be able to get a pull here. He tries to block the back of the base, but Renegade's going to spawn up before he's able to. Druk trying to play his life now as he's not going to no shield, but Renegade on the hunt.
Druk being nuisance, draws out that player down low, and looks like Pure are going to make it a chaotic scenario once again. Look at this, Druk spotting out where 2 of the spawners are, and that's going to be the information Pure needs. They know they can run this safely all the way towards their screens, but once they get it back, they're going to meet some resistance. So right around this point, Cherish going to have to drop this flag and go for some slays.
Yeah, pay attention to the kill feed right now. Cherish needs to get his full shield back before he even tries to get this into the window. Where is FaZe Clan? Renegade gets taken down. He has Snakebite in his window. Snakebite's forced to drop. They may be able to get this punched in, but they're not willing to take the risk at this time. Now it happens. Snakebite's still playing alive. But FaZe were not able to get in position. A beautiful job by FaZe, though, to still stay
Pure
alive.
up on FaZe, huh?
Now on the books. Drug finds a double. That should erase that counter cap opportunity.
These players from Pure are playing so
Space
smart
Station
and
take
so
game
well
number
together.
1 against
They're
Sentinels.
just not panicking, not forcing plays they don't need to. So many other players in that situation, even from a top team, would say, I'm so close to this flag, can I just try to desperately get this one in and maybe give up that free kill? But instead, staying alive, allowing Druk to get that double kill and secure a guaranteed cap without a counter cap.
Veteran plays from a very young squad. That's what it's going to take to beat a team like FaZe Clan, and Pure are showing you why they have the lead with every decision being made. 2-1 now. 1:30 on the clock, and FaZe Clan find themselves down 1.
And FaZe are also going to have to swap it up. The whole
I didn't see who won between Shopify and Quadrant. I think Shopify did, though.
FaZe setting up some defensive traps. Now Pure get to sit back and play their game. They can say, we get to set up some traps now. Let's see how you break.
I kind of want to go down here. Is it about to go into overtime? Or sudden death again? Optic versus Complexity. Another tie?
Says Steitzer, and we're up 2-1. Is Pure. It's the last shot going to back up to try and make sure mid of the map is controlled.
Is that Optic Gaming won? Is that because there's an overtime score or something?
This last shot has been doing so great. One is not missing shots. That's one great
Is
thing
the deal?
to have in a teammate. But 2 is every single time he's shooting someone from base, he's quickly repositioning to a brand new spot. So those old comms are no good. All of a sudden they're calling somebody over at their Magnum or over at their screens. And he's already repositioned across the map.
Big kill by Druck under Royal 2. That was going to continue that flag potentially, but Druck hits the important shot to remove that flag carrier. Royal 2 did throw that flag out, but nobody on FaZe in a position to be able to get a touch. It doesn't look like 15 seconds now, and this may be the last life that Frosty gets in game 1.
Yeah, I don't really see how he's going to make this one happen. He's going to have to start with a kill or two, though. There's a perfect kill by Frosty. He's looking for any more damage.
Just
Can
getting the
anyone
pull.
get the touch? 2, 1, flag gets out. We are
Nice.
going into overtime for a short bit.
Oh my
Frosty's going to try and make the heroic play and grab, but it's going to be too little too late. Renegade's going to watch that pie chart go down, and that's going to be game number 1. Going in favor of
Wow.
Here are here to play. Bracket play is kicked off in the hometown team.
Pure take game number 1 against FaZe, huh?
And gave Optic everything Optic wanted yesterday, and it looks like that's the same game plan for FaZe, stealing game 1.
Yeah, Pierre's been saying, I've been hearing you guys talk about big 3 or big 4. You're forgetting about somebody else, and they've
The big dog that hasn't been in the States for a minute, Druck.
right?
himself.
I mean,
everything
they've
will
shown up so strong against FaZe throughout this series so far. They show up so strong against Optic. I mean, Lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot.
I think the man of the hour has got to be Druck right now, and if he can play like he did in game 1, some of those crucial kills at some very important moments where flags were being pulled, whether it was his own or in the opportunities that we saw Pure getting some of those flag pulls. It was Druck that was picking up that enemy sniper phase, putting it to work, putting respawners back in respawn before they even had a chance to play the game. And as we take a look at some of the highlights, the S7 was having a massive impact at the start of the game, but throughout the game, Dave, we saw Pure handle that S7 damage that we saw FaZe was able to do, and eventually they started getting the snipes themselves, and I can't recall seeing an S7 in FaZe's hands for the second half of that game.
No, we never saw it, or never longer than like 30 seconds or so. Never was it comfortable.
Yeah.
Every so often, they would always have to be checking to their side. They knew someone's either behind them or near their base, and that's an uncomfortable spot. You want to have your whole back clear, and then you just want to be perched up somewhere up high and lay down shots from afar.
And that's a testament to Pure's play style. When we say they play quick, they play untraditional. They can throw you off. They can make it very difficult for you to find that comfort, to have everybody put in front of you. That's why probably Royal 2 was posted up at his base for so long. He wants everyone to be in front of him, but Pure able to get behind enemy lines and steal game 1. Taking a look at the series layout, we have Aqua Slayer coming up next, and this is a bread and butter for FaZe, but Pure, the dog is here to play, and they are up 1-0. If they can manage to get 50 kills here in this game too, what a special momentum they would have an opportunity to run with.
I mean, yeah, I don't really recall many times throughout that last game, throughout the whole 12 minutes, where FaZe were getting advantage and then charging all across the map and having straight pushes like that. Whereas Pure, the exact opposite. They didn't even have to have anyone down from FaZe, and they found ways to break through the defense. They found ways to charge through. Aquarius is going to be a game like that. There's going to be moments where you get a kill or two, and you're going to collapse and try to keep that lead. There's also going to be a lot of neutral scenarios, and Aquarius, I would say even more so than Argyle, you have just some sneaky routes you can take. You can send someone bombs there, you can send someone pink one, car. There's different areas that you can slip on by, so we're going to have to see if that works well against FaZe here, or if FaZe are going to have an answer to that style of play on Aquarius.
Although Aquarius, you think, plays traditionally like the midships of the world, there are specific sight lines that are blocked, like you're bringing up, that make it very problematic if you're not catching on to these players as they're hitting those routes. They can get behind you very quickly. There's tons of G-slides front to base where all of a sudden they were front yellow, now they're blue-pink stairs running up it. So it's very...
Even though
Space Station and Sentinels, huh?
which is very, very changeable. 4 dead there. Great damage out of Lethal. So glad we got to see the opening battle there off of Lethal's POV. He stays up ping 2. He gets damage on the player that's in the fridge. He gets damage on player on coming up ping ramp. Then he starts to shoot the flag. He gets more damage. That leads to a big, big swing. And now, just like you say, it's only 17-12. So what was just triple the score of their opponent on the favor of SSG is now just a 5-0 game.
Yeah, it's off the back of that killing spree from Precision as well. 5-round response before he got taken down, and even though TJ Lethal was only registered 1 kill, he's certainly putting damage down for his team. We saw that from the life that we had on our screen. And
I feel like we can barely hear Dan Gaskin right now.
Precision Well, let's see what he does right now. It seems like he's just trying to play a little bit of a sneaky route here.
I feel like the rest of the game is like up
that clipboard and stopwatch.
above him.
Absolutely. Go here on the side of Send. Chig, the man with the plan. Game now within 4. What are you going to say? I was going to say stopwatch.
No. I just...
You were worried what I was
I thought you had something more creative.
No, I got to watch my language here, but the man's got a plan.
It's got a plan. Anyway, Chig, the man with the plan, T-shirt.
I wasn't going to say, you already said he had to stop it.
Okay.
Clipboard,
Let's
pen and
talk
paper.
about Precision. Forget about Chig for now, because Precision is continuing to take this game over and drag Sentinels back into this, and it is off the back of that Heatwave pickup. 21 to 18 now, just a 3-kill difference between the two teams.
Yeah, really, really strong here. And like you said, Lethal assists. He still leads the entire game in the assist category across both teams. 6 assists on the board right now. He's been a huge factor. Now they're only down by 2. Let's not forget, this is just 12 to 4.
It certainly was, and another kill now brings it within
Pure
2.
currently up over FaZe Clan as well.
To hit double digits when it comes to
Potentially going up 2 games to nothing over FaZe would be huge.
Was, off the back of a killing spree as well, so a really good start for him, but SSG now slowing the game down, have managed to get 4 bodies back on the map. Now they get that first pick, and this is where for Sentinels you have to be careful. You have to get your trades, otherwise you're gonna be in that blender once more. Bound trying to move around car 1, a little bit of damage onto Falcated, looking for a couple of sticks, trying to survive. Lethal's on the flank behind him though, and he'll get that kill.
Really nice job from Lethal. Sometimes you're tempted. Overshield in hand, by the way, for Eco. Should be able to pick up at least 1 or 2 here. Overshield is neutralized. Finally take it down.
Hit him with the double thwack thwack.
Somehow Falcated gets that kill. And now still just a 2-kill game. There, that the overshield in the hands of SSG would have guaranteed a much bigger swing.
Yeah, I agree. I think that if you're on the side of Sentinels right now, it's a 2-kill difference. You can take it every single day of the week, and still the 2 kills just separating these teams at the moment. As we're going to see a double push maybe coming in on top car here from Space Station Gaming. That buddy system is something that they are so synonymous with, so famous for using. But Bubu's kill feed now. He's picking up a couple of kills, and there's Precision.
It's all tied up. Sentinels bringing their way back into this. Boo boo doo boo. Boo boo doo boo.
They're all working around his damage, and Sentinels are in the lead. 1 kill difference, but they have gone into that lead.
They lead for the first time. Their Precision somehow doesn't even trade in the util. Great set of plays. Look how it was a 2-man push from SSG, and they just beautifully countered by the side of Sentinels on the Dynamo side. Great prioritization of these kills. Boo Boo is not done yet.
Boo boo doo boo.
So far now they lead by 2.
And the grab of the Heatwave was the last time that we saw Sentinels start to come back in this game, right? Start to get a little bit of commanding presence on the map, and it was Precision with that weapon. This time it's Boo who has the chance. He also had a thrust to work with. Now that's gone.
They're still up by 3.
Flank coming in here. He knows that Eco is there as well.
Technical difficulties down on the bottom. Shopify Rebellion currently up on top of Quadrant.
In a 1v1 as well. That's going to be multiple
Sentinels starting to pull away here.
Space Station, and for the first time, Sentinels now have somewhat of a cushion in this game as the overshield is bound upon.
Overshield popping right now. That was 4 dead. 36 to 34 now. Beautiful shots coming in from Falcated. Unbelievably impressed by the way that we're seeing the teamwork coming in from Sentinels here in the late game. They're still up by only 2 though. Could be an overshield grab coming in for SSG. We'll have to see. Yes, it's Eco once again. Even though they're coming off the respawn, they get the overshield and they tie the game at 37. A 5-kill swing once again.
So closely fought this game, and now, you know, when we're coming into the business end of this game, the overshield has been taken. The score is equal, and it's fights like that that might decide which way this game goes.
Let's say this would be big if Space Station Gaming can pull this comeback and keep this lead here late.
Of Space Station Gaming, they get another kill as well thanks to Stella, and all of a sudden Sentinels have got to be careful.
Got to be really careful. They want to slow this game down. Make sure that they're just timing their pushes the same way they were around that 30-kill mark on that big swing. You can catch them off guard. It's not easy, but they have done it before in this game.
Alive, gets 1, but cleaned up very quickly. The spawns come in pretty close to where Lethal was though. He's trying to get a trade himself. Will manage to do so, but trades not good enough on the side of the Sentinels. They need to not trade this situation if they want to win this game. And with Stella picking up yet another kill, by the way, he's on 14 in the lobby now. It looks like SSG might be on that road home.
What do we say? When Stellar's firing on all cylinders, this team looks their best. Him being +6 in a game that they're leading by 4 is massive. Only 4 kills to go for SSG.
Okay, down to no shields as well. SSG only need the 4 kills. 1 team wipe, and it is theirs. On the other side, it's multiple. It's 2. Just under 2. The overshield is the point of contention again. 20 seconds till that comes up, and Space Station will know if they stay alive long enough here, they can use that as the bait to maybe
So
get that first
Shopify's
kill.
up by 7 over in their game.
Already on 48. They're not going to wait for this overshield. They're going to likely apply pressure right here, right now.
Lethal and Boo Boo trying to stay alive, trying to back down. The bait is reaching. Eco gets that info, relays it to his teammate. Legend will move in to get the 49th, and now it's just a question for SSG of who wants that 50th, who wants to secure the win. Decision gets one, but he's down to no shields. Boo Boo somehow gets
Nice.
the shield, but he's not going to be there in time.
SSG.
SSG.
Let's go down here and hang on with Rebellion. Make sure that they're able to clutch things out. Looks like they should be able to. Currently up by 6. Meanwhile, on the other channel, Pure up by 7. So Pure potentially about to be going up 2-0 over FaZe. All right, Shopify win.
Way too quick. They're not
Go
just
hop
sitting
on board,
targets,
see
they're
if Frosty
always
and
moving.
company
at
over
some
with
point you have to
FaZe
hear
Clan can
a
bring
call
this
out over a pink.
back.
You gotta say, all
tie
right,
things
well,
up
that
with
means they're gonna
Pure.
be Pink one, bomb center, or fridge.
Now you start to feel the pressure. This game just slowed down to a snail's pace. A 4-kill lead, the closest it's been since early in this game. FaZe starting to dissect Pure, not Pure's play style. They're known for flying right now. Now they feel like they're a little bit trapped. Now the pressure's starting to build. How will these young guns trying to create this upset figure out a way to find their pace back in this game? Because if they keep this slow pace up, FaZe will break through.
Renegade just taking this so slow, making sure that there's some distraction or some noise, but by the time he makes the flank, it's too late. He didn't get there just in time. It's such a difficult position to be. He didn't want to make too much noise, but he's being sneaky. He's getting behind enemy lines, but by the time he actually makes the maneuver, players have already moved on to a new location.
I mean, such a slow, methodical pace right now. Renegade helps this team get another kill. Still a 4-kill game. 10 seconds for Overshield. FaZe with control of the map. Pure are going to look to push for this Overshield, and that is where this game will be determined.
Here comes the OS. Cherished and Renegade, both eyes on it. Renegade gonna slam that one in. 4-kill game. He's getting some damage.
All right,
from
come
the
on,
util.
FaZe.
Can it be finished? Instead, he isolates a fight over at Fridge. This should be a free kill onto Cherish. Cherish gets some good damage and at least melts the OS.
Talek's on the fly trying to finish off Renegade. Renegade not giving him an angle. Talek doesn't appear to have an aid, and because Talek is focused on Renegade and Renegade is not giving him anything, Royal 2 finds the kill. All of a sudden, a 3-kill game. The closest it's been since the early margin. Last shot's gonna be Pink 1. Last shot's gonna be
Nice,
deleted.
2-kill game.
No longer Pink 1. He's on respawn. Cherish is on the Pink jump. Renegade knocked to no shield by some great nades, but no shield. No one has an opportunity to finish this kill off, and Renegade spots Cherish on the Pink stairs. Cherish is by himself and decides to get out of dodge. The map continues to slow down. FaZe continues to catch up. If you are Pure,
There it
you
is.
have to find a way to pick the pace back up because you are falling right into where FaZe wants you to be.
Yeah, and this is tough.
There it is, tied.
They are one of those rosters that can start to find those small patterns and changes that you do as a team, and they can find weaknesses in that. Now a 1-kill game, which used to be a 6-kill game. Seems to be control the overshield to make the fate of your game. That's a 2-kill lead for Pure as you're at 45-43. New OS coming up in 45 seconds, but I'm not sure if we'll get that far.
47-43. Pure have broken the setup of FaZe. The control is lost. The last 2 players for FaZe stuck top yellow. They have to fight their way out of this. Royal 2 able to get a kill, but here comes Talek and Druk. Talek finishes off Royal 2.
Wow.
Renegade finds a double in the back. 48-46. Renegade stays
Hold
alive.
on.
48-47. Somehow, Renegade creating something.
It's
out of nothing.
48-48.
Makes this a winnable game. FaZe take it 48-48. 2 kills to go. Overshield at 15. All of Pure spawning in the back of blue.
The plays
No
from
way.
Renegade, the back of the flag has changed the fate of this game. Now can they take advantage of it and close it out? 48-48, ice in their veins. Who is going to come out?
There's just no way.
Overshield gonna be put in the hands of Royal 2 or Snakebite. Looks like Snakebite was able to snag it.
Hey, Pure pulls it off.
And they go down. Somehow, despite having the better position for Overshield, They fall down at OS. I believe Snakebite also got picked before he was able to slam that OS. So they step a trap.
All right. Oddball next. Looks like Optic currently up against Complexity here in their Team Slayer.
They didn't, and now it's already 50 points for Sentinels.
Yeah, it's been a great start for Sentinels. Playable will come in. He's going to come in here from Stellar as well, and to be honest, he had no right to get that trade, but here he is getting yet another kill. Now SSG trying to steal that ball away back towards the tower. Now, this is always interesting for me to see. Where they get those first kills is where they decided now to lean that ball. You can see they were waiting for information on spawns. Player who sat over at Nest there is thinking, am I seeing anyone at green? Call out is no. That means they're probably spawning in garage, so now you see that wrap back to tower. It's a really intelligent play there from Legend and Space Station in general as about how they want to manipulate the map and that ball.
I agree. Also now Legend here, top of the watchtower, just holding things down, making sure no one's pushing top middle from sandbags. Also keeping an eye on green. Now sees the push coming in, but guess what? It's a little bit extra time.
Play ball.
Drops the ball and fights. And just like that, now a 40-point lead is now just a 7-point lead, essentially a tied game at 50.
Manages to turn it. Again, that's the most Legend thing in the world, right? Gets one kill, turns it into a double.
Yep.
He always gets that second trade to get the numbers back on his team's side. Moving on to cuts here, he can take down no shield. Nades. It's going to be Eco who wins the individual once more. So this is a little bit of a battle to see who can get their eyes on that off ball. 3 dead now for Sentinels. That's the go signal to grab that ball for Eco.
See what Eco does here. Curious if he goes top tower. They're already thinking about to rotate a little bit. They want to keep an eye. Stellar's already at green. So that's why he's thinking about maybe going Nest Bridge if and when the opportunity presents itself. He can also drop Mud just to play it a little bit slower if he needs, but a lot of pressure coming in.
Yeah, well, I wonder if he just fakes it out there, right? Because he drops down, he really back up
honestly.
that ball, and maybe you're going to see Sentinels think, hey, like you say, he's going to go for that play at Mud. Maybe try and throw that one off. Let's try and cut that off. But instead, Eco's intelligence proves vital for the success of Sentinels. Here again, they will go to the lead.
Oh, he almost.
57, Legend says, if I can't play this,
Imagine.
Legend just sits and waits. If he dies, that sniper is going to fall forward. Instead, he jumps back one more time to try to hit a body shot on the way down. Really trying to maximize the damage that he was laying down. Good commando shot from Stellar as well.
Optic win game number, is that 1 over there or that's 2, right?
An interesting series of events, but QT about to pop more time on the board here for Sentinels. They're not done yet.
Quite a few sweeps going on around hole 1.
Bubu's got a teammate right alongside him, trying to play
In our upper bracket quarterfinals. Surprisingly, the FaZe Clan Pure series is a 2-0 in the opposite way of what you'd expect.
Oh no, no, I can't get that kill onto Legend. Eco is there to just take him down before he can hit that final headshot, and now SSG will go back into the lead. And you can see all of the pressure is over at green because they know they have to clear Legend out first.
And with margins like this, you can't let those kills get away at green. Bubu's going to be thinking about that one as the ball starts to rotate.
Yeah, moving all the way around. You saw all the information, right, from the point of view of Eco. They're all trying to find green. They're all trying to take Legend out before they formulate any other kind of push. That means the ball can be rotated away from them. That means they get that extra little bit of ball time. And now you're going to see Stellar looking for extra kills as well. Neither with the nades, neither player with any shields whatsoever. And it's a gentleman's agreement to back down. But Stellar's going to get the better of that engagement because his teammate has the option.
Yeah, he gets away.
Space Station about to win round 1.
Fight from this angle as well. 95 on the board and 2 points to go.
Need to get that ball out of the hands of SSG. Otherwise, they're going to find themselves down by 1. Lethal does do it, but there is Stellar. Falcated gets that ball. It's a 4 dead. Last player alive, Falcated. With the last, microsecond?
Unbelievable.
Shopify currently up 2-0 on Quadrant. They are up in round 1.
Needs to be the first
Yo, does Sentinels pull this off here at the 99?
Gets it. Bound takes out precision. No trade coming in whatsoever. Can they clear a path to hold that oddball? They're trying to stack towards Eco. They're trying to pick him off on Legend now. Comes in on that flank. Legend find one. Bubu with a big win. But where's that oddball? Is Eco going to try and get this last second? It's a 1v1. Eco gets the kill. And that's going to be all of Sentinels fall in. And SSG will clutch up those final moments.
You have to wonder if Sentinel's move to green was the right.
Coming. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy team nearing victory. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Bro just stepped on his own nade. What a stupido.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
They're gonna have to hold on to this thing for a hot minute if they're gonna pull this off.
Enemy has the ball.
But it feels like it's now or never for Quadrant. Last thing you want to do is go into round 2 on ball and be behind.
Enemy has the ball.
It's over.
Second most ball time in the game for Legend at the moment.
Bro, Space Station just slaying over here. 56, 58 nothing, 60 nothing. Holy shit. I think Sentinels have just accepted their fate. They're going to lower bracket.
Yes, it's wild to see numbers like that coming in from him. And he has been alive at back tower for a very, very long time.
Also has most assists. Joint most assists. Second most in the game. So there's not really anything statistically to look at and be annoyed about.
Man, this brings you back to the bound quote, right? There was no other player in the game you were going to pick up outside of Legend, and he's showing you why right now.
Camo coming up then.
Enemy has
Legend
the
should
ball.
have a free pickup here because the push elsewhere is taking the attention.
Give him that too.
Yeah, because he needs it. Taking the attention of Sentinels away for just a few moments. Getting a couple of kills means that player's life here, and Legend might have a little bit of extra work to do, but he deals with that. He goes on a killing spree himself, and now it looks like we might have had a player drop it out of the lobby. Legend will continue with those stats. He was going to take a quick photo of those on his phone to make sure that they get calculated. But we'll make sure that we get into a position to get back into that game as soon as possible. And we'll be back in a few.
Come on. I hate it here.
Across that board too, like you said, Renegade. You can't ask for much more of them.
Optic currently up in their
He's been
game.
doing fantastic. Now the rest of the squad gonna have to match this firepower ferocity that you're seeing out of Pure, and they gotta do it now. I mean, we're in game 3. You're down 0-2. FaZe gotta wake up.
And this is the map mode combination that FaZe has tried to put so much work in for the past 6 months. And we'll see if that work pays off here. Their off ball, like I said, it was flawless in London. They put extra work into making sure that they fine-tune this situation. And this would be a good time for that work to pay off. Let's get back
Look
into
at
this.
those
We're
nades.
kicking it off
Holy
with no one
fuck.
else other than the greatest slayer of all time, Royal 2. Making his way towards Camo, it's obviously the wave, but they're going to try and take early control towards this side of the map. No one quite worried about that oddball. FaZe are going to get the first kill. It's answered right back. Druck going to challenge Royal 2. Royal 2 forced it back down, but the flank from the player with Quantum, who came from green, is already in Royal 2's face, and you can tell that that pace kind of threw Royal 2 off. However, Frosty has found himself the snipe with Camo up. It looks like FaZe have control of this Camo side of the map. However, the oddball being rotated to Big Door, Pure have early time.
And this is tough for Frosty because Frosty's saying, hey, if we get a play ball or something, I'm in the perfect spot. But now Frosty's going to have to maneuver across the map with that snipe, and Renegade just knowing he has to find the right opening in here before he pushes in to get this kill. It looks like Druck almost gets that trade, and that's basically a 1-for-1 on a one-shot.
Yeah, it gets traded out, and not only a one-shot, but Camo gets lost as well. Frosty tracks down this ball carrier. It's just 13 points, but a good job to negate the Camo potential swing that FaZe could have gone on. However, you still got to deal with Frosty. 3 assists to his name, 4 go down for Pure, and FaZe will have their first op ball set up here on Livefire.
Yeah, it's a shaky start to breaking that setup, but end of the day, FaZe got it done. Now they get to hold the ball on their half, decide how to play this, but Cherish and crew, no fear, flying across the top of the map, and now FaZe were originally going to rotate that towards green to get ready for a play ball. Instead, they have to go towards Rat Tunnel.
Yeah, this setup, it gets broken. 3 go down. Renegade, the last player alive in the back of house. Renegade finds a big kill to make this setup much weaker for respawners. A lot of information on where the rest of Pure is as well, as multiple players are seen on Renegade's death cam. However, FaZe are going to be spawning towards the dummies. They're going to have to relocate. Royal 2 already A plat, and Snakebite and Royal 2 are able to find that first kill scoreboard. This ball's still neutralized. Pure do not get an opportunity in the setup because Renegade was able to find that 1 kill, and now the reinforcements are here for FaZe.
Look at that, Druck just buying as much time as he can over in that window, drawing a couple players, and unfortunately ball is reset, so despite FaZe trying to take over Garage, it doesn't matter. Garage is no longer the most important spot on the map, and look at this trap here. Talik and crew got the sandbags. They get 1 pick, and now they get to close in on this ball.
So Optic took round 1 on ball. Shopify just took the lead on round 2 on ball against Quadrant.
In the back of the base, Royal 2 finds 1, Royal 2 finds 2. 2 big kills as Camo is coming up. Royal 2 still a problem, gets another player with no shield. Snakebite there to clean it up. 3 down for Pure. Snakebite gets taken down and traded out. That ball's still neutralized, but Camo will be in the hands of FaZe.
Last shot, the only one alive, gonna get a few shots of damage in, but eventually taken out, and that's gonna be staggered spawns here for Pure. Now, do Pure decide to pump the brakes for a moment, or they decide to push? It looks like Talik's also taken out, so seems like they're not being defensive at this moment, and they're engaging all the way over here at the tower.
Renegade chooses to bring that ball towards his teammate, but he still has this camo. He wants to slay, and with Snipe coming up, he wants to snipe.
Oh, he's trying to grab it.
Pure set that up as a trap. They hit him with the grenades, and now Snipe out of the hands of Renegade, and numbers in their advantage. They should be able to break what was potentially going to be a FaZe playing setup. Nobody from FaZe in a position to get that ball as Renegade had that camo, and because he had to bring it across the map himself, they're not able to get any time.
And look how quickly Pure are countering FaZe if they go immediately for a power-up or power weapon. They have grenades just sitting right there, ready to go. They know that FaZe, if they see an opening or opportunity,
These
are
guys
gonna
like to
snag that
snipe.
really quick and try to be as efficient as possible.
Yeah, they know these guys like to snipe, and they're going to go for it. So they throw that bait down on the hook, and they reel it back in with the kill, and they destroy a
Both
chance that
Optic and
would've been set
Shopify
up.
still up in
However,
game
since
3.
then, it's been a 2-2 split. Talik with some big shots there to keep his life. Unfortunately, 2 members of FaZe have made their way to tower. Great damage onto another player. Talik doing so much here to stay alive. He gets another assist and another kill, and that's going to result in Pure having to set up all because Talik and his individual skill was showcased there.
Yeah, and you saw Royal 2 having to back down there despite having the better position, just realizing shots were not going in his favor and eventually getting flanked to at the tower. Kills about even, 27 for FaZe, 23 for Pure, and ball time, however, slightly in favor of Pure.
Talik doing so much damage to so many different players before he finally gets taken down.
Throw an aid! Oh, you're
fucked.
fucked.
His life, but FaZe have swarmed the tower. They have 2 dead, and now Cherish should be spotted over here at green. He is going to be shooting, so Renegade will have good shots onto him, but Cherish with 5 of his own shows you that, hey, the pickup might have been worth it. Pure looking like a demon out here, taking down the demon out here. That ball is going to be rotated to tower by Frosty, but Frosty's going to drop it and slay. That ball still neutralized top tower. No separation between these two. Just 3 points separate them in this first round, but Pure doing a fantastic job dealing with FaZe so far.
Yeah, neither team is able to get a really long set. There's a lot of times where somebody eventually gets it towards Garage or towards Tower and it ends up being like a 40-point run. Instead, we've been seeing more like 15, 20-point runs at most.
This is big. FaZe found 2 kills.
Oh my God.
Talik is going to pick up the camo, but 3 going down as FaZe have the oddball top tower will allow them to get some significant time. Frosty will know that Talik has this camo. Frosty's going to drop back tower with the ball, start rotating it towards respawners over at green, and that's a beautiful rotation by FaZe.
Yeah, they're going to get this play ball here in a moment there. Frosty jumps it on off, and that's going to be a 14-point lead. Also, with the pace that this game is going thus far, I feel like you're headed more towards around a 75, 80-point game. I've always tried to look at objective games and how many points have been scored at the halfway mark.
That's a big kill from Snakebite. Somehow Snakebite gets 2 on his own, and including the ball carrier. It denies any time for Pure. Pure were looking to rotate that ball off the play ball from Frosty back to tower and have a setup. Snakebite destroys that storyline immediately. Last shot's gonna throw that ball back bottom middle, because here are
Oh my God!
beautiful shots from Last Shot to somehow get a kill at that angle. That's disgusting, but Renegade's going to be on the proud as Renegade spot him. Renegade spots him, but can't hit the no-scope. The ball, it's on the move, however. Pure rotate that ball. Last Shot did everything he could to buy his ball carrier time. Now that ball in big door is going to be something Pure are going to have to make a decision. Do they rotate it to green trying to get a prey ball? Because here comes FaZe and the rest of Renegade.
Yeah, they're going to need to get that play ball if they can, but it's not going to be their choice. FaZe are putting on the pressure, and there is no way to push out towards green. You got Snakebite watching the entrance. Instead, they opt to bring it towards Rat Tunnel. Another player in there, but doesn't matter when you hit shots like that. He goes for the no-scope instead. I didn't see if he didn't have any bandit ammo or what in his clip, but that could be a dire mistake.
3 dead. Go Pure. 26 seconds. FaZe take a lead, and we will see how FaZe choose to play this. They now starting to build this lead. At what point did they decide to play time? Trades from Cherish. He picks up not only a stick, but a kill with the sticky onto Frosty. A double with nades is what the doctor ordered for Pure to break this setup. It's a 10-point lead, 15 seconds remaining. The ball neutralized currently, but last shot trying to flush this player out. Has a teammate, but here come the reinforcements.
Is this the last one left?
Renegade, the last player alive in the back of house. Surrounded. Now, 7 points to go. When they get the lead, they will drop the ball. They will try to slay.
Yep, waiting for 2 more points, and then here comes the slaying round as its last shot drops the ball, trying to secure this first round. They cannot let FaZe touch this ball. Push coming in from Sandbags, and they need to touch quick. Can anyone get close? Nobody in position.
Oh, they got it. Nice.
And that's going to be round 1 going for Pure, despite getting outslayed. They got outslayed by 4 kills in that round. Not a significant margin, but still outslayed and out objective.
And it takes you back to the play where Renegade had camo in the ball and nobody would come get it for him. A mistake, a crucial mistake that FaZe missed some much opportune time there. Pure now with a 1-0 lead, a 2-0 lead in the series. One more round of oddball to try and take down the juggernauts, the favorites, the champions themselves. FaZe Clan.
Yo,
Last
Pure
shot,
really about to
bottom
sweep
middle.
FaZe
Last shot,
though.
Catching Royal 2 with his pants down bottom middle. Catching a grenade to Royal 2's face as he takes another kill away from FaZe. Right now though, that ball being rotated to tower. Last shot might be doing a lot, but that setup from FaZe is still strong.
Yes, they got a decent setup here, and there's the unexpected teleport in. A couple members over at Silo, they got to get that finish, and that's going to be 3 down. Royal 2, the last one alive, and Cherished already ball in hand. Now, where did they decide to set this up? We have not seen a real comfortable set from Pure any single time they have the ball. FaZe are already on over there.
They do a phenomenal job of rotating. They get a player to spawn green, and they immediately, that's their trigger to try and get it there. Unfortunately, it gets cut off. Talik is going to catch that ball. Even though he's no shield, he's going to be in a position to play that ball. FaZe may have a camouflage player somewhere on the map. It's a triple from Snakebite as we switch point of views, but the ball gets picked up immediately and gets thrown towards respawners again. Pure starting to play keep away from FaZe.
Yeah, Wes, before this game started, you said, who from FaZe is going to step it up to match Frosty? Snakebite has answered that call, but is it enough to bring them over the hump? Because right here, despite heroic efforts, despite getting a triple kill, that's still frustrating. Seeing a ball go immediately in the hands of Pure after you get a triple kill.
Yeah, the last player alive and doing a phenomenal job to get that ball into a highly contested spot. Pure have had time to come off respawn and find some kills of their own. It's a 2v3 situation. Renegade was able to find a kill, but one kill's not going to cut it as FaZe get cut down. They get put back on spawn. Players are bottom middle still, creating this very difficult for Pure to rotate this ball. They are going to be able to collect themselves, pick that ball up, and get it towards the cuts. The Quantum's going to be up at green, but nobody near that, so I want to pay attention to the setup here for Pure. It's a bit of a rotational setup. These kills could be so massive. One kill gets acquired, the ball just taken up the cuts, and now Pure with their pants down themselves can't have to play the rotation game. Camo's coming up in 10 seconds, and Renegade wants to create some space, and that he does.
It was interesting seeing that switch flip for a moment there by Pure. You saw a time when they're normally the aggressors. They're originally pushed across the map every single spot. It almost, like they said, that last garage position, they said, all right, guys, get in your sneaky spots. You saw someone hiding by a window. You saw, I believe it's Talik, over by key door. And you saw that first backsmack kind of entry kill. These players can either be aggressive, fly across the map and be really quick, or at some points they have so many different sneaky spots that they've learned throughout playing twos and playing this game for the last years.
Look at how passive Renegade's playing with this camo. He's just patrolling this dummy door right now. He's able to pick up one kill towards the camo, but this ball's still neutralized. This camo not having maybe the massive impact that you would really expect it to. Cherish doesn't have his eyes on snipe, as Renegade is the last player alive. He's going to have that snipe, but now he's got a world of Pure in front of him. He is going to be able to back up, get his shields back, but Pure once again run away with the ball. They continue to extend this lead past 20.
Yeah, this has just been a slay fest. Both sides evenly matched, though. Essentially 68 kills there for FaZe. And here comes a couple more in their favor. They get that answer kill. And look at this adjustment. just so used to all these players rotating out. Renegade knowing somebody's gonna go through Rat Tunnel and run away. Now they have numbers advantage, but he runs into 2 members at Key Door. So despite being at the right place, you run into 2 players and it doesn't fully go in your favor.
It's the last shot, can't hit either of the snipe shots when he has an opportunity to. Because of that, he's forced to back up. Pure went 2 down, so I like last shot rotating away from the situation. You know FaZe is going to be focused on where is this sniper. This ball is at green. World 2 should be able to play it, but if he gives his head an opportunity for last shot to take, he may just do that. He hits the no-scope on the snake bite, but as I say that, kills are being traded back and forth. Talik and Frosty arise from the dust of the fight. The last 2 players alive, but once again, Pure on top of the play ball. Frosty in no man's land at green. It will favor Pure.
Frosty doing everything he can to get back into this fight.
It's a big kill.
They get 2 big kills onto Cherish and Druck, and that's going to be some ball time marking up here for FaZe. Can they get a full setup for a short period of time? They're down by about 20 points when they first grab this ball. Let's see how long this
Is
run
Pure
goes.
just getting
I
hot at the
don't
right
expect them
time?
to run this all the way towards green. I expect them to keep this towards tower or run it back towards mud.
Big rotation from Frosty. He picks up that ball, takes it towards the tower, and now because of that, FaZe have a setup, even though they didn't get the slays. However, Frosty eats the grenade, and then all of a sudden, he turns around. Pure have taken tower control themselves. No play ball to be done there, and now Pure extend the lead back to 20 in their favor.
And despite a couple other members of FaZe going down, they're used to being able to get a play ball in that situation. You have ball over at C-Plat, you know you're going to eventually get that play, but somehow Talik or Druck snuck behind there, got a little too close to that ball carrier, took out Frosty before he's able to play ball, and now instead of a game that should be closer to tie, it's Pure up 70-36.
34-point game for Pure, and they need to end this round to beat FaZe Clan in 3-0 fashion. That sounds unheard of, but ladies and gentlemen, this is reality. Druck trying to push the
Optics about to wrap it up down the bottom after they had their back from technical difficulties.
A little bit weaker. Renegade falls as well in the kill feed. Roll 2 able to trade out Renegade, so it's a 2-2 situation. Roll 2 and Snakebite versus Talik and Druck. Druck not able to get into the combat loop fast enough, and the respawner of Frosty able to deny him access to the big door as that ball gets rotated out. FaZe have now made this just a 10-point game with this setup.
Look at this. Druck and crew deciding to focus on tower, get a little bit of control in this. You don't need to stop the ball immediately, but you can't let them continue this run. This tower is going to counter the nest setup so well, and because of that, ball gets played just right away. Now, do Pure decide to grab this right away or get around to Slays? Because it is a tie game.
Yeah, FaZe have woken up. They just had just about 34 unanswered points. That ball gets played, but once again, Pure on top of it, continuing to push the pace of this game, forcing the hand of FaZe. Talik is going to be unsuspected back tower, knows that there's going to be a player from FaZe back tower, but this snipe is exactly what Talik wants in his hands. He can't hit the body shot on the snake bite, but he has good information. Unfortunately, now Talik finds himself completely out of the play where that all ball is. He's going to rotate over towards the pillars. The all ball is going to be bottom middle, but Talik not in a position right now to impact any of the outcome of the game. You got to get involved, and here comes Frosty.
Yeah, he eventually got back down from top tower, and I feel like took a safe but bad rotation, just being way out of the fight throughout that entire time. Snakebite instead was over at Cuts, in the action, getting some fights, but don't worry, you got Cherish and last shot, and Druck somehow picking up 3 kills for you while you're across the map distracted, Talik. That's going to be all 4 down for FaZe, and they're going to try to secure this last set for the last 14 points.
13 points, and Talik lands a body shot that's going to stop Renegade's ability to push. Snakebite and Royal 2 are still coming off spawn. 7 points to go. The upset seems like a reality. The ball carrier, however, goes down. That buys FaZe
3
some
straight
time.
maps
These
for
fights
Pure
are
2. I think is what's
crucial,
really crazy,
and
right?
Talik beats Frosty. Druck is here as well. The grenades can't go through. The no-scope does, but he gets hit by a grenade. 3 down for FaZe, 3 up for Pure, and they're on top of the ball. 5 points to go, and FaZe Clan will be eliminated to the lower bracket.
Wow.
Pure get it done. And the biggest win of their careers so far happens.
Are they talking over there?
Round 1 in dominant fashion.
They played so well. Members of FaZe were also playing incredible there, so you can't just say you caught them on a cold day. But Pure brought the hype, came out, dominated FaZe 3-0, and now moved on to the winners in the semis.
Welcome back, Druck. And what a series for It's the Last
Damn.
Shot. Cherish.
Wow, wow, wow. And Optic able to wrap up on complexity, of course.
We were supposed to see see FaZe in the winners bracket finals, but no, their journey's going to be long if they plan on finding a way to go back-to-back, because they are in elimination bracket round 1, and it is because this Pure team truly was tested by Optic yesterday, but maybe learned a thing or two in that big series, and maybe improved on a couple of things because they looked great in all 3 of those games.
Yeah, before we were questioning Optic, and now we're just more so praising Pure with how good they are. So maybe answers the question, would you rather have the easier or more challenging pool? Give me challenging pool.
It's easy to answer that now, but having Pure in your pool, Optic looks a little bit stronger and taking down somebody that looks that fresh. But it's great to see how competitive the teams are in this tournament. I said we were going to start to see upsets in winners bracket round 1. I truly believe we have a lot of talented teams, Pure being one of them. Pure being one of those teams we don't get a chance to see all the time, especially in North American soil. Druck has so many events missed because of issues, and the fact that he is now here, you know that he wants to release that energy, and apparently FaZe was the first threat. I hear that Guy Blaze has got Pure down on the stage for an interview, so I'm throwing it to you, Guy.
Thank you so much, Wes and Walshy. Atlanta, make some noise for Pure as they come out with a Pure win against the London champions. Man, a 3-0
Big dub for them.
Main stage. Just talk to me about how you feeling with the boys in this moment right now.
Yeah, man, I'm feeling great. Second time on main stage for me. Druck back, 2-time. Yeah, man, I couldn't be more proud of the team right now. Just got to keep putting our head down, keep putting in the work, and we'll get there.
And stay focused, okay? That's just winner's round run right there. Now, yesterday, when you guys played up against Optic, it went game 5, and people were saying, you know what, Optic was just playing slow. They wasn't giving you your credit, but now people got to show y'all some respect after taking down the London champions. Am I right?
Oh, yeah, you're definitely right, 100%.
There you go, okay? Now, talk to me about going into this last map number 3, typically you guys probably went into that feeling like, you know what, it's a possibility that they can reverse sweep right here in this situation. Talk to me about your POV on that last all ball and what you may have noticed or didn't notice from FaZe.
Yeah, I just feel like we came out a little slow in the first round. Decided to, we started playing with more confidence, playing from our spawns, and that's what we did. We closed it out.
Definitely did. Lastly, last shot, what do you want to say to the fans here that came to support Pure? We got some people in the chat. We got some people in the crowd that's screaming your name as well.
Yeah, I want to thank my mom, my dad for being here. Love y'all. Thank you so much for supporting me. Thank you everybody, the fans, all of us. Y'all really make this happen.
All right, that's going to do it for me and last shot on the stage. Make some more noise for Pure. Lottie, let's break it down.
Thank you so much, Blaze. It's always good to hear from the young guns as well, having their moment in the limelight, and rightfully so, because a sweep against FaZe is so hard to do, but they made that look like a walk in the park, I'm pretty sure, to be honest. For most people, going up against FaZe is really, really difficult and ends up being a brawl, but they had their number right from the get-go. And Tony, we were kind of discussing off camera what was really going on there with Pure. They were very scrappy, and usually FaZe do end up kind of punishing you for that. That just did not happen. Pure played it so well, they were able to get out of situations with ease, and they punished FaZe instead.
Yeah, it really felt like 2 different stories when we talk about that series as a whole. That game number 1, one thing that stands out to me was the patience from Cherished and Pure when it came to that second flag cap that they put in. They were so patient and not rushing, where a Pure roster, normally a reckless roster, would have given that cap away and ultimately given the game away. Then we
right, gotta be, right?
I think about that
so we're starting lower bracket
and
matches.
that energy that was coming off of them, and for them always hopping on the ball, always being objective efficient and playing with each other. And then towards the end of that, you saw when Talik and Druck got up, you saw that pass, you saw that energy. It was beautiful to watch, man. Pure are here, and all I'm gonna say is y'all haters that were talking crazy to me, I told y'all to watch out. Y'all going, oh my gosh, I can't stand y'all.
Tony hated these upsets of tournament. This one was special, and Pure is so strong, and I love to see young guns really step up and own the moment. I think, Dave, you said it best when we realized that Pure were playing with no fear in a series where you should be intimidated. You're going against the 3-time world champs. You're going against guys that have been considered some of the greatest of all time. Every bit of you should be intimidated when you step up in a winner's bracket round 1 match. But as they gained the pace in game 1, it really felt like they looked so comfortable, like they belong. And then to have the ice, I mean, in the moments that they needed to make plays in the 48-48s, in the last final seconds of rounds and off ball, they made the plays, and that tells you so much about these kids.
It certainly does indeed, and I think when you look across the stats that are coming in just a moment, there were a couple on the FaZe side who kind of had a little bit of a sleeper series. They
Pure
weren't quite
takes them
awake,
in 3
unfortunately, which
straight
is very
games, bro.
uncharacteristic of them. Pure capitalized on that. They knew exactly what they were doing, and to be perfectly honest, it almost looked like a FaZe Clan play from Pure. They were really, really punishing those boys. I think Frosty having a 0.6 is really unlikely from him, and Royal 2 as well. So, Wes, what's kind of going on there, do you think, in the FaZe roster?
Yeah, quiet series from both of them. You have to go back to the drawing board and really break down the film. You know that those guys are straight shooters, so it can't be something to do with the shots, but the teamwork wasn't there, and you could definitely tell that the pace of Pure, the routes that Pure were taking, very untraditional routes. That's something that makes this Pure team so unique. It was a thorn in the side of FaZe this entire series. They had a very hard time having the reads that they needed to have in order to really assess situations. Frosty and Royal 2 are players that need to know everything that's going on in order to make the right play, and you could tell the lapses in the judgment and the communication that FaZe had in those 2 stats alone, because those guys don't miss. It's when they make decisions based off the information they have and those decisions end up being wrong, it's because it's not the right information. And Pure did a phenomenal job to make that as hard as they could for FaZe.
And that's kind of what I really think was the issue there. It's like when you have a team like Pure that can really upset the tempo, upset the pace, really up the pace and throw you off your game. Players like Frosty and Royal 2, they're going to struggle with that. You know, they're players that really are some of the best in the world at anticipating what their opponents are going to do and adapting to that, especially when I think of a player like Frosty. When you throw off that rhythm, you get KDs like that.
Yeah, there was a lot of times that FaZe were probably put in positions that they're not used to those sort of individual challenges. Kind of felt more like free-for-all or like Money 8 style gameplay where somebody's just rolling around a corner and challenging you, and you're like, wait, I have the better position, and you were supposed to run away and go to your teammate. Like, I'm not expecting you to be here right now. The one that stuck out to me specifically was it was last shot, doubling back through the dummy door, and then just getting those last few shots. I want to say it was on Royal 2 or Snakebite.
Multiple players.
They're just like, wait, what's going on here? Why am I even fighting this fight right now? And it's just those unexpected plays that FaZe haven't been put in that position in a long time. They're used to very methodical play style, very, very coordinated play style with their teammates, and they're not used to someone just barreling out, challenging this fight, and getting that kill.
They're used to getting that level of respect from the top teams because usually you don't get away with that. Usually if you get caught
you make that play, you're just dead.
You get punished. But the disrespect goes a long way, and I'll call it disrespect, but it's just unorthodox play. It's these guys have the confidence that they think they can get away with it, and they did.
I think the fact, yes, unorthodox indeed, but I mean, it's more on FaZe for not adapting, right? You got a whole series to do that and sort out and think, okay, 1 second, they're playing this way. Let's try to figure things out between us and work together as a team, because that's exactly what you're going to need to do. That did not happen at all. I mean, looking at that game 3, you're thinking to yourself, okay, Livefire, Oddball, FaZe are looking almost unstoppable on that map. And yes, it was a tight map for sure. And we had moments where FaZe were overslaying. I mean, you have Snakebite dropping over 30 kills. You got Renegade just absolutely destroying it, picking up power weapons, but time and time again, they managed to play so scrappy. Pure, they were picking up the ball in situations where I think FaZe were like, surely they're just going to wait for the respawners and they're just going to get a setup, and no, that does not happen. You need to adapt or die, and in this sense, that's exactly what happened to FaZe. So it's really interesting to kind of see that. Do you think FaZe are going to pull through though, Tony?
I definitely
who do they
do.
play the lower
we said,
bracket?
you know, it was really that scrappy, that
Do we
energized
know?
play that came in from game number 3. Dave kind of talked about the rechallenges, the things they weren't accustomed to is what they saw. Only Pure play like that, maybe a little bit Shopify Rebellion as well, so not going to see that. But I also do want to give Pure a little bit of their flowers, because we also saw a difference in play style. We saw them also with that patience in game number 1. And even that game 2, when it was 48-48, what happened? They baited out that overshield beautifully. So we saw the scrappy gameplay, we saw that energized and reckless gameplay, but we also saw moments in game number 1 and game number 2 where they had to slow the game down. They did, and they ended up thriving and winning because of it.
They certainly did indeed, and with that 3-0 sweep on the main stage from Pure, let's take a look at our brackets and see how those are now completely flipped upside down. The hometown heroes have kind of gone from 0, basically 0 to 0, excuse me.
Though.
Unfortunately falling short there against
Crazy.
Pure, 3-0. Pure will now face Space Station in the winners semi-finals. Space Station, they did manage to 3-0 Sentinels off camera, and Rebellion 3-0 Quadrant. Rebellion will go forward to meet Optic Gaming, who also 3-0'd Complexity. 3 of those look pretty familiar. One certainly does not, but I've got to give it to Pure. They have played out of their minds, and they're playing exactly how you'd want them to go up against an SSG here, Wes.
Shopify and Pure have an opportunity to create a very interesting elimination bracket here with this semifinals. And I wouldn't be surprised if it happened, to be honest, because both of those two teams are teams with young gun infinite players, guys that maybe started to make a name for themselves in Halo 5, but have found a home and an actual career here in Halo Infinite. As time goes on, we're in the 3rd year of Halo Infinite. All of a sudden, all that hard work, all those late nights grinding, starting to pay off, and the bracket's starting to look a little bit different than it usually does.
It's really interesting to kind of see the teams who might have had a little bit of a snooze fest on Friday, dropped a few maps here and there, things got a little bit scary. 3-0, the harder teams coming into today, and the one team that basically had their feet on the table the entire day on Friday has unfortunately fallen short into the elimination bracket, and that brings me very nicely to show you that one, to see who they're going to be ending up against. Cloud9. They're going to be facing FaZe Clan. I'm sure Cloud9 are thinking to themselves right now, goodness gracious.
Yeah,
why did
I was going to
FaZe
say,
have to do this to us this early? Are you serious? What is
FaZe
happening? I mean, they're probably thinking, right, we're going to have to
Cloud9,
dig deep here against the FaZe Clan, who are feeling
Complexity
pretty salty
versus
right
Native.
about now, but
Honestly,
there might be a chance to capitalize on that, including also
other than the
Sentinels
fact
going
that
up
Native will have to
TLF,
play against Quadrant
ITB
next.
Esports, which is going to be a really interesting series as well, Battle of Europe, and Complexity versus Native Gaming. Walshy, what are you making of
I was
this?
just going to say, like, the only one more disappointed than FaZe right now for being in the elimination bracket is these 7 other teams. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, it's already rough out here. It's tough at HCS Atlanta, and now to insert FaZe this early on, it's going to be a interesting and rough elimination.
Yeah, just to holistically talk about 2 of those pieces that really stuck out to me. Quadrant and ITB play each other for top 8. That is the 2 European teams going against each other. That's never fun, especially now that I think Quadrant has had ITB's number as of recent pretty often. And then if you're Sentinels, it's been a really tough road this year, and you lost to Optic twice and SSG once last tournament. You got top 6. Now, in order to repeat a top 6 performance, you got to beat FaZe. This doesn't seem fair to them. They've lost
for real
to
though.
Shopify. They've lost to, in winners bracket, they just played SSG, and now to get top 6 again, they're gonna have to play FaZe. I mean, it doesn't get any
rough out
easier
here
for those guys. So although Cloud9 did take FaZe to a game 5 in London, that's going to be hard to repro, but Sentinels can't catch a break with even their elimination bracket runs.
They certainly can't indeed. Well, if you guys want to help Sentinels catch a break, then you can pick up their exclusive merch at this event,
What a
which I do
transition.
have a t-shirt for right here. Look how gorgeous this is. This is Atlanta merch, folks. This is exclusive Atlanta stuff that Sentinels is putting out right now at their booth. You need to go and grab one of these. It is absolutely gorgeous. Love to see all of that. But yeah, it's the Energy Sword design. What do you make of it, boys?
Sick.
You like it?
What's the front?
The front is the Energy Sword,
Clean.
but in the Sen, yeah, in the Sen logo.
I was gonna say, why we call it the energy sword? That's the Synergy sword, right?
There we
That's definitely.
You just had to one-up me, Tony. I thought
I'm
it was a
sorry,
great
I'm sorry.
transition. It was a good pun, and now you just one-up me. Okay, fine. 1-1.
You guys
Series
belong
score.
together.
Series score. All right, but this is available right now at the Sen booth. Please do go and grab this absolutely stunning piece of merch that Sen have put out. We'd love to see it. Thank you so much. Well, folks, we're going to head to a quick break right now. But when we come back, we do have a European banger for you. It's going to be Quadrant versus ITB. Who is going to be taking the stage by storm next? We'll have to find out right after this.
Hey, hey.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of the world's most advanced processors. But only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
Hey, what's up everybody? Onset here from The Narrative, and we're here in Atlanta with a world champion. We've got Frosty from FaZe Clan joining us for a pre-event interview. A huge thank you to FaZe Clan for allowing us to do this. Brad, firstly, how are you, dude? Home event.
Great, how are you?
I'm good, man, I'm good. I want to kind of talk a little bit about the story of this year, because you guys have had a few ups and downs. At the moment, you're certainly on an up, I would say, having won the last event. But let's go back to the Halo World Championships, right, at the end of last year. You win that one, everything's good, and then we're looking at a new season, new change of weapon, a little bit of a new meta, a bit of a shift. And we head into Arlington, right? What was your guys' preparation like for Arlington, knowing that you just won the Halo World Championships and, you know, feeling pretty good about things?
Right. Yeah, honestly, there was a long gap in between those times.
All right, so we're going to lower bracket next, sending 4 teams home during this next. Oh man, 4 3-0s in the first round. I'm tired, Chad. Had a long day. Appreciate y'all vibing.
Well, hello, Spartans, and good afternoon, and welcome back to the HCS Atlanta Major, presented by FaZe. Lovely to have you joining us if you are here in the arena, and I hope you are enjoying the show that our pros are putting on for you. I did tell you day one, there'll be some tears, there was certainly some blood, that is for sure. A backstabbing just happened on the main stage earlier on because Pure, they came out of nowhere with FaZe. 3-0 sweep across the board, and they have upset the hometown team. Unbelievable. Day number 2, we had questions about FaZe coming into this. Are they going to be ready? They haven't really been battle tested on Friday. They looked way too comfortable, and Pure, they made them even more uncomfortable than any team I've seen so far really this season, Wes.
Oh yeah, that was the first time I can remember FaZe getting 3-0'd outside of what, an Optic series from earlier this year, and Pure looked like the better team in that series. They were setting the tone every single game, and now if you're in the heads of FaZe, there's no more room for error, and that bracket is going to be stacked in the elimination bracket. You already have Sentinels on your side. In order to get top 6, you're going to have to beat Cloud9 and probably Sentinels after they win their first elimination bracket round 1. And then the big dogs from the semifinals are going to fall into it, so it's going to be like an Optic or a Shopify. It's going to be a long road, and they're going to have to beat everybody if they want to get back to a grand finals.
Shez, there's a world of hurt in that elimination bracket right now. I think Cloud9 are thinking to themselves, holy smokes, deep breaths, lads. This is going to be a tough one.
Pretty sure I heard the gulp in the back when they seen that FaZe had lost the series. Not that Pure would have been much better of a team to come up against, but you really don't want to match up against FaZe at this stage of the tournament, particularly when you've done so well to get to this point. So I feel sorry for Cloud9 because they're going to be playing against a few pissed off players.
And they certainly will do. And Dan, I mean, for fans who are in this arena here to support their hometown team and who have driven from Atlanta, FaZe fans, you know, hope left for them, dreams? Are
They'll
they still
be all right.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it's not going to be the first elimination bracket run we've seen from FaZe Clan. They've been there, they've done that for the last decade, so I don't expect this to hurt them too much. Of course, it's going to be a long road from here.
I haven't cracked open
but
my
I'm still
second energy
expecting
drink yet.
FaZe to
How
get
about
to
chat?
the business end of this tournament.
Well, there you go. There's hopes, and Dan has said so, and I believe it. Now we're going to talk about our next matchup on the main stage, which is going to be the Battle of Europe. It is going to be a foreign affair, and my goodness me, Quadrant versus ITB. Really excited to see how this one shapes out on LAN. Online, they go back and forth between the two of them. Who's the more dominant prospect in Europe? And we'll decide that right now. Let's talk about ITB first, and let's meet your roster.
How about we go watch some Halo? Just like we're starting off with some capture the flag on whatever the new pit is. So it looks like we caught this towards the very, very beginning. Sentinels versus the last Fox. The lethal Fox, the last Fox, the fuck? Boo boo doo boo. Boo boo doo boo. I'm gonna hit one of these shots, damn it. Imagine the lethal Fox pulls off the upset against Sentinels. in the lower bracket. First elimination round. Be kind of lit, not gonna lie. Give me them toes. Still haven't gotten to see Quadrant yet, man. The Cloud9 phase is gonna be pretty lit.
In there because of the Bulldog situation. If you want to take control of that side of the map, that's what you have to do is double push. And it looks like FaZe does do that, but of course it's Cloud9.
Bro, they've got the game volume so loud right now.
4 bullets in the sniper, you? Nope. Daggone good sniper, especially on the map of Empyrean, so FaZe. Watch out. They gotta identify where Septify is coming from, otherwise he will fight ya. And there it is. Frosty the first one to go down. Septify and Cloud9 inch forward into the base of FaZe as they go 3 down.
Yeah, this is exactly what Cloud9 need to do, right? You gotta kick FaZe when they're down. Obviously, they're low in spirits right now. They just lost 3-0 versus Pure. This is where you take advantage. Right at the start of the series, start off strong, and Cloud9 are doing just that.
Man, when you're down, it sounds disrespectful.
It does, doesn't it?
Is that true advice? You don't seem like a nice guy, Actor. I thought you were a good guy. Meanwhile, Septify still holding on to the sniper, and Cloud9 still holding on to the flag of FaZe, moving down the long haul, but now Septify is the only player alive.
Oh, beautiful job right there once again by FaZe. The triple push on the long haul side to stop that flag from going in. And honestly, FaZe has done a great job. They had 3 down momentarily, and it could be now a counter cap on the side of FaZe.
The counter cap is coming down the long haul side here for FaZe Clan, and Frosty may have gone down, but FaZe put 1 in, and no counter opportunity for Cloud9. In fact, Snakebite wants to get a
Sentinel's currently up against the Lethal Fox.
Cloud9 are there. They have rockets, they have overshield, and they have the base of FaZe.
Yeah, Cloud9 trading all these power weapons and power-ups for that flag cap. Not necessarily what you want, but you gotta take advantage of the cards you're already dealt. And that's exactly what Cloud9 are doing. Taking control of the top of FaZe's base, and they've got 3 down again.
And still a couple of bullets left in the Bulldog here, as FaZe would just wipe off the face of Empyrean, and we do finally see a flag being pulled here by Cloud9. It's towards the mid-map, puts a Suspector and Cloud9 know they need to be patient. They need to make sure they secure a second round of slays before they're able to advance forward. Meanwhile, Suspector back into a corner in an absolute war on the map.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult flag pull here. You allow FaZe to spawn up on that snipe side, Tony, and it gives them space to stop this flag from going through. I like how Cloud9 are being patient, but FaZe are getting their slays.
Ooh. And, oh my, did he just? He did. It looked like he just sniped Renegade. Don't tell me that's what just happened.
He did. He should be like, Renegade's been playing great today. He should not be angry at Renegade. But regardless, he gets a couple of kills, gonna push in for some more damage and potentially get this flag return. But you know Spectre's gonna charge him. He's ready for it. That flag return does come through.
So technically a triple got a stake like count Renegade. That's multiple going down here for Cloud9. That's the only player alive.
Nice shot.
Because you know Snake might hit body shot with the S7, and as a flag being pulled here by FaZe, it's up to Cloud9 to hold the line. It's up to Cloud9 to make a full line stage.
I really like this out of FaZe, right? Make sure that Snakebite stays alive. He stays alive as long as possible. That flag, a looks like it might be returning here shortly. It's halfway through from that return, but regardless, a great job once again by Cloud9 to push on through and make sure that second flag cap doesn't go in.
Renegade able to thread the tower side player, but notice Sab coming in out of nowhere, drives him away from the Sword side of the map. Now Wars and Snake Bite working together, and Sab somehow able to find the angle, find the kill from the Sword side of the map. Both Overshield and Rockets come up. You know what that means?
Yeah, this is huge out of Sab. All he has to do is take control of the Sword side with this Bulldog. Of course, he can drop on the player that is Renegade that's going to try and contest this Overshield. But this right now is a big play happening and opening up, and look at that. Sab gets the kill on Renegade.
Renegade goes down, and Saboteur goes down as well. He's down for the Overshield, and back up here. What goes up must come down. What goes down must
The seesaw, Tony. I used to like those as a kid, but the only problem is I was always too heavy, and it never went the other way. I never went up in the air because I was always the heaviest kid. Unfortunate, but regardless, it is working out for the side of Cloud9. They're doing a great job once again of slaying FaZe on their base. It's 4 down for FaZe.
If you're heavy, I don't know what I am, because you can't seem to carry.
They get to pull here?
1-0 lead in favor of FaZe. Cloud9
Do they need to?
Of FaZe Clan Inceptified wants to commit to that flag, but he knows that FaZe are coming.
Sentinel's still up 2-1. 2 minutes left from their game. Matter of fact, I think I want to go sit on the end on that. See if the Lethal Fox have what it takes in the final 2 minutes. They've got to find some way to push past Pit and onto training and get set up here. Boo boo doo boo. Got him. Final 70 seconds here.
1 minute remaining.
Prestige from being up this far should pretty well do it. They are going to be able to push forward enough and get enough map control in that time. Looks like FaZe Clan, though, is going to get some redemptions about Cloud9.
He might have. He backs away. And Mighty's happy to patrol top tower. Dutchman locks in a body onto Snipe Drone and dispatches the Englishman. And this is the opportunity then to push forward. Glory's continuing to apply pressure. He knows desperately he wants that sniper rifle. Attracted to it like a magpie as Mighty's gets one more.
And remember, winner of this guarantees themselves top 8, and on their side of the bracket is not FaZe Clan, by the way, in elimination. FaZe went to the top side of the bracket. That is great news for both of these squads. But if we are to see either of these European teams get into that top 4, it's going to have to be beating the likes of an SSG or an Optic when they get to that stage of the bracket. But of course, right now the focus is getting through your European counterpart. But really, not much to split the difference. Again, it's still 29 to 28 in terms of kills. Finally, we see an all 4 dead. It's in favor of ITB, but there's only one player remaining in Wootum, so he's not going to be able to do that much from this position, except gain some map control, get some positioning, and maybe be a nuisance here.
There's one player alive, but it's a tricky customer. Not much is for sure. Snipe Drone hiding in the wall. She gets the kill. Jimbo.
That's tough. The one place he can see you. You know what I mean?
And all those kills Mighty's was getting in his tower and on his side of the base. He got a killing spree, but he very rarely left a few meters of that tower. He wasn't able to push forward. And it looks as though Quadrant are trying to be the aggressor here, and ITB are on the receiving end playing defense.
Overshield's about to pop. SLG tried to get close to it, but Wootum has been able to slam it into his chest. But look at the teamwork coming out of Glory and SLG just to delete as much of that OS as possible. But Wootum, recognizing there was a little bit too much pressure, does back off, but will eventually be shut down here.
Glory in towards Sword, chick down to no shields. Beautiful nade, predicting him. Jimbo's in the training, providing cover fire. It's baiting, it's switching, it's exchanging damage, it's taking it and receiving it. Outputting it, inputting it, all the stuff that you'd like to see from Halo players. Chick's down to no shields, Glory takes care of business there. We're almost over 6 minutes into this game, Dan, and nobody's really gotten the flag over the halfway point.
Yeah, and I think I like what you pointed out about, you know, the sniper rifle being a little bit more defensive on the side of ITB and Quadrant trying to push that
Baseland.
narrative, but
Get a
now
full
ITB
victory
maybe trying to
against
flip the
Cloud9,
script and
game
trying to
1.
distract a little bit with this flag pool. But if ITB are going to win this game, there does need to be a little bit more pressure in certain areas. Maybe a more aggressive position with the sniper rifle. But the downside of doing that, you risk giving up the sniper. And if you allow the opposition to have 2 snipers and to get into sword, to get down to long haul, you can be absolutely demolished in an instant. But the new snipers have just popped, and Glory's having a look, see if he can find it.
Scooped it up. Here's some footsteps around him. He's not comfortable just yet. He's got the repulsor, does Chick.
Try to hit him. Good.
Point for the play with as well. He's behind enemy lines. Seeker's gonna spot him out. Mighty's has got that sniper rifle. For a moment, ITB did have the 2 sniper rifles in their hands. It's like a game of chess. They're trying to maneuver pieces into the right place, but unable to get the check nor the checkmate.
One thing we've not even mentioned is Quadrant being here. The fact that they just lost that series against Shopify Rebellion 3-0. How much is that going to affect their mental game? ITB just coming off the back of getting a victory in pools and qualifying for the elimination bracket. They're going to be a little bit more positive and maybe look to try and take advantage of a Quadrant who are on the back foot. Now, 4 were temporarily dead, and ITB starting to gain some control of this map.
Glory's alone inside of the base, trying to defend the flag as best as he can, but the damage he's able to put down wasn't enough. Mighty's got a sniper rifle, he's got a bulldog as well. Anybody that comes close is going to get right pickings here. Snipe drone will push forward into the flag, gets a double kill. The bulldog didn't have the damage required to clear out 1. 4 dead now for ITB, so that push not amounting to much.
It was a great hold by Quadrant, and when you've got players like Snipe Drone, who's one of the best anchors in Europe, if not one of the best to do it internationally as well, it's so difficult to try and get into some of those positions because Snipe Drone always seems to find a way to have eyes on you, to have tabs on you, and put those bullets in to deal as much damage as possible so the rest of the team can clean it up. But we are still seeing some aggression from ITB. They're trying to push forward, get control of green so that they can get a couple of kills and try and force them back into that snipe spawn. The Rockets are going to play a big part here.
SLG fires 1 and it connects. Perhaps punching a hole in the ITB defense. Chick's in an unorthodox position again, and SLG just didn't clear his angles. How many times are you going to allow that to happen? You've got to clear the angles. You know they're going to be playing in sneaky positions. These 2 teams are the best of frenemies at times. They've played each other 50 odd times now, Dan. Every single time they got to a grand finals, the grand finals in Europe would be reset. They'd play again, the opposite team would win. They were trading left, right, and center, like you said with that stat. They're trading 29 to 28 in map counts. These 2 teams can win this series.
From those 57 maps, interestingly, they've only played CTF Empyrean twice against one another, and it's 1-1. And I think we're seeing the evidence of that with just no team really being able to break through and get a flag even further than halfway right now. It's going to take a moment of brilliance or a big mistake from one of these sides if we're going to see a flag actually get captured right now. Otherwise, we're already leaning towards a potential overtime with 3 minutes left on the clock here.
Probably a big mistake more than
he wants to
the other one.
Get his hands on. You can see him patiently waiting for the pop out of the oven. Here it is. Boom's back tower. As he threatened to go towards cuts. Chick has got to start finding some faces with this. We know he's capable, but he's cut down. 2 go down. Make it 3 then for ITB. Snipe drones in the base. This is the most likely we've seen a flag capture on the move. Making himself a very difficult kill was Mighty's over towards the Mauler, and has he bought his team just enough time?
He did stall very successfully there, and it's allowed Chick to get with a sniper rifle, and with the assist, Jimbo takes down Glory. So yeah, the flag was moving, but for how long? It looks like they have just been able to stop this one temporarily, but the flag is still out. There is still the chance for Quadrant if they can take down Chick. He's the biggest threat, but at the moment, he's still up in sword.
Oh, sorry, game mode 2.
Snipe drone gets bodied. SLG gets a kill onto Mighty's. Flag will get sent back, and Chick will find another, but again, it's sniping from a defensive point of view. Now is the opportunity to push forward and apply some pressure of your own. Start to dictate the pace here. You've done so well. Rockets are going to be handed over, and now the opportunity comes for ITB, and Chick's on the move.
We said we needed something special from an individual, from someone to step up. Glory not only has the overshield, but also repulses that rocket straight back to Chick's face, straight back. Now we are going to see Quadrant just answering to the aggression from ITB. It seems as soon as ITB gain any sort of map control here, Quadrant just have that one player to be a nuisance, and it's the same on the flip side here, Shows.
Yep, every single time a player on the other team has some sort of insurance policy, whether it be a sniper rifle, a rocket launcher, a repulsor to throw away any rockets and any advantage a team might have. These two have cancelled each other out for near 13 minutes now. As we head towards this final minute, it could well come down to one more play, Dan.
It's 70-69
One more
in
play.
as well. It's so close. Quadrant have one extra, but it hasn't really got them anything so far. It's been 11 minutes of just back and forth nothingness for the most part, and that's just really showing how close both of these squads are when it comes to CTF Empyrean. Of course, I think other maps might be more one-sided, but this one, you cannot split the difference. It's an attempted push from Quadrant, but Mighty's there to shut it down immediately, along with some help from the rest of the team. 40 seconds for someone to try and make a play, otherwise we head into overtime.
ITB playing Stoke football for a while, it would seem, parking the bus, hoping for the best, maybe looking for a flag capture off a few set pieces, it would seem. Jimbo, though, in the green box. Starts to throw an aid forward. A couple of members of Quadrant stuck in the mauler. Does Jim have the information he needs? 3 go down. Here's the moment. Can ITB push this one forward? Mike's is going to try and provide cover fire. Jimbo's on the move, and he's already got it down long haul.
Seeker does get a kill onto Wooten, though, and now Seeker can maybe move round. But Jim, this is experience. This is what you asked the question. Is Jimbo good enough? Can he get the slays? It doesn't matter if he can get the flag in. And ITB take the lead with only mere seconds left. And Quadrant cannot touch the flag. It's 1-0 to ITB in what is going to be a very exciting European.
Looks like Sentinel's far in control over the Lethal Fox.
Seconds here. Right now, it's a 3v3 scenario. This next slay going to be pivotal. And FaZe are really starting to move into a rhythm even more.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, they double the score line, and, well, I thought they were going to stop Tusk. They had a little bit of a pinch on him on that A side and on the opposite side of Camo, but Tusk is able to somehow get through. A trade comes out, but that's 3 down for FaZe and only a 4-kill game.
Want to see here, at least if on the favor of Cloud9, they're able to grab a hold of yet another sniper. And now we have identified where FaZe are spawning towards the back green side, and some great space being taken here by C9, but not enough pressure here, as it looks like FaZe are able to get out of their spawn fairly easily.
It's all about belief here for this Cloud9 roster. You have to believe that you can take out FaZe if you want to take out or take this series. It's one game at a time, as usual, and 1 kill at a time as well. Septify, beautiful shots right there. We cleaned up 1. He's 5 and 3 to start this game, Tony, and now it's only a 1-kill game.
Make it tied at 17 apiece right now. Cloud9 definitely starting to get some wind underneath the sails a little bit.
All right, chat, we gotta stand back up, man.
Septify, the first one hit the black screen. Tusk does get the clean up, and Suspector now looking for somebody to plant a sniper bullet on. He has 5 bullets.
Yeah, this is a bit aggressive. Spawns and FaZe are coming out. Apparently, he's going to hit the shot anyway, but he's got a very powerful weapon in his hands and 4 bullets to work with. With the spawns coming out on the C, I'm expecting him to post up, try to get some different angles, and hit some shots. But that missed shot right there is going to give his location away to FaZe.
Well, he's relocating here, and Sab off the screen was able to take down Frosty. So now Cloud9 shifting their focus just a bit, getting aggressive towards the back mud side. Cloud9 started to fill in the gaps just a little bit as members of FaZe starting to fall one at a time. It's slow and steady, but right now Cloud9 in the race.
Yeah, they flipped the map a little bit here too. Suspector decides to take that tower side that FaZe just had, and now he's got a sniper on top of it. So this could be a great moment here for the side of Cloud9 if Suspector can hit those headshots.
This is Suspector we expect to see. A power weapon expert is Suspector, currently 7 and 5, 3 assists to go along. Oh,
wow.
Where did Rotu spawn? Did he teleport there? What is going on? That wasn't supposed to happen.
Well, that was the quickest reaction I've ever seen on a Suspector as well. It was a really quick shot, but it was his last shot, and he gets the beat down for that trade. That's going to give Cloud9 now a 3-kill lead in this game.
And a camouflage as well in the hands of Septify. Royal 2 and Frosty set up, perched over toward the left side. I would imagine that the other 2 members of FaZe are doing so as well. They're trying to identify where Camel's coming from. Well, you just found out.
We'll see what else he's able to do here. That push is coming from that nest side, of course. You can see the rotation away from FaZe. A beautiful job by them to lure this Camel player out, and now Septify not able to do anything.
FaZe, they set the trap. They bait him in. Even the camouflage wasn't enough to have Cloud9 create some distance in the scoreboard. That was beautifully played by FaZe. And a 2-kill shadow advantage for Cloud9. FaZe continue to eat away at it. Frosty take down Tough, and another trade out happens here. FaZe only down by 1 kill. Sniper and QT up.
Yeah, if you're Cloud9, you cannot let up right here. This lead is dwindling. It's only by 1 now, and you see FaZe, even though they don't have full control of the map and players are going down, they still have control of that camo side, and all it takes is 1 kill. That one from Tusk might secure.
A reversal coming out of Renegade. It does end up being taken
Cloud9 able to extend their lead out to 4 here.
Another sniper here for Cloud9. It's a 32-28 advantage. Cloud9 don't fear FaZe, but Frosty unites.
Frosty ends up going down. That's a great trade right there because it was a clean kill for FaZe to gather that sniper up. The fact they kill him quickly is huge. And that
Sentinels do take game number 2 against the Lethal Fox.
A great shot to back Renegade off of that pressure.
Frosty already towards Charlie. Renegade taking a bit of a flank route here. He's onto the pillars already, and Suspector is going to find out. Great body shot come out of Suspector, but it wasn't enough to take Renegade down. Now Renegade, tower side control, 3 down for Cloud9.
Oh, this is just beautiful. Again, the tower side control. You just talked about it, Tony. So important to be up here with the snipe. Not a lot of bullets to work with for the side of Renegade, but they'll slow it down to try and regain control of this lead.
Sniper, positioning, and only down by 1. Or FaZe, 10 and 8. Whoa! Suspector ends up being taken down with the quickness. Now it's FaZe. Starts to move into position. Starts to get aggressive towards the bottom mid side, towards the A side of the map.
Oh,
now, they ain't got no more repulse, Renegade. Sorry, they ain't unlimited.
He's 1 for 1 right now with the snipe with those 2 bullets that he had. We'll see if he can make it 2 for 2. Pressure comes out, and there it is. That bullet will count enough for at least a kill, and we're tied up at 37.
I was able to answer back with a double kill.
Bro, they're letting FaZe Clan back in this thing.
Weaken.
They had a 5-kill lead at what, 32?
Camo, they can't see you, but the green gun, they can see you. It's a weird combination, but it works. Don't worry. Don't question it.
They don't question him at all. They got the lead back, Tony. FaZe, that is. 38 to
Ted, I'm
37
exhausted,
now.
man.
And once again, look at the bottom center presence out of FaZe, and then the top center presence from Frosty. This is the split that's good.
We definitely ain't doing the last quarterfinal match, but we'll see if we make it to the 2 upper bracket, man.
Aggressive and have a little bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card, if you will, as his teammates all around him getting kills left and right. Half the members of Cloud9 end up hitting the black screen. The other half are struggling to simply get off the spawn. Suspector is sad. We're the first ones out, but now Frosty is the first one in, right behind them.
I love this. Again, the QC allowing you to create space, presence on A, back to nest side. Now he can push tower. This
Bro, what is it with Cloud9 and choking games? They did this a lot during groups play as well. Like, and I know it's FaZe, so like I don't want to like get on them too hard about it, right? Because again, it's fucking FaZe. But what is it about Cloud9 and fumbling in the second half of games?
Come on now.
That guy does not miss a sniper type. You always see him ready for that snipe the minute it spawns again. We'll see if he's able to do anything with these bullets, though. It's 43 to 47. Cloud9 starting to come back just a bit with that 3-man wipe here. FaZe are going to depend on Renegade right now to close out this game number 2.
With only 3 kills needed here for FaZe, if you have a sniper in the hands of one of the more lethal players in the game, one of the best slayers that we have in the HCS, it is a mathematical equation that Cloud9 simply do not want to be a part of. Frosty was able to take down Sad. Renegade, despite being one shot, survives her over towards the back green side, up by 3 kills. Comfortable FaZe must be in this position.
The problem is his presence isn't felt, right? Because he's been out of the play for so long. No shields often, and only 2 kills for FaZe, but it's on Renegade to hit these shots right now.
They know Cloud9 want to slow the game down. They don't want to give away any silly deaths, but FaZe have no problem switching the game up as well. They have the sniper. They have the leader. Cloud9, you want to play the slow game? Well, in 2 minutes, you won't have any time to work with.
Cloud9 are all on the bottom side of the map, and they got pinged. So
come on, Cloud9.
Camo is up.
Bring it back here.
Has the game in his hands.
Street fight goes down. Suspected with the double kill, but a 49th kill for FaZe, and Renegade stays on the map just barely. Watch that momentum here. 6 bullets, but he won't need it as one is already planted on the Spectre. Finishes him with the bandit. FaZe go up 2-0 in the series.
You have to understand how.
Watch the key and get me down. Where'd it go? Left? I don't know. Jump up. Right above you. Actually, maybe A player.
Takes kill.
I'm looking at A player.
I'm good.
One pistol. Let's nest now. Nest now, Corey. Okay.
He's gonna go there, he's gonna go mid.
I have a one back B, one back B.
Yeah, going to the door if you want to push it.
Yeah, I can trust a big lead.
Heal up, one now.
Yeah, no, I'm getting that safe. Three, all four there. My big lead. I'm not getting that bullets. I'm back up. One shot. That's nice.
Let's do.
I'm flying me. I'll give it the back, you go. Yeah, I did. One team back. Okay, I spawn picture.
Let's not trap ourselves.
Oh, he's nasty.
Okay, I'm going in bad.
TP still down.
I'm trying to help you, Seb. I'm with you.
One shot. Grab my TP.
Communication is fast. It's on the line of being a little bit frantic. One thing we do know is Quadrant have a 7-kill lead. Make it 8. I expect the communication to be a little bit different, a little bit more controlled from them. But let's be a fly on the wall and have a little listen.
I'm gonna go. Jim, bottom door. Demo's coming, Jim.
Weak dice, 2 dice.
Demo's up now.
2 dice, you can go away with camo.
I have camo. Nice. Can you do it? I spawn on camo, the heavy tower.
Yeah,
they're gonna push something out. Liv. Come down.
Watch training.
Yeah, okay.
Training.
Good. We're going from it.
Yeah, top tower.
Elbow right now.
Top tower.
Top tower and elbow. Elbow reach.
Top tower.
Watch out, elbow. One guy shoots me from me. Watch out, top tower. I'm trying to kill B, guys.
I'm still top tower.
Another one. And I died from here.
Nice. Watch the net.
There was a guy elbow. Yeah, elbow. Come on. Watch out on Mike. Here. Dodge G! Yeah, how much long? Come on.
Quadrant rolling right now, man. ITB pissed him off after beating him.
Weak OS, weak door. Il y a recluse top vent maybe. Yeah, top vent down.
Let's put check. Yeah, one 50. Sniper on 50. Nice.
Nice.
Midday weak. Two shot now. One shot dip. I found absolute as well. Wood on pistol. Absolute.
Communication a little bit more frantic than I perhaps anticipated. And we heard Seeker getting a little bit emotional after Snipe Drone got a kill. He shouted dog shit. I don't know what that means in French, Dan. We'll have to maybe Google Translate a little bit later on. But what we can see is Quadrant are only 4 kills away from a win. Make it 3.
Yeah, this one has been pretty one-sided. I mean, when we were in the IT...
Hang on board for King of the Hill, map number 3. See if the Lethal Fox have what it takes to keep their tournament hopes alive.
Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill.
So if Sentinels take this, it's over. And something tells me they will. I mean, like the final, the last Fox, like they're cool and all. I just don't think they're quite on Sentinels level.
Enemy team took the hill.
Oh.
Enemy about to score. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming.
All right, so that's 2 for Sentinels, 2 more. They're donezo. They are on to, I guess at that point would be tomorrow. No, surely they're still playing lower bracket games while they're doing upper bracket games, right? Or no, I guess they couldn't, right?
Enemy team took the hill.
I guess I could play one more round.
Enemy team took the hill.
We're gonna jump on board with the casters, man.
Having any part of that active camouflage up in less than 10 seconds, and FaZe seemingly having a more favorable position.
Yeah, honestly, FaZe are taking that
Yeah,
favorable
my,
position, and they're
other
forcing
end.
those spawn onto that nest side. Where they're going to wait to close out this very first hill, of course, but Frosty staying alive this entire time is huge. That glass is so powerful. Look how powerful it is. Gets the double, gets the killing spree.
That's what you want to see, and he's not done yet. And we can suspect they better watch out. It may be put on a highlight reel. Look, he stays alive long enough to avoid the triple, but eventually feed down go Cloud9. FaZe are already about 80% done with this hill. Cloud9 might be thinking about hill too.
Yeah, again, FaZe manipulated the spawn so very well. A great job by Frosty to rotate off of that glass and come back here to block the blue side and the snipe lift side as well. That'll give FaZe their hill first, their first hill, #1.
And now we're seeing Frosty attack the cafe side. Wait, anticipation receptive 5? That was about all that was great at that one, because Frosty comes out with a little BXB action.
Missed that. BXB for Halo 2. A great time to be alive. Frosty once again, like I said, heating up in this game. That's his first death, Tony. 8-2-1 for Frosty to start here. But Cloud9 do kill him. That means they ice him a little bit, and they'll take a little bit of hill time too.
Yeah, incredible start coming in out of the answer back that we're seeing out of Cloud9 at the moment. Plenty of hill time starting to up, and if they get a secondary round of slays, it literally could be more than that. 50 Cloud9 Septified challenging once again with the cleanup. Straight fight though, ends up in the hill, and he has a shot. Jeez.
Wow, this is beautiful. Cloud9 send 3 towards blue to take care of that guy on the blue side, but they give up the hill to Snakebite. And because of that, they pay with that shock rifle to the face, and it'll be FaZe once again in control.
Feels like some of the best teams in the world are always good at multitasking right there, and maybe a single-minded action come out of Cloud9. Renegade plays out his life. FaZe once again having the advantage, and Frosty with the shot.
Yeah, you love to see what you see on the top right of your screen. Everyone doing their job. You see the assists are there, the kills are there for Frosty.
Yo, Frosty
well.
popping off though, 10-1. Holy shit!
And had a perfect time here in the elimination bracket.
Just about done with this hill. Here's the final section coming out. Cloud9 not going to challenge it, as it's a 2-0 advantage here for FaZe.
Oh my God.
24 seconds on the clock. Unlucky for them. Get met FaZe and loses bracket round 1.
Yeah, like we talked about at the beginning of the series, Tony, they are angry. You never want to go down this early. It just means your road to that grand finals, your road to that chip, the win of this event.
Yeah, Sentinels end up beating Lethal, last Lethal Fox or whatever.
And Cloud9 again are in their way, and they're going to take them
The
out
Lethal
as fast as
Fox.
possible.
Taking a direct route the hill, but he knows members of the cafe. Stab goes down, but look how fast the spawning members of Cloud9 are on the push. Reinforcements are here, and they are driving FaZe clan back.
That was just so beautiful by Snakebite, right? He's getting triple push. All the resources on that blue side. Uses that thruster, thrusts out of the way, stays alive. He's still alive. He's still getting kills, and once again, FaZe look dominant.
Body just doing the stanky leg right there. That's all you can do at the stake fight. Put the moves on you. Allen Iverson like with the crossover. But he ain't from Philly. He's from Jersey.
Oh, what the heck? Doesn't make any sense, but you know what also doesn't make any sense? The fact that FaZe are here in the elim bracket. But listen, everybody has bad series. Everybody has bad games. The next championship team is coming back from those. Frosty and World 2, not a good series against Pure. Look at them right now.
You're always going to be facing adversity. against this very Cloud9 roster.
Yeah, so now we're going to be down to
Decent hill time
3
here,
streams.
And you're going to need to do it a lot more quicker, a lot more efficiently. A minute and 28 seconds isn't a comfortable amount of time anymore.
The tool that they need to do just that is that camo on the top center of the map. But look who's already scooping that one up. It's going to be FaZe.
I actually think we're going to be down to 2 streams.
No, they end up killing the entirety of the FaZe that was pushing that camo. It remains top center.
That camo was just bait. And one that FaZe used masterfully to draw on Cloud9, but somehow it's suspected that still end up with that camouflage. And a whole lot of hill time here for Cloud9. A minute and 14 seconds on the clock. You gotta see them finish it off quickly and stop that neutral timer from winding down.
That's gotta be frustrating for FaZe. Yeah, you do have that neutral time like you said, but once they get one cap, Tony, it's gonna be rough. That 3 down will potentially allow FaZe to continue to melt at least 10 more seconds of that neutral clock.
And at this point, you notice how FaZe were 4 up and not stepping a single second in that hill. Why is that, Tim?
They're playing that time. They're up.
Yeah,
to
they're taking the time off.
No reason to get in that hill right now. Slay it out. Don't give him any information that's free. But Suspector finds his way in. They find 2 down on FaZe and Cloud9.
Because you probably aren't capping this one. So why make anybody a sitting duck? That just doesn't make sense.
He wants to finish it off, but FaZe are making it so hard when they spawn towards the snipe side to get a direct angle towards the hill. You're sending 2, if not 3 bodies in the hill to stop FaZe from driving him out, and 37 seconds now was all Cloud9 had in order to tie it up.
They have to get through Frosty, who gets the spawn in the backyard. He has to stay alive in this scenario. With 2 down for Cloud9, this is the opportunity for FaZe to continue to chip away at that clock.
3 down, go Cloud9, and just the final player alive. He's nowhere near this hill, and time is now winding down even faster now if you're Cloud9. Some way, somehow, you have to make the most dangerous cross across the map off your spawn in this hill. Otherwise, this game is over, and guess what? It is. That's a squad wipe. 7 seconds on the clock.
All right, Cloud9's out of here. FaZe Clan gets redemption.
That usually means that the rest of the team is probably making waves to get to the next one as well, because a camouflage can usually win an entire hill on their own in those final moments, or at least be sneaky enough to disrupt the opposition from trying to take it away from you. Now, Quadrant have already almost got halfway towards this second hill, and ITB struggling to stay in this one in terms of slays. 25-15 now in favor of Quadrant, and that is going to be difficult to try and wrestle back control when you are starting to get heavily outslayed.
The pace is very much going one way. It's Quadrant being the aggressor, and ITB having to deal with it.
This is better.
Got a couple of kills in their favor, and now they can start to look towards the hill. Glory's trying to get out of dodge with the shock rifle, because we know how important that weapon can be. Unfortunately,
Wait, why is Complexity Native not playing right now?
The equation. Jimbo's in hill, and they're just about taking the lead in terms of progress on this one.
What's been going on?
Spawning down low towards Hotel in blue. That's where the rotation's going to come. Jim has to look towards top yellow because that's where he's receiving some pressure. Sika's got the kill. The initial damage that was done for the player sitting top yellow. Setup broken wide open. Quadrant are moving back into the hill again.
Jim just needed some help there. His support was kind of sat underneath Gold Ledge. And sitting underneath Gold Ledge, you just allow your hill player to get absolutely decimated from above. You need to be trying to take a little bit more presence on the map so you can help them. But Quadrant have been able to now hold down this hill, and looks like they're going to lock down a second and will do so. So even though ITB had a moment of promise there where they were able to get 3 down on the side of Quadrant, couldn't capitalize. They were just too far behind as Glory picks up a double and is showing why he's one of the best players right now.
Glory absolutely pestering ITB with that camouflage, putting down damage, getting kills. Exactly what you need to see from a camouflage player. Playing it so patiently as well. Looked to jump up the garbage truck, seeing 2 players back down, and chose his timing a lot better the second time around. Wutum's gotten the kill on the snipe drone, and this hill can be very difficult to break if ITB can play this one perfectly.
The real question is, who do you put in the hill? We saw the stats, and we saw that, you know, Chick sometimes can be there, but Jimbo is usually the preference to be in the hill for this roster, as now Mighties will catch Seeker off guard there. Seeker just not checking his corners. Sometimes you can be guilty of that when you're trying to play fast, when you're trying to keep up with the rest of the team. This is a good amount of time though for ITB, and I like this. They are not just diving into the hill to try and get points. They are seeking out these remaining Quadrant players to try and create staggered spawns here, which will ensure the hill goes in their favor.
Yeah, they're almost killing in waves, right? They're getting kills, getting in the hill. When the team spawns back up again, step out, prioritize positioning, get your kills, get back in the hill. Happy to take 10 seconds at a time. And it's paying dividends for them here. Jimbo's in a 1v1. Jimbo loses it, all 4 dead. Now this is where I started to question how their setup breaking skills and their setup breaking capabilities, how they match up.
It was like a quadrant horde mode where they just keep coming and Snipe Drone just kept getting bigger, sadly for them, and now he will retain the hill and he will hold it. And this is what we were mentioning earlier. Snipe Drone, even though he is the highest slayer on the team right now, as he does get the trade, he is often the player that will find himself in the hill as well. So Camouflage going in favor of ITB this time, not allowing Glory to get it. And this is important, I feel, because Mighties can now get into a position where even if Quadrant are controlling the hill, he could disrupt it, but it looks like kills are going in their way, and ITB should be able to put that first on the board, and will do so.
There's wave after wave of ITB pressure, and the hill slowly drifted away. 2-1 now the score, and that's exactly what ITB need.
2 minutes left on the clock, so still plenty of time. But this is one of those hills where grenades are going to be very important. If you're off spawn, you need to be thinking about how you're going to utilize those grenades. Where do you need to back them off? Is there damage that can be found, or is it going to be a kill that you get with them to help the rest of your team push? But the early hill time is going in favor of Quadrant, and for the most part, ITB have struggled when Quadrant have got a lot of the hill time in the early stages.
2 down for ITB, 2 down for Quadrant. 2v2 on the map for now. The push is going to come up the driveway. A little bit of pressure being applied over towards Loop as well. Jimbo's down a couple of shots. But Snipe Drone will have to fall and wait and watch his teammates do damage. Glory applying pressure in the hill, but Jimbo's trying to make him a little bit weak for his teammates to push forward. Jimbo also receives a bit of damage in the process. Now he sits top yellow, and his teammate Wooten has fallen. Chick goes down. Jim's the last one and the furthest one forward for his team as one rotates towards blue. Mighties gets there quick, fast, with a quickness, with a swiftness, gets his kill on the SLG.
Wootum has fallen. Is that like Olympus has fallen? It's just a film entirely around Wootum getting connected by
I'd watch it.
I'd definitely watch it. Just massive keyboards everywhere. But 1 minute and 10 left on the clock. Suddenly that timer does start to come into the equation here. If Quadrant are able to get this 3rd hill for themselves and go 3-1 up, or 4th hill should I say, it's unlikely ITB are going to have time to get back into this one. So ITB cannot afford to allow Quadrant to get this 4th hill.
3 go down, 4 go down. That's burning time, it's burning progress in the hill, but they're still looking to play this hill, our Quadrant. They recognize that they cannot afford to play Slayer just yet, because when that clock stops, that could be real concern. And there's still enough time for them not only to win this hill, but send us to overtime and win the game. And the Quadrant,
imagine they do,
moments away from securing their 3rd hill. Jimbo and Co soaring up driveway. Enough damage done by Glory. Snipe Drone with a killing spree. Seeka tiptoes into the hill. 3-1
there it is,
now
it's over.
3-1, and that might just be a little bit too much for ITB.
Let's say I should pretty well seal it up.
The clock temporarily stops as they now set foot in this hill. It has to be flawless from them. They cannot afford to allow Quadrant to crack them even once, because it would be so detrimental with the time they would lose on respawn. Now here comes the push from Quadrant.
Is the lead insurmountable? 2 go down for ITB. That's important. Mighties and Jimbo are down. Wootum's in the hill though, but he's all alone, isolated there. Seeka's over towards blue. Chick set up and positioned towards Tram Loop. That's where the spawns are coming. Seeka's heading them off at the pass. Recognize that. He's been bait, he's been switched, and they've got themselves a kill. Wootum still stands in the hill. The clock remains at 42. There's still time here.
Well, I said they needed a flawless hill, and they're close to having a perfect one here. Seeka, last remaining player, and he's not going to be able to stop them. 3 seconds only went by.
All right. Well, then they can still force an overtime here.
Do have an opportunity here. We're back to bottom middle, and it's ITB in the hill. It's 2 players from Quadrant that have gone down, and Wootum, he's out for blood, and the grenades do the damage, and suddenly Quadrant, they are struggling here. They cannot find their footing.
This hill is far more difficult to lock down. Bottom middle, Jimbo has got to be aware of the time at hand here. Snipe Drone heading towards dip. He drops down at the bottom middle and steps away. You know the play call has been made. Quadrant are going to play Slayer here, but ITB have got to match the aggression and stand in the hill at the same time.
Suddenly ITB are getting closer in the slaying department as well, reducing it to just a 7-kill difference. At one point it was upwards of 10, if not 12, but now there's only 22 seconds left. ITB have lost 3. Mighties, though, gets a kill that was so much needed here at this point. But now you have to go. Now you have to send someone into this hill, otherwise it's game.
There's been a camouflage pop as well. It's in Glory's hands. The game could well and truly be in Glory's hands. He's got to play this one pixel perfect.
You figure if he gets big value off of this camo,
Mighties and Jimbo are neck and
he
neck.
picks up this duo.
Here, trying to stop the onslaught. Glory's managed to get behind enemy lines. Glory gets taken down.
Hold on.
seconds remain
Hold
in
on.
this game, and Quadrant are still contesting it. ITB do not have feet inside the hill until this moment. It's down to Chick. Chick falls. 2 go down, but there's still a foot in. Jimbo with a 1v1.
There it is,
and
it's
triple
over.
kill for Snipe Drone. Quadrant 2-1 to the good.
Wow.
A little bit too close for comfort, but when the drone hits, boy, does he
Quadrant's up
manage to
2-1
pop
now.
off into triple kill as he challenges every single member from ITB that was fighting tooth and nail to try and get those seconds on the board. It was very close for ITB in the end, but just not quite close enough. They left themselves with just that little bit too much to do. And Quadrant now find themselves going 2-1 up in the series, and they get their first win of the season on King of the Hill Solitude.
It's heartache, it's heartbreak for ITB. They put so much into that game and they do not get rewarded for it. But they've got to be commended for the effort. They were down in the sleighs by a considerable margin and they brought it back. They showed life. But you spoke about, Dan, you lose the one that you're most fancied on, that could be a dagger to the heart, that could be a dagger to the cause. Quadrant have toppled it there and they've beaten them on their favorite game type.
Yeah, I think it's going to hurt them. I mean, maybe not their all-time favorite game type, but of course it will be one of their better game types purely statistically. I think the thing that hurts more is the fact that Quadrant, it's one of their worst, right? Quadrant haven't been winning that game type. Even though Solitude is definitely a strength for Quadrant across the board, King of the Hill for some reason has been an outlier in that fact. And I think with the fact that Quadrant play very fast, they like to rotate, the way they play strongholds, they pioneered the way to play strongholds back in the day. King of the Hill can be quite static at times, and Quadrant have typically struggled with those setups. It's clearly something they've been working on, but not just that, the break of setups. They take their time, they wait for ITB to have a little bit of kind of confidence in where they might be holding, and then suddenly
So where are we
Quadrant
going next?
all
Hold on,
comes
I got
out
my
exactly
rotations
the
here.
same time to do damage, and they were able to find a lot of success there in that King of the Hill.
It was almost a game of two halves then, right? We've seen Hills 1 and 2 being relatively easy. Quadrant getting the sleighs they needed, rotating where they needed to, leaving a solo player so they can rotate into yellow, getting the kills that were required. But then ITB roared back 2-1 the score, and they managed to make it a bit more of a difficult task than perhaps it suggested it was going to be.
I think
So we got
ITB struggled with
Oddball
finding
on
that last
Streets
player
next,
on the
huh?
Quadrant roster. How many times did we see Glory or Seeker get away, survive, either get good spawns for the rest of the team or take a 1v1 and win that engagement so that then off spawn the rest of the team had an advantage when they started to make a push and make a press to get towards that hill. These were the final moments, by the way. Snipe Drone challenging anyone who wanted to be in that hill. And even though it was gonna be a chance, maybe if Jimbo had even won that fight, there was gonna be another player there from Quadrant. ITB threw everything at that hill, but sadly was not enough. And Snipe Drone getting up, celebrating, and pointing to let his ex-teammates know what's real.
Snipe Drone's bandit did not discriminate, friend or foe. If you're in my crosshairs, you're being cut down. What a performance, what a triple kill from him. Though the players might have been weak, you need to be there, that player to make an influence, staying alive on that garbage truck, and they played that game plan expertly in that final hill. But on the horizon now, Oddball Streets, Dan, I know you've got something for me.
Typically, I'd be leaning towards ITB, because again, in a setup-heavy game type, Oddball Streets, ITB have found success, but with how Quadrant
I don't understand why they haven't started the
really
last
where their practice has been with breaking setups, I think they may be
thing.
looking at a 3-1 here if Quadrant are able to play in that same manner and find that same success at shutting down any sort of hopes and dreams of ITB, getting set up and holding any time.
Just to remind you folks at home what's at stake. This is an elimination bracket match. If you lose, you go home. ITB have one more life. Is their balloon about to be popped? Will they be sent home with a quickness? They've got it all to do. Down the series by one with ambitions of pushing this one to a game 5. But Quadrant will have different ideas entirely.
In terms of bracket, the winner of this gets into top 8, and I think it's complexity on their side of the bracket as well, who are currently competing in losers bracket. And if seeds were to go the right way, that's a matchup.
Complexity or Native plays the winner of this game?
6, and with how Quadrant have been playing so far, with how ITB have been playing so far, they might quite fancy that route to top 6 as well. So are you passing up an opportunity here for what could be a more comfortable top 6 than the other side of the bracket, where FaZe are currently waiting in that side of the elimination?
Well, we've lost a player there, so we'll have to go to the rule book and figure out what way it's going to go. Will it just be a clean reset? It was pretty early doors, so I'd have to imagine that a reset is probably on the cards.
Yeah, we'll see. The admins will, of course, from one map to another, and that could be a bad thing, I'd say. If you're the ITB boys and you've just lost 2 back-to-back, I quite like a break, if I'm completely honest. So this might benefit them more than Quadrant, who are going to be... Actually, we wanted to keep playing that game because we're feeling hot, we're feeling ready, but ultimately, Quadrant look better than ITB right now. I think that the first game was hard to split the difference, and it was one moment of magic from Jimbo that really was able to separate them in that first match.
Yeah, I think I want to make a point. You say you would love a break after losing the game.
I would. See you later.
The promise is, the issue is that when I play matchmaking with Dan, we lose a game, he goes for a break, he says he's going to make tea, but he takes absolutely hours to get back to his setup. And I know we all have a friend like that who tells you they'll be on in 15 minutes but don't arrive for an hour and a half. That is Dan. He's a premium milker. What I can say is, Dan, we are going to get that break, so any milkage that's here, ITB are going to try and milk that time as long as they can.
I love a cup of tea right now. It's always a thing that happens in North America. A cup of tea doesn't really come round as much as you would like. But yeah, there is a little bit of milk, but I will say that Quadrant, off the back of that previous game, considering they haven't won King of the Hill Solitude so far, I think that is going to be a big shift in their belief, not just of this series, but moving forward as a team. I think that the 0-3 against Shopify Rebellion would have really hurt them. The expectation for them would have been making that series competitive.
Technical
at the very
issues.
least. And to lose 0-3, I mean, I think that says that maybe that gap yourself to the top 4 is a little bit further than maybe you once thought.
Yeah, and I think it's almost this high bar that Quadrant have set. It's almost a curse to them now, of course. You get that top 3 finish. Historically, we would have been absolutely delighted with a European team finishing top 6.
Yeah.
But how the goalposts have been moved, almost because they're a victim of their own success at times. Because they got that top 3, that the top 6 is just like, they've done it again.
I mean, 7 years ago, here in Atlanta, a weekend prior, we had 4 European teams and none of them got top 8. They all finished top 12, top 16. And now we have 2 European teams competing for a top 8 position. I don't think we realize how lucky we are that we're in this spot now where Europe's
that's fair.
best and finest can compete on the international stage. But it's just a shame.
I think you would prefer that they had both be trying to compete for 2 spots
We're not sending anybody
in
home
top
right
8.
now. We still have a little squabble to take care of. And I think Oddball Street's somewhere I want to look back into, and these map records that they have. Is there anything that you see from these 2 teams that maybe sets them apart from one another? And is that something that you expect that will pay dividends here? Is there a strategy that maybe Quadrant have? Because we've talked about how in the end games they've had some playbooks that they've gone to. We spoke about, you know, Stika talked about how they had an execution in an end game of a Slayer that they pulled out of the bag. And do you think there's a little bag of tricks they can go to here if they need to?
I think Quadrant probably have a deeper playbook, as it were, than ITB. But I think if ITB hit their very best in Oddball, I think they can take down Quadrant. I think when you've got players like Jimbo, who is very aware of how to play the objective, how to rotate the ball, I think he's the best objective player we have out of these 8 players, personally. Sure, he might not match up slaying-wise compared to some of them, but I think if you've got someone who knows where to be moving that ball, if you do it correctly and you have the right players around you getting the job done, that can find great success. Ball movement is something that's maybe underrated, I believe, in Halo Infinite, and I think that as long as Jim can kind of direct the team of where they need to be, ITB could take us to a game 5.
I'll tell you, it's something that's underappreciated, of course, with being able to rotate the ball, having the timing in your brain, almost having this top-down idea in your head. You're hearing call-outs and you're mapping out where players are positioned, knowing exactly when to rotate that ball from tower around by shotgun. We've seen Snakebite do it many a time, APG, Dead Zone. These players, when it comes to rotating the ball, although it might not look flashy, having that time in your head, sometimes you do have to take back and sit back and applaud and recognize that the decision that was made was absolutely perfect.
It's taking the risk. It's putting a life on the line and not caring about a death. I mean, it's something that's age-old in Halo history is, are you prepared to die? Are you worried about your statistics? Because the difference can be sometimes you jumping out, taking some shots, grabbing that ball, and even tossing it to a teammate could win you a game in the long run. That 1 second, those 2 seconds you gain from that could be what separates you from the other team.
How many times do we see an oddball game separated by 1 second? It happens all the time. Are any of these players willing to put themselves on the line for the victory? You know they want it more than anything, particularly those ITB boys who find themselves now down by a game here, and they desperately want to get us to the Slayer on recharge. But Oddball Street Stand, that's what's up next, and that's what we have to contend with. We're underway here. Glory's going to go back tower and look for the Bulldog.
It is going to be a full reset, by the way, so no advantage
for either team, and ITB have wanted this. I've heard it from ITB, I've heard it from Wonderboy. They want to have this series, they want to play against Quadrant on LAN in international competition. I want to see that now here on Oddball Streets. I want to see that passion echo through their gameplay. They've got early scoring here, but now they need to focus on the power up for the middle.
And you just know Quadrant want to prove that ITB are a little more than an irritation, and ITB trying to make themselves more than just that. They want to be the problem. They want to be that. They, for the longest time, Dan, have had aspirations of being the team that people talk about in Europe. They want to be the Quadrant. They want to be the one that's on the lips of everybody inside Europe. They want to be the shining light, the jewel in the crown. For too long, in their opinion, has it been Quadrant?
You know full well there's
All right, let's go ITB. Give us a game 5, because why not at this point? Fuck it.
Those dizzy heights of top 3 as Seeker looks to try and make it a third, but doesn't quite make the triple. Very important Jimbo shut him down there, because it means that at least there's someone on the map that can compete and make Snipe Drone worry about where this ball has to go. Otherwise, he could have held it comfortably in Tram for quite some time, but he had to just shift his position slightly there, which will eat away at a few seconds.
And this might be a strategy in and of itself, Dan, because we spoke about how Snipe Drone's a player who stands in the hill because he likes to be static. If you give him the ball and allow him the freedom to drop the ball and shoot when he needs to, because he's that player that wants to stand still, perhaps the pace of the team benefits as a whole.
That's what I was talking about. You've got Jimbo, who is, I would say, one of the better objective players in Europe. When you look at Quadrant, if Snipe Drone is your objective player, then you don't have an objective player, because he isn't an objective player. He's an anchor, he's a slayer, he's one of the best to ever do it in Europe. But you're completely right, it's a strategy that certainly can work if employed correctly. If you put him in the right spot where he can drop that ball and do damage, you can find success, but it won't be a quick round, because there'll be a lot of seconds lost whilst you're dropping that ball, whilst you're looking for kills, because a Slayer is always going to be looking for more kills as Mighty gets one and secures the camouflage.
Beautiful picture of picking up the camouflage and exactly whose hands it went into, and if it got popped into the chest, and indeed it did, into the chest of the Dutchman. Mighty's has got a top tower. SLG is going to be on flowers, down to no shields, backs away, recognizing that the firepower position over towards tower is too much and too strong for him, and wisely decides to put it in reverse. Mighty's just trying to get information.
Put it in reverse, Terry!
That stalker shot. Mighty just giving up his position, and as a result of that, he was not able to get the backpack that you know he wanted.
Tied for slays at the moment between the two teams, 15 and 15. Quick math, and now we're going to see whether Chick can actually do some damage with the Bulldog here. In the Shroud just to try and stay alive, but the Shroud dissipates at just the wrong time when he was unable to get that damage done.
Something I want to talk about is the body language of players, and we spoke about it with Wes quite a lot, particularly last season. Chick, whenever he dies, he throws his head back sometimes, and you can tell his frustration. And if the rest of your teammates start to feed off that, can that be a problem?
It's just French players in general, I think.
Yeah, it really is.
And it's, you know, they're never happy. Even with the success, they're still throwing the head back. No, I joke. It's difficult. I mean, we've been there as players. You see your teammates getting frustrated, and you really wish that instead they were making a worthy call out instead of getting that frustration. And it's difficult as a player yourself to try and get rid of that mentality from your brain and instead accept the death, move on, and give relative call-outs that can help your team.
Wow. Mighty's with a return to sender. Licked the stamp, applied it to the envelope, got himself a kill. 3 go down. Snipe Drone's got the ball again, but he's just not able to round the corner. He gets pipped at the post. Glory's over towards PD. It might even be Cautiony's position. Yes, indeed it is. Mighty spots it out, knows exactly where he's going to be. Those two players know each other's play style all too well.
10 kills at the moment for Seeker. Of course, doesn't have the assist, but he has been on cleanup crew, and he's had a great series so far. And one of the key reasons why Quadrant are currently ahead in this series. It's another camouflage that's up, but it's another one for ITB. It looks like Mighty's was trying to create something there, but all 4 went down on the side of ITB, so no camouflage secured in the end. And Quadrant will continue to score, but they just want to get that ball into a better position over towards Tram, it looks like. But this is going to be a situation where I think where Seeker currently finds himself, they weren't able to get the ball over towards Tram, and it became just kind of stuck over towards Pink, and somehow ITB, off the back of it all 4 dead, have stopped any seconds being gobbled up by Quadrant.
And you can tell Seeker anticipated the ball was going to make that rotation because he was trying to keep Arcade side locked down. He almost seemed bewildered when he noticed the ball had been stopped. He's like, where's this pressure coming from? And unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to get close enough to be an influence on that fight.
Oh, I felt good,
he is
bro.
now there.
Oh,
he is over towards the L. He gets eliminated by his former teammate Chick. Snipe Drone's front base down to no shields. Snipe Drone locks in a headshot and takes him away from the equation. 3 go down, Glory last man standing here over towards Cafe. It's ITB who have the ball, and it's ITB starting to pull away here with a slight lead.
I think what's important is ITB keeping this very similar in terms of slays. In fact, it's identical, 33 apiece right now. We saw what happened in CTF Empyrean, right? When it was so close with the slays throughout the entire game. It was the objective work from ITB that won them that game in the end. That one moment where they got a few kills and made it work. This could be the same scenario here in Oddball, where they're just better with the kills that they get over Quadrant in this objective fashion.
Efficiency, it's always something we talk about. We harp on about it. Double kill for Wutum. And he's rotating around looking for more targets to deal damage to. He's found a victim here. Glory down to no shields, trying to stay alive on Laundry. Cannot do so. The assist medal comes through. SLG on caution. Another assist comes through. Wutum's doing the damage. His teammates are getting the kills. This is what you need to see. They have an 18-second lead, and Camouflage is going to be up in 5 seconds.
It was a quiet game 1 for Wutum on CTF Empyrean, and we highlighted it, and we said that don't be too confused about that. Don't be too worried about it, because he will come back into things, and he will find success, and he will peak at some point in this series, and that seems to be here on Oddball Streets. And now, suddenly they only need 18 seconds to win this first round to ITB, and they are getting the kills onto Quadrant. But there is a Camouflage. SLG
ITB is going to force a game 5. Watch, chat.
No, he has it. They're trying to spot him out. He's managed to sleep through the cracks as the sneaky Frenchman. He gets the ball carrier down. Jimbo has to get close. Jimbo's throwing down the shroud screen to try and provide some cover for himself. Seeka's going to fall as well. Snipe drones towards Cafe, just baiting that ball. SLG is there too. Jimbo's going to exchange fire. Jimbo's going to fall short. Snipe drone slides forward. They have map positioning. They have the ball, but they have a lot of time to try and chase.
Very small thing there from Jimbo. He didn't dive onto the ball. He was well aware there were players in the area, and if he had just jumped on it, it would have given them too much map presence. Instead, he added to the damage of the rest of his team. And that goes back to the objective work that I was talking about. It's more than just holding the ball. It's your play around the ball as well. But Quadrant have still been able to wrestle it back, get that control, and now they have Tram. And this is where we are going to learn how ITB break setups when it comes to ball. And if Quadrant can hold it strong, who's going to hold that ball? That's one of the biggest questions for me, as it is going to be an ITB push now. Here they come.
What's the buzzword going to be? Is it going to be clutch? Is it going to be ice? Or is it going to be desperation? We're about to find out. Chick's in Tram. Chick's got ball. 3 seconds required. Nobody there to stop him. Round 1 goes to ITB.
All right, let's go ITB.
And that was maybe what I would have hoped and expected from ITB, not just as a response for the previous game, but with how they have played ball in the past. As a team who seems to have a little bit more objective efficiency, I think that was on display there. They made those kills count, they made those rotations count, and they had setups that just got that little extra amount of time.
First person to die is going to be Chick. And that opens up the map on the arcade side. Seeka exploits that expertly as well. Has a full rotation and is rewarded with a ball to scoop up as well. Chick, who was the first one to die, is the first one to spawn back up, but is now having to wait for his teammates to spawn up as well. Mighty's the last one to pop up. All 4 up now for ITB, but that has meant that SLG has been able to get an uncontested Camouflage.
Camo plus Bulldog is a deadly combo as well, and he's just picking and choosing with his moment of when to pounce, and not only gets a double, but now gets the map presence over by the ball with more Camouflage, and it's only Chick, his former teammate, as the last player to go up against it. Hold on a second, somehow, some way, unable to get that kill, and you could see the double take there as he didn't get the damage that he maybe expected.
SLG thought that was a guaranteed kill. Think again, says the ITB boys. Kills are going in their favor. 2 down, make it 3. SLG in the front base. He's going to fall as well. This is an opportunity then for ITB to get the ball, get themselves set up. It's going to be 2 on the pink side, 2 on the pink side, 1 on the arcade side. So they have a little bit of a setup here to break.
There's so much on the line for these players, by the way. I mean, I know you've mentioned it already, but Chick, formerly on Quadrant, Jimbo, his team with Snipe Drone, because Snipe Drone was previously on this roster when they were foe. You've got Seeka, who of course teamed with Chick. You've got Glory, who used to be on foe. Everyone wants to prove a point. Every single player for a different
Hey,
reason.
Native and Complexity are finally up. Native are beating that ass right now. Told y'all that was going to happen.
3 dead again for Quadrant. They have Tram once more, and they're starting to put some real time on the board here.
Camouflage popped to the Mighty's chest. Surveying the land, surveying his options. What's the execution going to be? Wutum's been forced to drop the ball, but with good reason, as he's managed to get himself a kill. Glory's coming down bottom middle, but he's no interest in trying to hype and help. Snipe drone. Camouflage will now fall. Seeker's going to help SLG rotate this ball out. Wootum, try as he might to be an influence, could not get the damage that he needed. Glory has got the ball back towards back tower. SLG there too, and now Quadrant have a standoff.
It was a heist. Get that ball, get out, and get it over towards tower instead, and force ITB to try and break you. Big kill from Seeker. Again, stepping up when he needs to for the team. A lot of his kills have been very impactful for how the game is followed, and it might just be the same here because now they have the extra player on the map as he pushes towards pink and will secure 2 more kills for the team, which of course means more seconds on the ball.
Seeker, he's Mr. Consistent. He very rarely puts a foot wrong. He very rarely makes the mistakes. He's never the one that seems to cost his team results. SLG though, over towards PD now. Locked in and caution. They're going to toss that ball out, recognizing that perhaps this push is not going to go they wanted to. Chick soars to the PD, but not before getting himself a kill. Snipe Drone's going to try and back away here and get close to his team. Wooten's in trouble. Wooten falls, as does Jimbo. So they've managed to navigate that push pretty successfully.
Good chance from Snipe Drone. Killing spree is Snipe Drone starting to heat up as well. Maybe him recognizing that he might have to be the difference maker for Quadrant. Right now, I don't think Quadrant have been able to get that setup that they've desired so often with this oddball. ITB have done very well at keeping this scrappy, making sure there's a player to always have an angle on that ball carrier. As Jimbo now just being a nuisance for Glory as well. Again, it's being a thorn in the side, time and time again from ITB.
And it's about nullifying.
We're gonna get a third round of this game.
He's been able to level the amount of kills, 79 on both sides. Quadrant were down for a short while. ITB starting to take that slaying advantage, but now we're seeing with Quadrant getting those kills, well, a lot more ball time is coming after him.
And that's what I want to talk about as well, Dan. You talk about timing and how important it can be. If you're off by a second or two, you can go from looking like a god to you've made a foolish play. And it's very important that you know exactly what timers you're on and your team. Glory just seems to not be tuned in as it stands right now. But Jimbo's got a bulldog him. Jimbo's got himself a kill, but not before a trade comes out on the Chick as well. So 2 go down unofficially. It was 3 dead for a moment for ITB, but they've still got the ball. They're tossing it and they're rotating it towards the fresh spawners.
The clock could definitely become a part of this game as well. Only 1 minute 40 left. 55 seconds at the moment for Quadrant. 39 for ITB, but with a few players going down, Quadrant have a chance to wrestle some more time back in their favor. Will they be able to tie this one up? Snipe Drone being aggressive, listening to those call-outs, being the turret that he can so often be. He always knows when is the right time to push to Snipe Drone. You talk about those seconds, you talk about the differences of being too quick, being too slow. Snipe Drone is usually on the money and knows exactly when to engage into a fight.
All that experience on his side, Snipe Drone. There's very little he hasn't seen in a game of Halo, I can tell you that. Very little will surprise him. 3 go down, you know, Quadrant have got so many fans back home in Europe, here as well, but you know ITB is almost a guilty pleasure for a lot of Europeans as well. You've got almost squads of people supporting either one of these teams. The cheer squad at home, no doubt, are chewing the fingernails off themselves.
It's like watching your mum and dad have an argument. It doesn't matter who wins, it's not going well for you. Someone has to lose and someone's going to be sad. There's now 55 seconds on the clock for ITB. They are starting.
That's a weird analogy, but it's okay, I get it.
It's an important kill, but there has been deaths around him, and it's another camouflage for Seeker. These camos are going to start to get out of hand and could be the reason why Quadrant take a round here.
Seeker, so much importance on him here. Spots out the player. Thought he'd gone front base, but he stayed on the lip instead. Chick is forced to back away. You know he wants to get here. You know he wants to do damage to that ball carrier. He's being forced back. So much pressure from Quadrant. Players down to no shield. Snipe Drone's in big trouble as well. Double kill from Mighties, and that could just open the door now.
Quadrant are doing very well at getting ball time whilst they're taking fights, though. They are taking this one to ITB. They say, you want to play it scrappy? All right, we believe we are the better slaying team. We're just going to take you in a game of Slayer and try and get that ball time along the way, and it has worked out better for them rather than going for those perfect setups, trying to take those angles and trying to stop ITB off spawn, but somehow Mighty did snag the ball, but that's an amazing grenade to shut him down with 28 seconds left.
Quadrant almost like Tony Montana. You want to play rough? Okay, I play rough.
Say hello to my little friend.
Hands on the ball, eating away at that lead. Now well within 10 seconds, make it 7. The issue is the game clock starting to play a part here, and a very big one as well. It's going to have an influence, no doubt about it, in the decision-making process of ITB. Because if they're not quickly getting to that ball, they're going to run out of time. They have got hands on, and perhaps now Quadrant are the ones who are in trouble. Perhaps the script is going to change here. Chick is going to take the lead for ITB.
Both teams cross 100
I told
kills,
y'all
but
we were
ITB
going
have the lead with 10 seconds
to map
remaining,
5.
and I believe they are just going to watch over this one. They are going to force a Quadrant push.
ITB draw a line in the sand. If you want it, come and get it. And a Quadrant do not have the answers. We're going to a game 5.
All right, let's go down to complexity versus native. Native took map number 1.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Plexi's got themselves a nice little lead. 7 kill lead here now. I wonder if this game getting delayed, like, delays the rest of the evening at all. Probably not, because I feel like after this, they go to 2, like, I don't know. We'll see.
Team nearing victory.
Setup right now, but if they get a couple of kills, they can turn this into a trip cap potential.
Look at that. Okay, just laying some shots down there. Wouldn't be
All right, Sentinels versus FaZe Clan.
Ammo, but instead, just going to keep the high ground, stay at C plat, and try to get some shots over towards pipes / camo. And that's going to be Boo Boo swooping in. And now they just have to kind of slow it down for a minute. Wait till precision and lethal spawn. Let Boo Boo.
Yeah, so this is one of the lower bracket games, right? The other lower bracket game.
Boo gets away with his life with camo on.
Despite seeing a 3-3-4 stat line for Falcated right now, he's playing much better than that.
Absolutely. They're going to need everything they can get from Falcated, and the player for me to watch this series is Precision. If he can step up and have a big series and put the members of FaZe Clan, push them back, put them down, he will give Sentinels the slaying power that they need to create an upset like this. But as I say that, A and B now currently in the hold of FaZe because Precision was taken down top catwalk. This is a much more traditional hold, and FaZe continue to build this lead now up over 30.
Yeah, FaZe slowly pulling away here, doing the right rotations, straight down the middle, when and where they need to. But once again, we're now in a 3 down for FaZe. Royal 2 the last one alive. What hills do Boo Boo and Sentinel decide to go for? They
know C's going to be pressured. They need to flip one of these, and they do flip A.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get A, and now their eyes are set on B. Letho's able to spawn, jump into B immediately. I love this position by Boo Boo. He's going to get shots onto Royal 2 top flash. Royal 2 cannot stop Letho from transitioning B over. It's a
Boo Boo Doo Boo
right now. That if they're able to spin up a couple of kills here, they can take this game by storm. The first couple of kills are what you got to pay attention to. Unfortunately, Precision's the first one to go down.
No, Boo Boo Doo Boo goes down as well. It's going to get turned over both C and B? Or just C?
Yeah, Sentinels got the lead for a bit, but expect that to change in a short while. You see a 8-point lead here for Sentinels. Expect this to get to the 100 mark or so for FaZe, because you saw those players go down. You saw Camo in the hands of Frosty. And actually, as I'm watching Frosty's POV, he's one player that I thought I wanted to see a little bit more out at here, which is a rarity to say. I think I'm only calling him out just because I don't know if I could have ever really called him out in a series anytime in the last 3 years.
He looked like he was not on the same page with his teammates in that pure series. A little bit rattled FaZe looked earlier today. Have they shaken off those cobwebs is the big question. 100 points now as FaZe take that 100-point mark in this game. Still, Sentinels climbing back. Now Sentinels continue to score. This is about a neck-and-neck game, and you have Renegade at 10, 5, and 4. He's doing a ton for FaZe Clan right now. 3 members of Sentinels do go down, so will the control of Sentinels, but Renegade cannot keep up this pace. We need other members of FaZe to step up, like Frosty, you said.
One thing I tapped your shoulder because I wanted to point one thing out to you, Wes. I was only pointing out the 100 because I saw FaZe get there. I was like, hey, they should get about the 100-point mark or so with the setup after the kills, after the camo, and got a lucky prediction.
And immediately stopped at 100. Well done, Dave. You've watched a game or two of Halo, so it's no doubt you can predict some of these things from happening. Right now, though, the trip cap is going to be in effect, and Sentinels get spotted out, spawning long haul, trying to push into C. But good damage from Frosty onto multiple players is going to allow C to be reset.
That triple cap's huge right now for FaZe Clan. Bro, FaZe Clan are angry in the lower bracket, dog. That's tough.
And continuing to climb. Sentinels on their back feet need to find a way to find.
You've got to be wary of your ITB. You win this series, but you might lose a player. So be careful with how you win it. Don't be too dominant.
Just do enough.
Just do enough. Just get over the edge. Make this one a 50-49. Snipe drones in big trouble. Snipe drones no longer a problem. Shock rifle and camouflage is now just shock rifle. Mighty's pushed up the yellow stairs.
Also, think back to that Europa Halo Blackpool tournament that you spoke of when Quadrant and Foe faced up against one another. It was Slayer Recharge as that final map, was it not? When you thought maybe Foe were going to be able to walk away with the victory. Of course, Foe previously of ITB. I wonder whether any of that memory will start to ring through the heads of these players on ITB, and they want to make up for that loss, because that main stage celebration from Quadrant back in Europe was all taunted towards those ITB players, and they'll certainly love to repay them for that.
One man I know who doesn't want to see the result go the same way as Glory. He was already on the receiving end of that Game 5 defeat, and he's hoping to turn the tides here. But ITB, so long have they been in the shadow of Quadrant. How they would love to just have their moment in the sunshine. It's 14 kills to 8. It's shock rifle in the hands of Snipe Drone, but he's hitting bodies, not faces. It's enough damage for his teammates to follow up on. But if he can start to string together a few kills, maybe he can cut away at this lead.
And often we talk about players stepping up in this occasion in Game 5, but we also have to note, does anyone crumble? Does anyone succumb to the pressure here, knowing what is at stake? Not just top 8 here at this tournament, but of course, it's bragging rights in Europe. It's to be the dominant force in Europe once and for all. I know it's not going to change all of the past results, but in current form, it would be there that whoever wins this is currently the best team in Europe. And it's an 18-14 lead right now for ITB. The game is already slowed down quite considerably, considering how fast it was right off the rip for that starting strategy. Both teams just keeping each other at arm's length right now.
This is where you look to the experience on your rosters. Jimbo and Chick, SLG, Snipe Drone, and Seeka, they've got experience in spades. but it has got to come to fruition now. The decisions that you make are going to define what way this series shakes out.
But also allowing your newer players, some of your stronger players, to take those risks.
Chat, I
Allow
got pee,
Wootum
I'm
to
sorry.
get into a spot where he can take a fight. Try and give that shock rifle to Wootum so he can make the difference. Allow Glory to be aggressive and support him, match his speed as well, so that they can have that moment and not feel like they're just sitting back and allowing some of the more experienced players to try and get those kills. It's your time to shine here. You can be the difference maker to why one of these teams finds success.
Players like Wootum, players like Glory, that's who we think about. Do not shy away from this spotlight. Own it. This is why you play Halo Infinite. This is why you put in so many hours in scrims, in competition. You want these moments to come, and you want to be the player who makes the difference. Snipe drone with the shock rifle. This game is slowed down to a crawl. ITB hold a 5-kill advantage.
Very easy in a game 5 like this to start to feel those nerves. The hands start shaking a little bit, extra sweat on the controller or the mouse and keyboard. Just need to take that moment to breathe, and recharge will allow for that. Even if it's during a death, just allow yourself to calm down, refocus, and instead turn your attention to what is the task at hand, as it's a good push, but doesn't quite work out, and it's still a 6-kill lead for ITB. If they can keep Quadrant just 5 kills away for the majority of this game, they'll really put themselves in a fantastic spot for the end.
And you want to look at the likes of SLG, currently with 9 deaths, Glory with 8. They've got to slow things down here, playing a little bit too fast. We spoke about timing all through the series. They are a little bit off here, maybe a little bit desperate, a little bit nervy, because ITB are in the ascendancy here, and they're maybe perhaps smelling defeat and what that might mean for them, with Wootum getting a headshot onto Snipe Drone.
Well, we said we wanted to see Wootum with the shock rifle. Well, here's your moment. The best placing mouse and keyboard player ever in the history of Halo.
Bro,
Has a chance to
ITB
try and
about to take
make
down
himself
Quantum?
One of the best European players in Halo as well, as he does get the trade and keeps this as an 8-kill gap. Now, one thing we have to focus on is Quadrant and the pace of play. Are they matching one another? You mentioned it, Glory likes to play fast, and I mentioned it, Snipe Drone likes to play slow. They're the two players who are struggling right now, and it's maybe just a little bit of a mismatch. They need to be playing together at the same speed. Either someone slows down or someone speeds up. Otherwise, ITB will keep taking advantage of you.
And the issue is, if you're Quadrant, you cannot really afford to play slow. You're the one that's down in the game. You're the one that has to make the changes, make the chances, create some openings for yourself. Wootum already got himself a killing spree. Questions at the start of the series. Does Jimbo still have it? Has he got the slaving power? He's the one leading the lobby, or leading his team right now, currently with 11, 5, and 8.
We don't talk about it that often, but mentality for players is very difficult in this kind of scenario. Are you a player who is thinking, oh God, am I going to lose to an ex-teammate? Oh God, am I going to be the reason why? Or are you one of those players saying, I'm going to be the reason why we win this game, why we come back here. I don't care that we're 7
The
kills
positive
down.
self-talk. I like where Gaskin's
The further we
head's
get
at.
into this game, the closer we get to 40 kills, ITB are edging closer and closer to a victory here.
The issue is ITB, they've got scars, they've got wounds that do not want to be reopened here. They've been on the receiving end of defeat to this team far too many times. But have they now been able to piece together the roster that they need to topple the European Kings, the European Giants? They're already 6 kills to the good. They only need 10. They're playing this one perfectly, but Glory has got the camouflage.
Camouflage is big, but you're still 7 kills down, and ITB only 9 away from taking this series, getting into the top 8, and taking that crown away from Quadrant. But Glory does get a big stick. You have to take out the camouflage, and Chick proving his worth in that moment.
Chick almost taking down Snipe Drone as well. Jimbo tries to go for the stick. It's a 6-kill game. ITB have got to be careful here. There's no doubt about it. You know, Wonder Boy is in their ears telling them to slow this down. They can play it at their pace. A Quadrant have got to come to them.
Set those traps, wait for one of those Quadrant members to fly around that corner, and then just challenge them 2 versus 1. And then use that momentum to start pushing, to start pinching, and get those kills that get you closer to 50. You don't want to allow Quadrant back into this game, because that's when the nerves start to really come into play. Keep them at arm's length. 6-kill difference now, and Chick has the shock rifle, and we know what he can do with a weapon like this.
You know hearts are beating through chests right now.
My heart's beating through my chest.
True though.
Chick's got the shock rifle. Trying to put some shocks through the chest of SLG. He does so. Wootum's there to get the finishing touches to the kill. Snipe Drone's top tower. Snipe Drone almost lost his face as well. ITB needs 6, and Quadrant are 6 away from ITB. Snipe Drone wins the fight, but Wootum gets one elsewhere. Quadrant cannot trade out anymore.
It has been so many events of so close but so far for ITB. Three-way ties in pool play, losing out in matches in bracket play that they believe they should have won. Excuse after excuse, but now is their time to prove why they believe.
You've got to stop it here. Next turnaround on team fights, if your quadrant has to swing your way.
4 more kills to do so. They are so close they can almost taste the success here.
What's the play call? Do they have the information that Quadrant are so far away towards blue? Quadrant are going to have to try and play this one slow. Slowly chip away at that lead. Because they cannot afford to trade, and they've been doing it so far. Zeke is soared in, but he's all alone, isolated in bottom elevator. Wootum desperately wants to get this kill, but Wootum falls. Now within 3 kills.
I'm worried. Is history going to repeat itself with a comeback here for Quadrant, or can ITB get those final kills to try and close this one out? You just need 2, but it is a camouflage. And you said Glory has responsibility. Wes said Glory, one of the best players in Europe right now. Here's your chance to prove it.
The weight of expectation on his shoulders, camouflage in his chest, flanking down.
You didn't come this
hole.
far,
Chick's
just come
in
this
trouble.
far.
Chick gets taken care of. Wootum turns and turns to dust, straight towards pipes and to the cover of his teammate Jimbo. 2 kills is all that separates us, and Glory's getting aggressive.
We mentioned speed. You have to join Glory here. You have to be right by his side. Someone has to partner him. Well, Glory says, if you won't be with me, I'll come and join you.
Oh,
He goes into his death.
no.
49-47. But there it is.
Wow, ITB take down Quadrant.
As do Quadrant. ITB topple the European champions.
The keyboard is raised aloft.
Wow.
As the best ever mouse and keyboard player in the history of Halo does it yet again.
Dang,
And
what
it's
an
against
upset.
European competition. For so long have ITB been in the shadows of Quadrant, but finally they break out of the darkness. and they
ITB
send
in the top
Quadrant
8.
home.
It's been a long time since those Quadrant boys, when playing against ITB, have had to remain in their chairs after a series. It was only a matter of time. You know how tough.
Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score.
Well, let Native Gaming get this third point. Should pretty well seal the deal if they get it.
Enemy team took the hill.
Gilkey's camo's gone.
Enemy team took the hill.
Big nade. Did I hit him?
30 seconds remaining. Enemy team took the hill.
Now they're just gonna basically throw themselves at it.
Enemy about to score.
Bro, does Complexity take this point? They get a touch?
Enemy team
No way.
incoming. Kill ready. Enemy team took
That could be huge here. That might be what turns things around.
enemy about to score.
Wait, what happened? Wait, what happened? I'm so confused.
Seem to be okay from this yard side. Neutral neutral scenario.
That was huge for Sentinels. They get the camo, and they extend the lead to 8 now. And Booba Dooba with this camo.
Booba Dooba
does best behind enemy lines, catching Rule 2 off guard, and that is the anchor for the team. You know, everybody's in between us. They're able to get another wipe onto FaZe Clan, 38-29. This game is starting to get ugly, and Sentinels have awoken.
Yeah, talking about creating openings there. Booba Dooba, 12 assists. Every single time he's laying down shots into multiple players, just creating the perfect opportunity for precision, falcated, lethal, to swoop on in and get those kills.
Yeah, as a support player, that's what Booba Dooba does best. When he can find his rhythm into a match, he can take over and have the impact that he is currently having. Precision now with this shock rifle could do something special. He could tie this series up. Still up 9. FaZe not giving him anything right now, but here comes Renegade. The pressure, he spotted out. Nades are coming from the poster side, so he knows that players will be approaching the nest from there, but Frosty can't quite finish the kill before Booba Dooba takes it down. Precision's taken down, but at what cost? Trades are great for Sentinels in this position. Still an 8-kill game. Yes, you lose the shock rifle, but you approach that 50-kill mark even closer. Frosty gets taken down.
Now they're just holding W.
Tie this series up, and Sentinels smell blood in the water.
Yeah, we're in a situation too where Sentinels still could have technically fought for inside the map, but it looks like they resort just to go back to taking yard. They said, hey, no need to maybe give them 2 or 3 more deaths if this battle doesn't go our way. Let's just revert back to yard, revert back towards glass, and then they can make a push together. 3 of them falling right now. Do FaZe decide to push this advantage or just hold the center of the map? And it looks like holding the center of the map is the play.
I believe there may be a camo in FaZe's hands right now. Could be wrong, but FaZe, this is their moment. This is the chance that they're going to have. Once again, Renegade with camo is going to be able to lead this charge, but there is so little room for error. 6 kills still separate these two, and FaZe have so much work to do if they want to try and come back in this. Renegade into yard, sees multiple players, does some damage, but actually decides to get out. His teammates are able to follow up. The Royal
Hold on.
Frosty both find kills.
FaZe closing the gap.
And no trades are coming in for Sentinels. Renegade needs to be careful here. Lethal, if he can trade, that's massive.
Renegade can't stay alive.
Kill before he goes down. The lead is now to 5. Booba Dooba picks up a massive kill onto Frosty to stop the snowball in its tracks, and the 5-kill lead is still a massive lead to try and make up if you're FaZe Clan.
Especially 6
especially
now.
Now that spawns are kind of everywhere, they're going to get some trades just like that. Boo Boo just melee and snake bite for their 46th kill. It's going to be a tough comeback from. I felt like it had to be kind of won from that camo scenario. Now you're 6 down. You're not going to really have many power weapons or power-ups to really turn the rest of the game, especially when you're down by 5 and you only have 1 left camo.
We'll make it 4. As FaZe pick up several unanswered kills, you all of a sudden start to see Sentinels spawning on this back BR. FaZe approaching the yard once again. Sentinels have to find ways to at least find some trades if FaZe are to push. If you're able to trade any players approaching that 50-kill mark, 46, there's still a window for a massive letdown. You get that closer to about 48, 49, they have to play so tight on the side of FaZe that it makes it so difficult. Let's see how Sentinels play this situation.
Yeah, FaZe have some lives to play with, absolutely. They can charge out, they have to get all wiped if they're making one big team push. So you're right, they have the room to play with, but
Camo's up.
Camo is up. Do Sentinels give up any deaths here? Challenge them, because you know FaZe aren't just going to run out and grab it. They're going to wait for the damage or pick before snagging that camo.
Falcated picks up the biggest kill of the series so far. Frosty goes down, and that's the signal for them to push. Unfortunately, Precision pushes, and Snakebite gets a kill. Roll 2 takes down Falcated now. Snakebite's still a nuisance here by the posters. Doesn't give them an angle. They don't have grenades to play around. 3 kills separate the 2. Renegade has shock rifle. Snakebite's still out to dry. Renegade can't hit the headshot on the lethal. It's just a body shot, so he doesn't go down.
Nice. They get Snakebite. They get Renegade as well.
Position, and now 49-44. 1 kill to go. Royal 2 gets pushed. He sticks lethal and repulses enough away, creates enough space to where it doesn't kill him, but look at how trapped FaZe are in this blue area. Here comes Precision and Falcated. One player gets taken down. 49-46, Snakebite on the ramp, and Snakebite goes down to Falcated, and Sentinels will tie this series up.
I'm not going to give away Jimbo's secrets, but I mean, it's pretty,
SLG.
Yes, it's pretty evident of
I didn't
which
say I wouldn't,
players Jimbo has had to see get taken away from him, right? And we also know that there's a history between Jimbo and SLG. Have never. They've butted
close
heads a
this
little
door
bit, of
behind
course,
me,
they're
Chad. I
friends,
feel
but they
like
still
y'all
will
can
butt
probably
heads,
hear
whether
a
it's
little
in-game, whereas outside a game.
Right.
Jimbo has no bad blood against his previous teammates, against Glory, against Snipe Drone, but when his players keep getting taken away from him, there's always going to be a comment when you finally are able to topple them.
That makes complete sense.
man,
He's being
having some
poached.
fun in
I
there.
understand that. Is then SLG is the poacher. Totally understand that. And honestly, I think if anything, it's motivation, right? It gets him fired up, and I think that felt pretty damn good on the stage. Another thing that we kind of talked about heading into the series was Jimbo. In fact, he was kind of the player that I think everybody was questioning at one point or another. Did that silence the haters?
Absolutely. I think the performance that he put in there, we talked about Slays, does he still have it? In that final game, you talk about experience, he has it in spades, he had the Slays as well, and I think I want to give a special shout out to Udom as well. And
So what
perhaps his
game do you
keyboard
think we get
keeps
first?
holding that aloft. It's about time he gives his mouse a little bit of love and hold that up as well, because that's doing some business as well.
Yeah, and I also have to give love to Wutum. I mean, just what an incredible individual they have found. Mouse and keyboard player. He's the best that we have seen ever historically in Halo. He's getting the results for his team. He's super young.
You think we get
and
pure
he's very
Space Station
energetic too,
gaming
because after
first,
a
or do they?
game fucking
So like,
series,
surely they
he's leaping
end.
across the
Oh, I
stage.
guess it's not
What
really
do you make
ending
of
it
this
because
young
it'd be.
I mean, he
still one more
truly is
elimination. game.
dynamic, and he truly is the reason why, one of the biggest reasons why ITB are able to run the way they are. When you have a mouse and keyboard expert that is able to put damage down onto multiple members on the map, even if he's not the one finishing those kills, you can imagine the rest of ITB are able to push up, able to close the gap, because every single person, every single engagement that they get to, the opposition is weak. I love watching mouse and keyboard players work. It's one of the reasons why I try to play on a higher sensitivity. The only problem is I miss every shot.
Missing shots could definitely be a problem. Wutum does not have that problem, I can tell you that. And I think
True, though.
Dan and I spoke about at the start of the series how they were almost completely neck and neck. It was 29-28 map counts when these two teams compared to each other. Well, now it's all tied up, 33-33, and it's ITB who have the bragging rights.
They certainly did indeed. It couldn't be closer, honestly, between those two, but happy for the ITV boys. They closed that one out. Let's take a look right now at the brackets and see where we are at, folks, because things have been happening on different streams as well across the HCS. Here's the winner side of things.
Let's say this
we
isn't
have Pure
changed.
versus Space Station semi-finals set up and ready to go, as well as Rebellion and Optic Gaming, but we were just in the elimination bracket. Let's take a quick peek at that, especially after ITB send Quadrant home packing 3-2. Grueling battle game 5, folks. If you are just joining us, welcome. It's lovely to have you. We have many things happening here. Up against the Sentinels, which again, Elim round 2, Tony, we're kind of discussing it and watching it in the background as well. Elim round 2, FaZe versus Sen, some unbelievable teams that are in this safety net of the HCS right now and having to battle it out. The journey is unbelievably long
All right, I'll be
and
back, Sam.
treacherous for both of them. You wouldn't think that we'd be seeing that on a B stream.
Actually,
No,
what
really,
I'll
it's
do.
funny. I got told I got passed over toward the B stream. I said, "Sir,
I'm stepping away for a
who's it
second.
gonna be?" They said, FaZe and Cloud9 in the first in the round 1. I said, wait, what? FaZe in round 1 of the elimination bracket is crazy, and they have to continue their journey from there. If they're going to defend their reigning champions, they're gonna go back to back. It is going to be a long Saturday into a championship Sunday. From elimination bracket round 1 through a very good Sentinels in round 2, and it's going to get harder and harder from
It
there.
certainly will indeed, Tony. Well, speaking about FaZe, we actually have a very good friend of all of ours who's been walking around the venue, and he's actually at the FaZe booth right now. Guy Blaze, what have you got there? Is that a jersey?
Yes, it is, Lottie. Now, I just want the FaZe fans in the venue to know, because they got to make a historic losers bracket run, and I want to see a sea of red out there, that red army, and we got this amazing FaZe camouflage jersey. So if you don't got one, don't worry, we got the HCS official merch to come by and get one, all right? But that's not all they got. Take a look at this, okay? Now, you have a t-shirt here for both of your duos. Now, rather if you were rocking with the Fire and Ice duo here and Frosty and Renegade with their unique stats, like even they got Renegade's movement a little bit lower than Frosty's, definitely accurate. Or you can come over here and you got the Double Dragon duo. You got Snakebite, you got Royal 2, dead even stats just like in the game. Now, some exclusive merch over here. Now, if you're not at the event, don't worry. Ask your bestie, your BFF, or your homeboy to bring one back home to you, okay? You don't want to miss out on these, but we don't want to miss out on normal matches either. So that's going to do it for me. We're about to go get set up for our next series, and I'm going to see you all right after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
All right, go down here. So I don't get what happened down here with native and complexity, but it is what it is. Native's winning right now. That's all that matters to me. You know what I'm saying? Although I might be talking too soon on that.
Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team nearing victory. Enemy team took the hill.
Come on, native. Finish this off.
Enemy about to score.
Give it to me.
Enemy team.
Oh, they're talking about complexity being the enemy team. Oh, fuck.
Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill.
Did he get a double with the stick? He got a double with the stick. Wow.
Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Defeat.
Complexity pulls it off, huh? That is, that's a little bit sage. I like Native should have been walking away with that one. Now I don't know if Native's gonna be able to pull it off.
Frosty saying, "Hey, I'm not seeing anything here on camo side. That means you should
wow.
probably run this ball to your camo or tower side," which does. They get get a good amount of time, they play ball it, and just because of that, they get a 30-point lead.
What a perfect play from Frosty. He expects players to go from green to bottom middle, and it's actually the camo player that runs right in front of him without checking the corner. Frosty able to take down Lethal there for free, removing the camo from the situation, getting a complete round of slays. And look at this score, Dave. 67 and climbing right now to 26. What was once an early lead for Sentinels has been all FaZe Clan since.
Yeah, Boo Boo getting that early scrap time. Everything from there has been FaZe just getting strong setups, strong rotates, and play balls. And also, what kind of bizarro world do we live in here in 2024 where Boo Boo and Royal 2 are the two main OBJ players on each team?
Yeah, and it's not saying much.
This is not a world I want to live in.
But I think there's something to the disappointment from FaZe's winners bracket appearance, where they went up against Pure down 2-0 in the series. Live Fire Oddball, a game type that has been strong for them this year so far. They were phenomenal at it in London, and they could not get on the right path in that game 3 against Pure. Same game type, same mode combination, a much different story.
Nice triple
from Lethal as I say that. But Ball's running away, and this is something we saw from Pure doing to FaZe. As they were getting kills, Pure continued to rotate the ball and be on top of it. It looks like Royal 2 and the boys have done a good job of adapting and honestly adding to their play style and being scrappy with that ball.
You know, wouldn't surprise me if they just had a few quick words after the series and they said a few things like, all right, we need to get a bit more scrappy with the ball. And then Bradley, just get in your slaying rhythm. Once you get killing, things are way easier.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if they had a few choice words like that and talked about those slay adjustments that they're making. And you see it being applied right here on round 1 of Oddball.
Yeah, phenomenal round 1 here so far. Camo will be coming up, and the rotation to bottom middle will force Sentinels to push through that dummy door. They're able to get a couple of kills, and they're going to grab that ball immediately. But a grenade from Renegade knocks 2 players to no shield. Renegade's going to actually repulse top middle here. He should expect the player to be in house, but he's got his eyes on the prize, and that's Lethal right now. Not able to get a melee onto his second player, but a good job by Renegade to at least make this setup weaker. Here comes Precision with the camo. He's able to find one onto Frosty. Roll 2, dip dive, ducking, trades the kill. And if you're Precision, you'll take that every day of the week. 3 go down for FaZe, and Sentinels will have a setup and an opportunity to play perfect and win round 1.
Yeah, and there's really kind of no bad choice here either way with this ball, whether you decide to try to hold it to the death over in Garage or go for the play ball scenario, because as long as your members die here on Sentinels, FaZe are going to get that ball. They're going to get the play ball or they're going to get the Garage setup. So pick whatever you're more comfortable with, and that's going to be 3 going down for a moment. This is going to be disastrous here, likely for Sentinels, because they have to get some kills and they got to get the ball stopped. Otherwise, round 1 is out of reach.
I mean, is there any way of... Imagine Sentinels do bring this back, but I don't think it's possible. But it's just like... Let them finish it out. Going to half number 2.
Snakebite's going to be able to get those 5 points and end round 1 for FaZe, and that was what we expect of FaZe in Oddball. Renegade popping off, Frosty popping off, scrappy ball time, great rotations, and a dominant win.
So they're talking to somebody from Space Station. Is it safe to assume they're doing the Space Station game first?
Snakebite right now on screen, entering round 2. He's going to lose Renegade as his teammate, and Sentinels trying to start off on the right foot again. They started well in round 1, if you remember. They jumped out to an early lead, but that lead got erased completely and overtaken by the way FaZe played that mid-game. Sentinels need to find their rhythm here in game 3 if they want to extend this to a round 3. Snakebite above, Valkyrie from the top rope. Head gone. Lethal dominated. Precision does find a kill, and as I say that, the positioning is going to favor Sentinels and Precision, as he not only has camo, he has snipe as well. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, like he should be a bit more aggressive with this, but it looks like he knew someone was near cuts. Not the trade he wants. He wants to get a little bit more.
Sentinels jumped off to here in round 2, but for how long is the question? Does it take several different pushes for Sentinels to try and break this setup? Here comes Boobadooboo. He picks up a kill, and Lethal picks up a kill as well. Boobadooboo with a double will break FaZe's setup and a much better job.
You!
I say that, but
Oh, bro.
might have
He hit that second one.
Boobadooboo just did. Finds the first kill, can't quite hit the second, but a good kill.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I thought he was going to stick this one out towards back tower and go for the play, but realized that Precision clearing a path for him to run this all the way towards, doing a full-on loop all the way back to Garage where he started.
Ooh, Native looks like they're winning it up down here. I like that. I like that. Force the game 5 for Native.
So you know FaZe is hot on his tail. They're able to get a couple of kills, but Sentinels, a much different storyline. They get to play from a significant lead here in round 2.
Renegade got his work cut out for him. He has most kills. He's going to start to rack up this ball time. I wonder if he's going to hand this off to Royal 2 here in a moment, based on what we've been seeing, how they've been allocating resources in OBJ so far. But once you're at this highest level of play, you got to trust your teammates, and it looks like he is just letting Royal 2 do what Royal 2 does best. Go out there, clear a path, and slay.
All of them can slay with the best of them, it feels, and Renegade now getting comfortable with this ball, starting to chip away. All of a sudden, what was once a 50-point lead, now just down to 20.
And also, the fact that they have this ball all the way over here at green, they're going to go for a long play ball. That's going to be all 4 down. Let's see where Sentinels decides to force these spawns. They know at least one spawn over at Silo, but there's going to be some split spawns since so much pressure on Royal 2. Royal 2 being the one alive that spawned over there at Silo somehow lives, somehow gets a body shot. How does he stay alive that long and do that much damage in what should be a surefire death?
He took the one route that no Sentinels player had. The fact that he was able to deal early damage to Bubudubu, he was able to finish Bubudubu, and now Royal 2 has broken this entire setup virtually by himself in a situation where he should have been dead.
Yeah, that should have been a free staggered death there by Royal 2. Royal 2 just immediately sprinting off spawn. It reminds me of, like, I don't know, like a sea turtle off spawn where you're almost destined for death and he's just making it to sea. In this case, the cuts.
Yeah, Royal 2's made it to sea, and Royal 2 has got his team within 10 points here in round 2. He may be 10, 11, and 12, but this is one of the most influential lives in the series he's still participating in. And right now, he has so much damage and information on where Sentinels have spawned, and all of a sudden, FaZe have erased the lead completely. They have taken the lead, and Sentinels will have one push down 2 players to try and stop this game from going into FaZe's favor.
Gonna have to take on the duel. Royal and Snake fight.
Good
That's
luck.
gonna be precision going down. 3, 2, 1. That's gonna be FaZe winning that round of oddball.
Round of oddball and game of oddball. Game 3 goes into FaZe's favor.
All right. FaZe is up, chat. I know I'm low on energy, man. I might just make these games my last. I'm not sure. I really kind of want to watch the semifinals games, but I am beat, guys.
Enemy has the ball.
But like, I also kind of want to watch native, if I'm being real.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped.
All right, come on, native. Y'all got the lead right now. Don't fumble this thing. Complexity only needs 15 seconds to catch up.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy team nearing victory. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
What's Weevil cooking down there? It smells good.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Now Complexity's got the lead. All right, come on, boys. Here we go. That's the lead. Can we just finish this, please? There we go. Native take round 1.
Stellar, because like you've mentioned, we were lucky enough to kind of follow the journey of Space Station so far in this tournament, but they can't do what they do without the input of Bound and Eco, and the teamwork and the syncing, the chemistry that makes Space Station such a special team. It seems to be there so far in this tournament.
It does, and also on this first hill as well, as we've seen what they've been able to do. Pressure coming in. Looks like Tolic knows you can't just walk into gold when Stellar has locked that area down. Eventually, Cherish is able to come in and get a few kills, but not before Space Station.
Hills are going in the
My
favor
PC ain't liking me, man.
2v2 for just a moment. 3 dead in the end for Pure, as you say. We'll see if that power up is still in play.
Cherish bobbing and weaving after getting the kill onto Stellar. Staying alive, drop flying straight into the sights of Legend. Last shot coming back though, giving him the wiggles. And giving an indication this is not going to be an easy situation to win any individual fight against him. So impressive, the last shot has been so far.
Yeah, time and time again, we're seeing on the other side as well, just so many players that are getting at least 2 players weak. Some amazing individual efforts coming out of SSG. That now leads to 3 dead for Pure.
Yeah, 3 dead, and this is where they start to put that stranglehold on right there. Kind of like a, what's the snake? The anaconda? That's the one. I was going to say cobra. Completely wrong. Anaconda kind of chokes you to death, right? It really does squeeze you into those spawns, and that's what SSG are doing right now. Every time they get a 3 or 4 dead, it's usually the majority of a hill that gets captured.
Bro, Complexity off to a big-ass lead down here.
He's going to fall as well, and Cherished finds himself last alive.
3 dead yet again, as you say, and just like that, Space Station takes all of that Pure progress, and they flip it on its head. Take a look at the progress. Another kill on the Sneaky means another hill on the board momentarily for SSG.
And yet another killing spree for
Waiting
Stellar.
and baiting.
10-4 at the moment in this game, and Legend, he's 10-2 as well.
They're going to wait to rotate. Look, they don't finish it. They make sure they get the first few kills. Rarely do you see that, but that tells you just how much of a stranglehold, of a grip, of an anaconda hold that Space Station Gaming has on this game. They are waiting. They are waiting. They are timing their hill finishes, playing with their food. Just like a big snake would, 2-0 here in favor of SSG.
And Stellar is just continuing to run rampant on this map at the moment. 13-4 is B at the moment, and he's having all sorts of fun.
He is, and it feels like every game he's putting up these numbers. It's been wild to see. He's back on form, as you say, 13-4. We saw earlier this year that Stellar was on a different level, maybe on a different form, and reaching a whole new part of his career. He is right back on that same tear. Does it again, of course. It's a killing for Stellar.
A frenzy for Stellar. Holy shit.
This man is showing no signs of slowing.
Not the first killing frenzy we've seen from his point of view today either. Over on the Bravo stream, he managed to pick one up, and now he's bringing it to the main stage as well. SSG over 50% of the way captured on this 3rd hill. And look at the time left in this game. There is so much of it.
Damn, trying to push forward to at least get one.
Talking about if Space Station Gaming
Stellar's
is playing a team that is
15-5.
outside of the Big 3 or the Big 4, Stellar often puts up numbers that are no exaggeration. Matchmaking-esque statistics, just dropping bombs. He's 15-5. Legend 12-5 as well. These are the numbers, guys, we talked about in the pregame. Legend and Stellar are doing the damage. They are putting in the kills, and they are doing the same thing here in game number 1 against Pure.
Finally, Pure seem to have some sort of hold, at least in and around the turbine. You can see they're inside of the hill, and they've answered back pretty well. The good news for the hot start that SSG have had on the Pure side is that, like I mentioned, there's so much time left in this game that they have a lot of opportunities to capture some hills and formulate this comeback. If they can capture here, the game looks different. It's 2-1, and all of a sudden, we're not talking SSG, we're starting to talk about Pure.
That's right, you might even argue the whole series could look different, because if this goes 3-0, right, it could be a big momentum boost for the side of SSG, and Pure coming off of their 3-0 could slow down quite a bit. They really need this hill to stay in the game and make sure they're starting this series off strong.
3 players from SSG in and around the elevator, and I do think Druck got that information because Stellar and his crew moved through to pick up 3 kills, leaving Last Shot as the last alive. Bound to deal with him and will do inside of the pipe. So SSG have broken, and for all the good work and the hard work that Pure put together there, SSG might make this 3-0.
Stopped right on the doorstep here, but Eco's already in. Now a 1v1 here versus Tolic. That will
All
decide
right, so
the
Native
hill.
Gaming forces a map number 5.
3-0 now. Space Station Gaming steals.
Space Station Gaming's up here. We'll go hang on board on the B stream.
But the real action's on the flag and at the hut.
this flag is still actually out, Dave. And as FaZe Clan throws themselves at it, trying to keep it alive, you almost wonder, when is it going to be too much? When is that going to become an overextension? Because now with 2 dead Sentinels,
Couple deaths ago, yeah.
with flag control, will take map control, and this is a very dangerous position for FaZe in. If Sentinels can pick up a couple of kills here, they can get this flag on the move.
Renegade doing everything he needs to do, takes out 2 members of Sentinels, and that shouldn't be a flag moving unless Precision decides to overextend. Here comes the push. Royal 2 gets a damage on it. Royal 2 and Snakebite take control of their flag.
Beautiful job, beautiful defense there from FaZe, but we're seeing great defense from both sides. FaZe and Sentinels have both done such a good job to kill that one player that's close enough to continue the flag run, to get that flag pull. That's the one player that matters because of how far you are when you're posted up taking all these angles. As I say that, 2 go down, the last 2 players alive, stuck back Mohawk and back Commando. For Sentinels, this flag gets pulled. Both those players taking a lot of damage, and Snakebite able to at least take 1 down. But Boobadooboo, with the biggest 2 kills of the game so far, will deny that flag from being moved. Royal 2 answers back with just 1 kill of his own perfect shots, but Respawners have had time to come up, and they take down Royal 2 before he can move that flag any further.
That was an interesting setup by Sentinels for defense. A lot of times when you're playing defense, you watch the flag grab before it can be grabbed. Instead, Sentinels pushed all the way to the back left of the base, almost hut side, near Mohawk side, and waited for the flag to be grabbed, and then made their move. They made their move at that moment, and Boo Boo had us isolated one-on-one near Mohawk while his teammates were fighting people over on Snipe Ramp and over on Flag Ramp.
I was actually shocked that it worked. Sentinels,
Me too, yeah. It felt like almost too obvious.
Yeah, it felt like FaZe was going to have a really good opportunity to get that flag on the move, but once again, their defense stands strong. They killed the 1 player that was running the flag, and nobody else was in a position. Couple of kills going in Sentinels' favor right now. Lethal trying to get flag control. You can tell it's an area of focus for Sentinels. This angle right here can be so strong if you're able to play it correctly. Lethal suspecting someone's going to be on the flank right now. Not really worried about his plat, but probably because his teammates have that angle covered. No one's home on that flank, and eventually Lethal's going to understand that these players are probably overextending towards his base. Right now, his flag's getting pulled, and he's got a lot of responsibility here to try and find a pick, but he's been sent out. Frosty takes him down. 3 go down for Sentinels, make it all 4. Boo Boo's coming off respawn, and that flag should start to get on the move once again for FaZe Clan.
Royal 2 gonna try to get that toss on it. He's gonna get this G slide, and can he get picked off? No, doesn't feel like he is going to be stopped on this one. This will make it all the way from sewers, and I don't know if anyone from Sentinels can make it all the way across the map in time. They're gonna have to go likely for control. Looks like they're pushing towards the play button, and they do have at least 1 kill. I believe that's Falcon now down and Snakebite down.
They have 3 players with an angle on this flag carrier. Royal 2 knows he cannot run it in. They even pick up a snipe, and Precision puts it to work. Precision landing that body shot, takes down that flag carrier. Now FaZe, although they have Sentinels' flag at their base, their flag is getting pulled, their snipe has been taken, and Precision continuing to be a nuisance. FaZe are in no promising position right now without a couple of kills to try and cap this flag. However, Sentinels with a counter cap opportunity will turn this into a stalemate. They pick up Overshield as well. They may have 2 snipes, Overshield, and the flag will be at their base. They now can flip this game on its head if they get 1 round of split.
Yes, Sentinels, I'll take their position any day of the week here in this one, especially when they got that OS there. But flag all the way in the back of the base, and you gotta get that out of Frosty's cold, dead hands. So good luck on that one.
They continue to have numbers. They're able to pick down Royal 2. Lethal plays his life so well. He's approaching this cautiously, knowing that any of these corners FaZe Clan could have spawned in. FaZe Clan, he's having to clear this out all by himself, and the more time he buys, the more time FaZe has to come off respawn. Falcated able to get Royal 2 weak. Lethal gets a kill, but trades will benefit FaZe in this situation and turn this game back to a flag stalemate. The return actually comes through. Boobadooboo out of nowhere as we switch to his point of view.
Double return.
Returns that flag, but in the meantime, Renegade at the enemy base has also found himself a return. What a big
Chad,
play
I'm
by
gonna be right
Renegade
back.
and Boo Boo as simultaneously to find returns.
Yeah, Renegade making a hero play, realizing that he wasn't in position to play the defense there, and decides to go solo all the way.
We're gonna go put y'all on the Space Station game real quick since it looks like they're getting ready for game 2.
Supported very handily by the entire team. Take a look at the assist category when we get it. Bound leads the team with 10 assists. However, every other member on the squad at 9 assists apiece. Just big, big teamwork, team shooting coming in from the side of Space Station. They will take game number 1.
Great signs statistically, right, for SSG. Bound leading the way with assists. What does that mean? His damage is getting converted into kills, and that was the big problem back in London. We were talking about, is Bound going too quickly, or is SSG not following up on that damage. Well, if those stats get converted into the ones that we're seeing in that game number 1, it means that man on your screen is not only doing his job, but everyone else is backing up off his place.
Exactly, that was really the big question. If you caught it yesterday coming in on our pregame show, the question was for SSG, will they be on the same page? It's obviously undoubtable that the talent is there. As we take a look at some highlights from that fantastic game number 1, the question was, is the chemistry, is the timing there? And so far in this series, SSG is indicating that yes, it indeed is.
Superb shots coming in from Stella. We saw a killing of frenzy from the man on your screen right now as we pretty much just take a little look at the memories of that killing frenzy. And I mean, it's fascinating to actually look at these replays, because look how many players are weak. Look how many players are half shields. And that's no disservice to what Stella's doing on the map. That's fantastic communication and listening from him. But it's also showing that teamwork. Damage being done, Stella converts it into kills, SSG convert it into numbers on the map.
Couldn't agree more. It feels like every time we're on a single POV from SSG, one player at minimum gets 2 players to no shields. So commonly on this team, it has been scary to watch. That's not easy to do time and time again. At this point in the game, you saw SSG just playing time and playing it comfortably, and really just padding the stats in the end with unbelievable numbers. 26 and 14 for Stellar. Like I said, these are not numbers that you are used to seeing on the main stage in the winner's bracket in the semifinal, but that's exactly what SSG is doing.
Now for the gentleman on the other side of the stage, that might be somewhat of a reality check, right? Probably still living off the high of beating FaZe in the way that they did, but this is a different proposition now, a different team that they have to go and prove themselves against once more. Space Station 1 up in the series, 3-1 on King of the Hill Recharge. Now we go over to Live Fire. Slayer's going to be a game type, and this is an opportunity for Pure to maybe think about asking a few questions of SSG.
It is indeed. Let's take a look at the HCS Atlanta stats so far. For Slayers, 4-1 for Pure, 3-1 for Space Station, so fantastic margins coming in. However, when you look at the actual total margin of the game, 9 wins versus 4.2. That, at this level, that is a very, very big difference between the two teams.
Yeah, it certainly is. That is a huge differential in kills and deaths for those wins coming in on the side of SSG as we take a look at a couple of the players who have featured heavily for their respective teams so far this tournament. The Frenchman on your left, Legend. He has put in some really, really impressive performances, and we were a little bit surprised earlier. He actually lost the 1v1. We saw it in the flesh. 1v1 we saw him in. He lost it. He didn't win any. He hasn't lost any others we've seen him, but that one kind of stuck out to us, and I think that kind of summarizes what kind of a player he is, right?
Really is. Also, last shot there, of course, on your right side of your screen just now as well, getting ready for this next one. He was 14 and 14 in the last game, but he has been a very, very talked about player, and for very good reason. Also, unbelievable to hear coming off of his main stage match. That was only his second match on main stage ever at E3O's FaZe. That is quite the start. There's not many players in history who could say something like that, so this might be the beginning of something very special for Last Shot.
And how many players struggle with that, right? The step from the open bracket to the main stage is a completely different proposition. It feels different. It is different. And to be able to just play the game that's in front of you and replicate what got you to that stage, well, it's a special thing that Last Shot certainly does have. But as we head into game number 2, Space Station Gaming have that game advantage after winning the King of the Hill. Question is, will it be 2-0 to Space Station after this one's done, or will Pure answer back?
That's the question. Pure knows there's a lot to play for here. If they're able to tie up this series, there's still everything to play for. Space Station knows there's a lot more series yet to play here. Some opening kills going the way of SSG.
SSG Slayers have looked really, really good so far this tournament, and to be honest, they look pretty good the majority of this season, I would say. Especially in Arlington, it was something that really did stand out to me, and the start of this game will be backing up that statement for sure. 5-3, and Eco with the sniper rifle in his hands as well. Last shot, well, unfortunately, he now has 2 broken ankles.
Wow, what a shot there. Playing what is not always an easy angle from Sandbags. Finally does get taken down, though. 6-5 here, still close off the opening.
And I'm interested to see how Pure actually approach this game.
FaZe Clan win the capture the flag map.
Players that we have on it, they like to play at a quick pace. They like to try and split spawn. They like to try and cycle and be aggressive and really not give you an
Part of
opportunity
me wants to go
get
watch
any kind
that
of
game
map presence,
5.
But that's what SSG do at the same time. So I'm almost kind of intrigued to see this game played at such a slow pace to actually start things off.
Let's see if Legend caught him there on Keydor. It looked like based on Legend's movement, he might have. Here comes Talik on the push. It's a 1v2.
I've said this before, Bound has the best camo eyes in all of Halo. And he's going to find him now, and he's going to take him down, and once again proves the point that this man He sits close to his monitor for a reason.
Also, such a momentum boost. You know, whenever you're playing and you could just say single-handedly, be like, I killed Camo, I took down Camo. It's such a momentum boost to think that in a 1v1, they're essentially a 1v2, regardless. Just to know that you took down Camo, and then also beautiful, perfect reversal coming in as well. 12-8 now in favor of SSG, but we'll see what Druck can do.
Yeah, Bound has absolutely no right whatsoever to win that fight. He's got two players pushing him, but he uses the cover, he uses the peak shot to make sure that he hits perfect shots. And that's a frustrating one if you're the player who's on the receiving end of it. Druck nearly sends a bullet into the dome of Bound as a little bit of a receipt, but instead he'll be taken down and that sniper rifle will be gathered.
Just in case you've been living under a rock as well, we talked about players with pent-up land demand and land aggression ready to go. Druck here not able to attend a lot of the past few lands, and here he is just putting on a show so far and doing the best they can to also keep this game close. It's still within 3 early on.
Why hasn't Druck been able to compete?
So the latest addition to this team, Cherished. And again, someone who's been performing extremely well so far this tournament. At the moment, he's taking a little bit of damage. This is actually the point of view of Torlik that we're watching right now. A player who I have respected for quite some time. I remember speaking to him when he was on that Native Red roster. I was really impressed with the ability to get in and out of fights. Now the Cherished POV is where we do jump over to. The Camo going to be taken down though, and that's an important kill for Space Station just to make sure that lead stays intact.
Let him just holding down C-Plat. Knows the A-spawns are coming in, little pre-nade for him as well. And they've done well to extend this a bit. It was just within 2 now, however, much more comfortable now at 18-14. Gonna just slow things down a bit and hold down top tower while the rest of the team pushes up. Here comes the push though from Pure bottom mid as well as coming in from scoreboard.
See Eco wants his hands on that sniper rifle, or are SSG trying to bait it? Legend's feeling a lot of pressure himself right now. He needs Eco to try and challenge for him, or maybe he just do it himself. He stays alive. He makes sure that he can't be peeked from the dummies. Positioning there from Legend, so important to talk about.
Yeah, really nice work there, just holding it down as long as he could. In the end, he does get cleaned out, but not before a few kills are traded as well. So that will stay here at 20-17. Eco doing very well. One thing, a battle like that is such a good indicator. A lot of lower level teams will get into battles where they just accidentally allow trades to be possible. Keep an eye on the way Space Station Gaming maneuvers these battles to never let 50-50 situations become trades. You always want to make sure you keep the distance. You win your shot, you trust your shot, and you make sure you trade as little as possible, and you also hit brainers.
Right, we're gonna switch over here in a minute, but Native still is currently in the lead.
Coming in from Stella again, and I was about to say, if you haven't seen some Space Station so far, this tournament, well, this is going to be a treat for you, because Stella has been hitting some shots. He's got another opportunity to do so now as he relocates to the top of the tower, 25-19. And the problem now for Pure is they will be kept at arm's length because Stella with his sniper rifle doesn't miss too many shots.
He really doesn't. And you've heard of a lot of people comparing U.S. politicians' brains to applesauce. Well, he just turned some brains to applesauce there as that beautiful shot into top tower, and that extends their lead to 26-23.
Last shot, he's going to flank though and play off of that damage. Now, what can you do, young man? The kill differential is starting to close ever so slightly. Can he swing this one like the sword that we saw him hold it on Media Day and slice away at some of those Space Station Gaming members? We'll jump into a listening with Pure now and see what the plan is.
Once we're done listening, we'll switch over to the Native game.
You said tires?
Yeah.
One's bottom mid, no one's bottom mid, okay, I think. They have it. Get behind the pillar, Top tower, one shot. One shot elbow.
Green key door. Key door going bottom mid. He's bottom mid now. Bottom mid going kilos.
Bottom tower.
Oh, Native Gaming's giving it back to Complexity, bro. Pure gave this back to Space Station Gaming.
You went tires.
There's two tires. Alright, yo, help me. There's so much down bottom.
Bro, they're hanging on for listening for a while, ain't they? Bro, looks like Complexity's about to knock out Native. I'm sad. It like really hurts actually. Because it felt like they were in control at one point, bro, and they just let it go. Sag.
Go, no more trades, no more trades. Value your fucking lives.
We jump out of the comms and back into the game. 5 kills to go here for SSG, and one thing we certainly can say about that pure listening was it was filled with intensity.
Yeah, a lot of intensity. You love what you hear from that side. However, on the kills category, it hasn't necessarily translated. They find themselves down by 7.
So this is going to move them up to series point. What do we figure out was the next map after this?
For them, 3 now. It's going to be a very difficult hold if they hope to stay in this game.
Eco has that sniper rifle as well, which makes it even more difficult because the likelihood is he'll hit a body and that just stops the push altogether, or maybe just let Legend win the game for you. He picks up a double kill.
Capture the flag on Aquarius.
Putting the montage clip together. Eco wants it, but shows some restraint because Stella, he'll come around the corner and get that 50th in SS.
The only one that's got games left. Come on, Native. Find a way to bring this shit back, boys. Nope, they're fucked. GG's. I tuned in just in time to watch it. Oh, it hurts.
Take a few seconds here to mentally reset after what has been a little bit of a typhoon of SSG coming towards them. It seems like SSG have turned up to this game, and I think they would have, if they were to play Pure maybe a round before, coming into this tournament and not seen them perform the way they would have against FaZe, maybe they take them a little bit more lightly. But having seen what they did to FaZe, I think SSG saw this series and they were like, we need to be A game plus.
Without a doubt, if this is a pool play match instead, I agree. This could be a very different result. But as we said, you get rumors of the neighboring empires that have been beaten and battered. And when they hear that FaZe has just been 3-0'd by a team, they take note. And they make sure to bring that into the series. It does feel like SSG has brought the same intensity that we've seen all weekend against their toughest opponents into this series as well. They're looking very good. I mean, as we said, a 50-39 Slayer result is impressive. Great numbers, great composure once again. It never felt like it got close. Even when it was within 2 or 3, it still felt like SSG was in control of this match.
Yeah, it was always that lead, right? It was always that just, it felt a little bit too far out of reach for Pure to really
Off to capture the flag here.
Like they got 1 kill, maybe even 2 a trade and come in, then someone to get picked. And SSG, one of the best teams in the world when it comes to just knowing they have to trade in certain situations. Their teamwork is that good that the majority of the time, they're gonna at least trade out some kills. And if they can get off to a hot start and they can establish themselves in a game, it's very difficult to try and wrestle that advantage away from them. And that's when SSG are at their best, right? If SSG get their trades, usually it means they're in a good spot on the map.
And what's also amazing to watch from SSG is not just the way that they're controlling the map, but specifically each and every spawn. Take a look at the series layout here, 2-0.
So that should mean Into the Breach are going to be ITP are going to be playing Complexity here in a minute.
But specifically on the side of SSG,
bro,
it feels like the way that they play is so calculated and requires constant just monitoring, right? They're playing so fast and they're flying out, for example, you're flying out of A to sandbags. They know they need to do as much damage as possible and stay as live as long as possible. And all 4 players are on the same page. So that's why I say when we're on a POV,
I don't know what that dude's doing, what that kid's doing over there, man.
If
That
everyone
boy's in
else
it.
is on the same page, like we talked about with the Bound recipe, how Bound was an outlier in terms of deaths and the timing that we saw in London. They clearly have done the work to appear different here in Atlanta.
Certainly are indeed. They have done those work, and as we move over to capture the flag and Aquarius, it's time for us to take a look at some of the stats of the lead Slayers for the respective teams. Stella, a 1.50 so far here in Atlanta. On the other side of things, Torlik a 1.17. Nothing to be disappointed with, but damage per minute, a huge stat, I find, for a player, right? It shows how active they are on the map, how many targets they are putting bullets into, and damage per minute for Stella, well, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, it does. And also, interesting how close that damage per minute is. That tells you that there's a lot of damage coming out of Torlik that's getting cleaned up elsewhere, or at least it's being dealt and hopefully cleaned up. Because that's quite a big difference in KD versus not that big of a difference in damage per minute. So that tells you that Torlik is also still laying down the damage and doing his part, even if it's not registering his kills. But as you said, the most important stat there is Stellar, the man on your screen. He is playing outrageous.
Yeah, it also doesn't take into account maybe power weapons, things like that, right? Stellar, we've seen with the sniper in his hand quite a lot. Yeah. He's going to be able to put out, just in general, with a higher damage per second weapon, more damage per second. So no surprise to see that. But it's great to see him back in this form, right?
it sounds crazy to say because we hold these kind of players to almost a higher bar than others. You got to remember the first event of the year was SSG's. They won the whole thing, right? And Stellar was fantastic. But London, because it was like a not insane Stellar performance where it's no scope and everything, it's like, oh, Stellar didn't have a great tournament. It wasn't a bad tournament by any stretch of the imagination when you look at the stats, but this is the Stellar we wanted to see, right? What we saw yesterday, what we've seen so far today, that's what wins championships for Space Station when he's playing like this.
It really does, and it feels like he's hit a whole new level. Like I said, that Arlington performance specifically, when he was just no-scoping everything, hitting what felt like 7 to 10 sprees with Snipe multiple times through the tournament where everyone, us included, in the crowd is just thinking, oh my God, this doesn't, I mean, it's kind of getting absurd at this point, right? He's hitting a different level like that, and it feels like he's back on that same track here in Atlanta.
Yeah, some of the play, like you mentioned it, is a couple of plays that stick out to us where he's no shields, 2 players jump out at him, and as he's retreating around the corner, he bodies both. Like, how that changed? That one play with the sniper rifle just changes the dynamic of a push, the dynamic of the map. All of a sudden, the respawners are aggressive, looking to clean up 2 easy kills instead of Stellar falling, someone picking up a sniper, and they're thinking, oh, we got to play this one slow because we know they've got a sniper rifle. So he's been a huge influence on the map for SSG, but we're highlighting him understandably, but I really do want to just hit home. It's every single cog in the machine is working so well for him to do what he's doing right now.
Exactly, and also the terrifying thing about SSG as an opponent that I think is important to convey with everyone watching is even when you have 2 dead and you are now pushing in a 4v2, all it takes is a play like we're describing from Stellar, but from any player on SSG to hit something like 2 body shots, and guess what? Not only are you in trouble in that 4v2, it becomes quickly a 2v2, the spawners from SSG are also going to be ready to pounce on you as well, and it just feels like you can never count these SSG players out because of the damage they're outputting, because of the way they're angling towards their teammates that will be spawning, and CTF is going to be an absolute bloodbath here. SSG is going to look to continue at the same pace.
I will also say one of the most terrifying things I think I've ever seen in Halo is actually a cheeky smile from Legend. You see that? Just for that? You know when people are trying to act cool, I like not give it away, but it was like the corner of his mouth is going a little bit. That kind of like.
All right, I'm gonna go make a shake, I guess, real quick.
I like
Looks
that.
like they're gonna be a minute.
At the same time, if you're on the other side of it.
It is. He also just fits so well into this team, right? I think a lot of respect needs to be given to Legend because, yes, he earned this opportunity, but let's not forget, right? He has to move across the world, right? New organization, and new everything, right? New friends, new routine, new day-to-day life, completely different time zone from your family, and you're just thrown into this organization. And how well has he joined this roster? Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's true, but you also have to remember that Bounce said he just sits there and plays Halo all day, and then puts mayo on his chips.
Also
maybe
impressive.
Very impressive. And also says that maybe he just carried exactly what he was doing in front. Put him anywhere. Put him on the moon. He'll do the same thing. Who knows? But he's out of this world when it comes to his gameplay here at tournaments, and he certainly is performing exactly as SSG would have hoped he would when they picked him up ahead of the season. Here we go then. Game number 3 is ready. Our players are back on the stage. Aquarius CTF. Will this be a 3-0 dealing of medicine from SSG towards Pure, saying, hey, this is how FaZe felt?
Yeah, it feels like the perfect game number 3 for this series. If we were headed instead to something like an Argyle, things might slow down a bit, kind of get to a different pace. No. Here on Aquarius CTF, we will stay at a blistering pace, very fast-paced Halo coming at you here in game number 3.
Here's Eco POV, and I mentioned how he's been dealing a huge amount of damage and it's been cleaned up upon. Well, here's a good example of it once again. He plays around the pink tower, gets some damage down, and now Bound moves in to try and clean it up. Cherish was last alive there, by the way. Managed to just at least get a kill and survive with his life. And now SSG, well, it's a flying player. He's a champion. That's Legend, right? Makes a mistake, doesn't see the player, swings around, just smashes him in the head.
Man, that is wild. There's a lot of players that are tricky to play against that just simply fly, 4 dead, by the way, for Pure, to just fly into situations, and they figure it out later, right? Legend is the one who gets into the base. He's going to get there first, and he's going to figure out all the details later, but he's like, I'm going to drop slide, and I'll shoot whoever I need to shoot thereafter.
Kind of gives you strong side vibes sometimes, you know what I mean? Like, goes in, gets away with it.
But also strong side plus Ryan noob, right? Just like sprinting, flying, getting in, being annoying, and also just hitting the exact shots that he needs to.
Oh, there's some good shots coming in from last shot, though, and it was the last shot that counted most in that particular fight. Eco answers back, though, as he flies forward. It's 3 dead. Momentarily here for Space Station Gaming. So, Druck, he's been annoying in and around that brick, just playing some angles and hoping his teammates can move up to give him a little bit of assistance. Legend is taking the 1v1, and Legend is winning it by the looks of things at the moment.
Druck does get taken down. Druck was quiet in that last game, by the way, I believe. Only 4 kills on the board. A lot of assists, led the team in assists, but quiet overall in terms of kills. He's going to need to put a little bit more on the board if he wants to make sure the team stays alive in this series.
Interesting that we haven't really seen anyone infiltrate the base, right? On either side at the moment. Pure haven't been able to get onto the SSG side. And on the flip side, SSG not really able to get onto the Pure side. But as I say this, how smart is this? The overshield is coming up. Legend has pulled this flag out towards the pink side, and he's running it in correlation with that power-up coming up. Now all the spawns are here. Stella set up on the pink side. If he can time the overshield, surely this is a cap.
Yeah, this one should go, even if the overshield pops and goes the way of Pure. Should be able to get it. Yes, he does indeed. It's a great call by you, Mark. The fact that they pulled that early, they knew they'd get the kills, and SSG's so good about getting there early on these power-ups, right? They push past it 10 seconds early. Yes, they might have lost the power-up, but they got the kills they needed prior to get the flag in. But let's see what Last Shot could do. He still got 75% overshield here.
Yeah, it's one of those plays that just separates a team like SSG, right? It's thinking not just one step ahead, but 2, 3, 4, 5. What can we make out of everything that's happening on the map? Well, they got the most important thing done, which of course was the flag capture, but by not securing the overshield, it's now turned into a counter cap, which is going to come in for Pure. They answer back. A little bit of good news for them. They're looking for a double cap here.
Yeah, they're not done yet. By the way, Last Shot, there's a lot to talk about. They're still 2 dead, maybe 3 dead if they get the kill on Bound as well. Eco staying alive in the util. If they can get these last 2 kills, this flag could continue.
Yeah, it looks like it's a little bit unfortunate there for Pure. They just got the kills a bit too quickly on the pink side, blocked those spawns. They didn't spawn back flag and spawn essentially where that flag route was being run. So just got stopped by Space Station. Maybe just a little bit kind of over anxious to get those kills too quickly. There for Pure, didn't get the spawns that they would have wanted to force.
That does give us a moment, though, to talk about that flag run and the way the Last Shot did that. He, as we said, as he comes in from the util, he had over 50% overshield left. Instead of trying to fight those battles and win back base, he knew he had the help to actually let the overshield eat all of the bullets for the pull. As you saw, he drops Courtyard. He's so weak as he runs it. He barely makes the corner on car side, but because he had the support he needed, he's able to get into the flag, and they counter very nicely. We're tied up 1-1.
SSG taking some damage in and around their base, but even though they take damage, it's only Druck who is last alive here. And he's a little cheeky overextension on the pink side. Now he's going to give his position away by shooting a Bound. The overshield is coming up once more, and interesting scenario here for SSG, right? Because they have to turn around and deal with Druck, because if they don't, that flag can start moving. But also they got to worry about the overshield, and the spawners now coming through for Pure.
Yeah, Druck's done well there to just stay alive as long as he can and try to win the battle. Bound actually leaves the overshield, goes all the way to car 1, very Bound-esque, to go all the way across the map and fight that battle instead, keeping a very close eye on that OS.
OS actually went the way of Pure, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken. And yes, indeed, it's going to be Last Shot who has it. Stella's in front of him, and he doesn't want to take the trade here. However, he's got 2 players to deal with, and that's SSG at their best, right? The buddy system is back, and they quite simply just give him a beatdown.
Also got to mention here, Pure, by the way, outslaying for the first time in the entire series. They're outslaying right now 32-28 total. We talked about how Druck, the man on your screen, had to step up. All of a sudden, he's 10-6 with 5 assists, leading the team in kills as well as assists.
I kind of love the way he's playing as well. He's kind of trying to get behind enemy lines. He's trying to do what Rhino used to do, right? On the likes of Onslaught. Get behind you, pull your flag, force you to turn around, and then before you know it, a couple more kills come in from mid-map, and he's getting that flag moving. For now, though, it's going to be Pure who find themselves losing a few players on the map. Even though Stella went down, the damage was capitalized on, and now they're respawning in and around that fridge.
Well, Cherish was the last player alive. He gets the kill. Very important. Look at that. That could have been very dangerous. Tolk is the last player alive there in the fridge. However, he gets the help for the Pink Street. Really good teamwork coming in from Pure. That will keep them in advantage in the kills category as well, and we'll see if they can keep this up.
Now Cherish finds himself as last alive. They were momentarily in an advantageous position, but now the swarm comes in as last player alive is dealt with. Legend doing even more damage. Druck will get the kill, but look at where that flag is. It's all the way back into the gen. They're going to run it across the bridge. There's no one in position to stop this for Pure, and that will be Space Station going up 2-1.
Very clean there from SSG, and you have to think Pure's working so hard to maintain control.
Space Station gonna go and take the lead.
37 kills apiece. About hitting nades like that from the util door is going to make it easy for them to push out. Finally gets taken down, though. It's a nice push and nice angles coming in from Pure. 2v2 on the map.
Yeah, I think the scary thing here for Pure is how efficient the flag runs have been for SSG. 2 flags pulled, 2 flags captured, right? They are so good at not just the routing they're taking, but picking up those kills onto the respawners, or at least damaging them for long enough to stop them being in a position to get that flag carrier killed. Elsewhere, you're going to see the overshield coming up in a few moments as well. And this is the 3rd time in a row, if I'm not mistaken, it's gone to the hands of Pure, and they're still trailing in this game.
Yeah, it is. By the way, earlier we saw Druck in the back of the base taking that 1v1 against Bound right before the overshield popped, and it also led to Last Shot grabbing it. Druck is also once again front and center in that power-up battle, so a lot of credit definitely goes to him here. Once again, still with 11 kills on the board. We'll see if they can convert. They've got a lot of time to play with here, Mark.
Certainly do have time, but the grenades onto the overshield, and Eco being in that corner, the king of the corners he's been so far in this tournament, means the overshield amounts to nothing. It's a misplay coming in from Pure. That's 3 overshields and not really much to talk about with it.
Tough as well, because he had the, ooh, nice little drop here. Fake coming in from Bound. He tries to win this battle. Does win the battle very
easy from Bound.
Nice mechanically from Bound. That heat wave, though, is tough. Right? As you saw, could have rounded that corner earlier, but instead, Eco staying alive in the gen, catches him off guard, and they shut down that push. Now Bound once again, and the entire SSG roster putting pressure on the base here from the stream side.
Absolutely love that little step jump. It just throws so many people off. You think you're kind of lining up your reticle for the fall, and then before you know it, they're jumping back up. And one person who's jumping back to his base with a flag in his hand is going to be Bound. We mentioned how his movement was good without the flag. Well, it's just as good with it. One player is dead for SSG, but he's got a couple of friends alongside him. He's forcing it home. Can't quite get it over the line, but there's a teammate there to convert. Stella will put it home, but there's a counter cap opportunity as SSG got 3-1.
They needed to put that in, by the way. That was closer than I think a lot of people might have realized. That one came down to the wire, almost didn't go. However, counter cap opportunity, as you say, coming in for Talik. All players are alive, though. We'll see if he can cross the bridge.
He should be able to force this one home.
Should be able to get home, yeah.
He's got a teammate just blocking those pink spawns, and how interesting is it to talk about the last 2 flags that have been put in on both sides. SSG with a pretty clean run, but then the kills they picked up off respawn, the counter cap has been taken advantage of immediately. So nobody is getting any kind of daylight when it comes to those final scores.
Wow, 1v2 momentarily there. Great shots from Talik. By the way, Eco, I think, snags the overshield and does it cleanly. Yes, he does. That's a big battle here. It's a 2v2 on the map. Eco actually last player alive.
Did he just get stuck?
They can do. They should be able to neutralize this. A stick comes in as well from Druck, which means the overshield is now gone. Eco will still hold forward and try to hold down mid-map.
Yeah, so much damage there from Druck, by the way. Drop slides off, misses the first sticky, but connects with the second, and a couple of extra bullets alongside it as well means that he couldn't do much, right? He hasn't done anything wrong in that position. It's just a great play from Druck to recognize what he had to do to output maximum damage. Cherish now going to be challenging, but Eco teaches a lesson and turns back for 2.
Killing spree as well. That means there's 2 dead here. 3 minutes left on the clock, but right now momentum and certainly the advantage in the favor of Space Station Gaming. It was 3 dead as Eco pulls. He's going to run though into a gen spawner. It's a very nice job from Last Shot to make sure he gets the stop. It's an unfortunate turn of events for Space Station on the run, so we will stay here at 3-2. 3 minutes left on the clock.
3 minutes left, as you say. Plenty of time for multiple flag caps on either side, and look at the position of SSG right now. They're all trapped in the back of their base, and Pure smell blood. A couple of grenades still in the pocket here for Last Shot. One good frag grenade can do so much damage, and if they get these kills and they are able to get that flag moving, there's an opportunity to strike here for Pure.
Momentary 3v4. They need to even this up here. 3 dead. Last Shot is going to be your last player alive, so it probably won't be this push. He gets 2 dead. He gets into the back of the base, and I'll have to play this slowly.
SSG did such a good job there of just getting those kills and trading out inside of their base, forcing all of the players from Pure to be respawning right across the map, where they could meet up again at the 50-yard line. Fantastic job from Space Station not to take a huge amount of damage and fall.
Feels like this overshield really could be the one, right? This could be the play that determines if it gets burned, that really might be it. We might stay at this scoreline. However, if we see one of the teams grabbing it, we could definitely see a flag on the board. And as you can clearly see, a flag on the board would mean 2 very different things depending on where it goes.
Well, Pure just got to be careful here not to...
No way, does it really sway the story depending on which goal line it gets into?
You have to get one on the board, and that means people start overextending individually. It means that you forget about little things like the overshield because you're so hyper-focused on that one objective that you have, and this is a situation you can find yourself in. Desperate to tie the game up, you can find yourself down 4-2.
Look at Stellar playing this so well. Even that melee battle, making sure that he goes straight for the melee battle with the overshield. Burn the damage, but make sure you don't accidentally get double beatdown and lose the entire battle. Nice timing push coming in from Pure, but Stellar, of course, is wise to it. He stays alive.
Legend there to help out his teammate once again. By the way, Legend is 21-18 in this game with 10 assists, so he's been involved in 31 kills across the board, making 32 now. And just the 18 deaths, he really is outputting so much damage and being so efficient for his team. A little flank coming in here from Stella on all of the respawners. The info will be relayed as the flag is moving.
By the way, the call out on the Pure side is...
Hello.
Almost does it. Call out on the Pure side must have been Stellar is still in the back of our base because he was there forever. The man was not paying rent and putting up a lot of damage. Killing spree now.
Killing spree for Stella. Might be another one. Torlik does a good job just to snap onto the head to make sure that it can get out of hand. Legend picking up more kills. SSG starting to think, let's play the trade game. If we are trading our kills, there is no way for Pure to get inside of our base. 35 seconds left in this game. If SSG can hold on, it's a 3-0 series win for them. But there is time for one more push.
Big kill from Bound there. Do or die, 2 dead. 24 seconds left, as you say. There is time for just one push left from the side of Pure. This is their series hopes. However, the staggering of the kills is not good. It's 2 dead yet again. And now with 15 seconds left, this could be it.
Yeah, it's essentially 4 dead. It was 2 dead followed by a 2 dead. Nobody can get across the map in time, and Bound is just playing this corner, thinking if one more kill for my team, couple of extra ones onto the ring finger will let them know that Space Station Gaming have closed the series out.
Damn.
A 3-0 sweep over a Pure who looked so good earlier today, and SSG look like they're here to reclaim their crown.
And SSG responds by saying, rumors of our demise have been greatly exaggerated. A beautiful performance from them after watching one of their biggest rivals get taken down 3-0 on the main stage. They stand strong. It's a 3-0 win for Space Station Gaming.
There's no bigger motivator, right, than probably sitting on that main stage looking up and seeing Roy in a Space
All right,
Station.
chat, check it out, man. Y'all ain't gonna be mad at me if I end up calling it early, do you?
Put a performance in for. Also looking out for the crowd.
Because like we all know Optic ain't losing, right? I think we can all agree on that. And if I can be perfectly honest with you, I ain't worried about the lower bracket. Because we still haven't gotten the Into the Breach versus Complexity game. To be fair, I think that's going to be playing at the same time as the Shopify Optic game. I think that means Pure gets Redemption. No, they'll probably put them at the opposite side of the bracket. Does mean Space Station will probably play the winner of whoever wins this. Or no, not the winner. I'm an idiot. Don't mind me. Anyways, chat. Tomorrow. Let me double check and make sure I got times right. I do believe we start at 5 tomorrow. Or not 5. We start at noon tomorrow. Yeah, it looks like they're starting at noon tomorrow. So we'll be live somewhere around then. I should have a video up before that. Thinking tomorrow we should be able to get up the we'll probably do our pick'ems for champs. Have that up tomorrow for VCT. So for our homies that do enjoy some Valorant, keep an eye out for that. Yeah, we'll be here tomorrow noon. We'll do this. Are we gonna be? I don't think we'll be needing to go back and forth. I think it's all on the main channel, so we'll just have the one stream up. We'll vibe, we'll watch, we'll hang out. Bring your popcorn. Bring your popcorn. But anyways, man.